Welcome to Worth, the heart of the Adrasia Empire. Inside the local adventurers guild, the receptionist is stunned as someone drags a massive trophy across the floor. It's the horn of a king minotaur, a AAA class monster that usually takes an entire army to kill, and this guy brought in solo. She calls the hunter Silver and hands over a heavy bag of reward money. She can't help but gush over him, mentioning he's one of only 5 SS-class adventurers in the world. Silver just tosses a few gold coins back. He tells her to buy a round for everyone in the building, instantly turning the whole crowd into his biggest fans. His only request is that she keeps the most difficult jobs coming his way first. Silver walks out, thinking about how he has to bribe everyone just to keep the peace and avoid the drama of being a top-tier hunter. He heads deep into the Imperial Palace and slips into a private room. Off comes the mask, revealing Arnold Lakesadler. He uses the Silver identity as a cover to move around without a royal escort. He's the 7th Imperial Prince, and he knows it would be a total scandal if the public found out about his double life. His steward, Sebastian, is already waiting to nag him about his unannounced arrival. Arnold is clearly used to the lectures. The world sees Arnold and his twin brother Leonard very differently. Leonard is the talented, brave genius of the family. While Leonard is out being refined and winning over the nobility, Arnold has carefully cultivated a reputation for being useless. As a child, he just wanted to play, which led his tutors to write him off as a lost cause. Eventually, the entire empire gave him a nickname that stuck: the Insipid Prince. Everyone in the castle looks down on him, but Arnold couldn't care less about the rumors. Sebastian interrupts his relaxation with some serious news. General Dominic has passed away. The general was a legendary veteran, and while the official story is natural causes, Arnold immediately smells an assassination. He suspects one of the top 3 contenders for the throne had the man taken out to clear the path. Dominic had recently started supporting a specific prince, making him a target in the power struggle. The one who suffers most from losing such an ally is the prince he was backing. And that prince is Arnold's twin brother, Leonard Lakesadler. Looking at the family hierarchy, Leonard was doing okay in 4th place, but now he's a prime target for the 3 heavy hitters at the top. Arnold knows Leonard only has a few choices: find new allies, stay neutral, or fight for the crown. But if Leonard loses, Arnold knows their entire family, including their mother, will be purged. Arnold decides they're going to make Leonard the next emperor. Sebastian asks why he doesn't just take the throne himself. Arnold scoffs at the idea. He'd much rather dump the responsibility on his brother and keep his own freedom. He really wanted to just retire and be a full-time adventurer, but he's not ready to let his family die. He decides he'll just run things from shadows. Silver is officially going back to work. Back in his royal persona, Arnold takes a walk through the palace corridors. He gets cornered by some officials who can't resist mocking his carefree lifestyle. They fake concern, telling him not to let Leonard outshine him in the race for the throne. As soon as his back is turned, they start laughing about the massive gap in talent between the 2 brothers. Arnold just keeps walking, fully aware that no one in the capital treats him like actual royalty. He prefers it this way. If they don't pay him any mind, they won't notice what he's really doing as Silver. He reaches a set of doors and announces his entry. Inside, Leonard is buried under a mountain of paperwork and looking completely stressed out. They get straight to the point about the general's death. Arnold asks his brother what his next move is. Leonard admits he doesn't want to fight his own family, but Arnold knows staying passive is a death sentence. He looks Leonard in the eye and tells him the truth. He's already been marked as a threat by the other candidates. Leonard apologizes for dragging him into the mess, but Arnold is already thinking several steps ahead. Back in the palace, Leonard sits at his desk, ready to listen to Arnold's plan. He looks focused, but definitely a bit overwhelmed by the weight of what's coming. Leonard knows there's no turning back now. He's officially entering the battle for the throne. Arnold watches him, thinking his brother is way too soft for the job, which is exactly why people naturally want to support him. He tells Leonard the first step is building a power base, because the more influence he has, the harder he is to target. The 3 top contenders already have massive armies and political backing, so Leonard is starting from way behind. Leonard thanks him, but Arnold just tells him not to get his hopes up too high. Secretly, Arnold just wants to marry someone pretty and live a life of luxury, but he knows being emperor would kill that dream. He pats his brother on the back, encouraging him to do whatever it takes to win that crown. He can tell the other princes look like monsters to the brilliant but gentle Leonard. Looking at the palace spires, Arnold figures as long as the frontrunners are busy fighting each other, Leonard has a fighting chance. Later, Arnold regroups with Sebastian, preparing to set the first stage of their master plan in motion. They need to find a way to make the Emperor finally recognize Leonard's true worth. Arnold slips back into his silver persona and heads out to meet with Duke Kleinert. But when he arrives at the estate, a blonde-haired guard immediately gives him the cold shoulder. Silver tries to show his official adventurer card, but the guard just tells him to shoo, like he's a stray cat. Behind the mask, Arnold is fuming, tempted to just burn the guy to a crisp right then and there. He remembers a conversation with Sebastian about whether he should just reveal his secret identity as Silver. Arnold's answer was a hard pass. He explains that ancient magic has been a taboo in the royal family ever since his great-grandfather went insane because of it. He's the only one left who can command that forbidden power, and he knows it would ruin Leonard's reputation if people knew his twin was a mad mage. Sebastian asks what the plan is then, and Arnold says he'll just keep playing the part of the useless prince. He asks Sebastian if there are any neutral dukes left who haven't picked a side in the succession war yet. Sebastian pours some tea and mentions the Kleinert family has managed to stay out of the conflict so far. Arnold knows the Kleinerts are a powerful bloodline, and most families would kill to have the future emperor in their debt. He wonders why they're staying so quiet, and suspects there's something bothering them behind the scenes. It turns out their lands are being overrun by high-level monsters that their local guilds can't handle. With a grin, Arnold decides he's going to solve that little problem for them. Sebastian warns that if Leonard is seen moving an SS-class adventurer, people will start getting suspicious. Arnold doesn't care. As long as no one connects Silver to the prince, Leonard will only look more powerful. He tells Sebastian to enjoy the snacks while he's gone and prepares to head out. Using transfer magic, he crosses the entire empire in seconds, arriving right at the Duke's front gate. He's still annoyed by the guard's attitude, thinking the guy is a total disgrace to the Kleinert name. The guard continues to bark at him to leave, completely oblivious that he's yelling at a legend. Silver thinks about how much a single request from him usually costs, and here he is being turned away for free. He looks up at the estate, feeling a bit bad for the Duke, but he knows he has to make things difficult to get what he wants. Suddenly, he spots a stunning girl looking out from one of the upper windows. He realizes she's not just a maid, but the Duke's daughter, Finn. He starts using transfer magic to slip away into the trees. Sebastian's warning echoes in his head. Don't get distracted by her beauty, even if she is the famous Blau Mao. The guard keeps yelling at him to leave, but Silver is focused on the plan. Even a beautiful girl won't distract him now. He finds a quiet spot in the woods to begin his next move. Arnold teleports back to the palace, materializing right behind Sebastian, who is still leisurely sipping his tea. When Sebastian notes his quick return, Arnold simply replies that he's already set things in motion, ready for the next phase of his scheme. Arnold sets the stage. He's heading for the Kleiner domain and needs everything ready. He knows the adventurer Silver already made a move, but this time, he's going as royalty. It's time for the Insipid Prince persona to take over. 5 days later, Arnold and Sebastian arrive at the estate on horseback. Duke Elmer von Kleinert greets them warmly, noting it's been years since they last met. Arnold keeps a straight face, remembering the Duke's reputation for being mild-mannered and trusted. There's no time for small talk, so the prince cuts right to the chase. He leans in, making it clear this isn't just a social call. The topic turns to the succession war and how Leonard has been dragged into the middle of it. Arnold drops the hook. If the Duke feels any gratitude, he needs to back his brother. Elmer is blindsided, having no idea what debt he's supposed to owe. Arnold doesn't miss a beat, accusing the Duke of trying to play dumb after Leonard supposedly moved on his behalf. The Duke starts sweating, insisting his family would never offend Prince Leonard. Arnold fires back, claiming Leonard went through the trouble of hiring the legendary adventurer Silver just for the Duke's sake. He doubles down on the lie, saying Leonard personally wrote a letter requesting Silver's help with the domain's monster problem. When the Duke looks horrified, Arnold gets offended, asking if he's being called a liar. Sebastian steps in to play peacekeeper, giving the Duke some time to look into the matter. The threat is clear. If the Duke is in the wrong, his land will be blacklisted by every adventurer in the Empire. Once they're alone, Arnold can't help but smirk at how well the plan is going. He didn't create this mess. He's just taking advantage of the fact that someone at the estate was rude enough to turn Silver away. Sebastian praises his master's tactical mind, though he notes that Leonard is far too kind for this kind of dirty work. Arnold laughs it off. He doesn't mind getting his hands dirty if it means securing his brother's reputation. Suddenly, shouting breaks out in the hall as the Duke discovers exactly who messed up. The prince settles back into his chair, waiting for the inevitable apology. Duke Elmer drags his son into the room, both of them bowing low in shame. The truth comes out. The son turned Silver away 5 days ago, without even checking his credentials. The boy tries to defend himself, arguing that a legendary hero showing up unannounced sounded like scam. It turns out he was just overzealous about keeping people away from his sister, Finn. Arnold watches the kid struggle, thinking it's probably safer for him to just keep his head down and apologize. He tells the Duke to save the lecture for later. A mistake by the son is still a failure for the house. Now for the real pressure. Arnold points out that Silver is likely finished with them, and someone has to pay for that lost connection. Terrified, Elmer offers his own life to make amends, but Arnold shuts that down immediately. Just as things get heavy, a door creaks open with a new offer. Finn appears in the doorway. She walks in with grace, begging for forgiveness on behalf of her father and brother. Arnold finds himself staring as she approaches. He's caught off guard by her presence. It's Finn von Kleinert, looking every bit like the blue gull people talk about. A memory flickers in Arnold's mind, a connection he didn't expect. The Duke and his son can only watch as the atmosphere in the room shifts completely. The story goes back 2 years, to when the Emperor ordered a special hair ornament shaped like a seagull. Every beautiful woman in the capital had gathered for the chance to wear it. That girl was Finn von Kleinert, and her beauty was so legendary that she'd been chosen at 14 to receive the blue gull ornament. Ever since then, men throughout the Empire have known her as the Blau Mau, the blue gull. Finn steps forward, begging for the prince's forgiveness and offering herself up to take the blame for her family's mistake. The Duke and his son immediately join her, desperate to protect the young girl from the fallout. Arnold is completely caught off guard. His plan was just to exert some psychological pressure on the Duke, not to be the villain in a family tragedy. He's left wondering how to fix this mess without looking like a monster. Arnold insists that even if Leonard forgives them, the fact remains that their household made a fool of the royal family. He plays the part of the arrogant prince perfectly, noting that his brother is far too soft and would likely just let everything slide. Duke Elmer admits that damaging the relationship with Prince Leonard's camp would be a disaster for his territory. Arnold commands the Duke to send his people to find Silver and bring him back for negotiations. The prince smirks internally. Everything is going exactly as planned, even if the Duke sees him as nothing more than a little man riding on his brother's coattails. Finn interrupts, begging for permission to accompany the prince on his search. Arnold's eyes widen. This definitely wasn't part of the strategy. He tries to process the sudden change in events. The prince eventually leads Finn to an old building, where they find Silver waiting for them. Silver seems unimpressed, noting that while he expected the Duke to send someone, he never thought the prince himself would show up. Of course, the figure in the mask is just an illusion Arnold created with magic, coupled with some memory alteration for the locals to make it look like Silver had been staying here. Thanks to Silver's magic mask, Arnold can play both roles without worrying about his voice or scent giving him away. Finn formally introduces herself and apologizes for her family's lack of manners 5 days ago. Silver scoffs, telling her that apologies won't fix a plummeting reputation. He lectures her on the responsibilities of a noble, saying that if the Duke truly cared for his people, he would have been prepared to welcome any adventurer. Arnold sighs internally. He never thought he'd end up performing a scene where he has to convince himself to do something. The prince steps forward, asking Silver if he's in the mood to continue the request. Silver mockingly asks if the insipid prince has actually managed to win over the Duke's family to his side yet. He claims his only reason for helping was to ensure Leonard succeeded the throne, but now his trust in the Duke's camp is gone. The masked adventurer demands a written oath of loyalty from the Duke, or he'll walk away right now. When Silver calls the demand a farce, Arnold does the unthinkable and bows his head in a deep, humble apology. Finn is stunned to see a member of the royal family lower himself like this for the sake of her people. Arnold doesn't care about pride. He's just doing what's necessary to push the scheme forward. Silver is silent for a long moment, watching the prince maintain his bow. Finally, Silver relents, accepting the request on the condition that the Duke keeps his word. Finn is overjoyed, thanking them both as the carriage ride back to the capital begins. Sebastian waits for them by the carriage, ready to take them home. Arnold lets out a massive sigh, swearing he never wants to pull a stunt like that ever again. Finn turns to him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude for what he did. She clearly sees him as a noble hero, a far cry from the reality of the situation. Arnold tries to tell her she's got it all wrong, and that he only bowed for his own sake. But she won't hear it, insisting that his actions spoke louder than his words. She gives him a radiant smile, asking if he'd be willing to just let her have this one misunderstanding. The sight catches Arnold off guard, leaving him speechless for a moment. He's reminded of a meteor shower he watched with his mother as a child, a rare and beautiful moment. The same feeling of joy and warmth wells up inside him as he looks at her. As the carriage rattles away from the town, Arnold finds himself thinking that maybe, just maybe, these kinds of misunderstandings aren't so bad after all. Deep in the mountains of Duke Kleinert's domain, a massive monster is making itself right at home. Sebastian gives the report. The Duke sent A-class adventurers to handle it, but they aren't making any progress. It's a mother slime, an AA-class nightmare that keeps popping out smaller ones as fast as you can kill them. Arnold knows they need to act fast before the army of slimes gets out of hand, even if it means stepping on some toes. He tells the butler to head back while he handles the heavy lifting, hoping the locals don't put up too much of a fight. He marches right into the center of the adventurers' camp, looking every bit the legendary SS rank adventurer. The leader of the group, Abel, isn't exactly thrilled to see a masked celebrity crashing his mission. Abel introduces himself, clearly annoyed that he looks like a rookie compared to the guy in a mask. Arnold expected the cold shoulder. Adventurers are a proud bunch, and nobody likes being shown up. Abel makes it clear that they don't plan on just rolling over and letting a newcomer take all the credit. Silver says they can throw all the insults they want, which only makes the leader more frustrated. The party's A-class girl chimes in, admitting they've hit a wall because they just don't have the firepower to finish the job. Silver offers a compromise. He'll call it an official emergency, but they're free to try and finish the job before he steps in. Reality hits Abel hard, and he finally admits they're out of their league, telling the masked man to just do what he wants. Arnold has to respect it. The guy is a real leader, putting his team's safety over his own pride. He gives them a rare bit of praise for the work they've done, which caught the exhausted adventurers completely off guard. He tells them he's not being sarcastic. He actually appreciates their effort and feels like he owes them one. Time to show them why he's ranked SS as a massive magic circle starts to glow under his feet. He begins to chant, warning everyone that the hour of judgment has officially arrived. The air thickens as he calls upon the divine flame, preparing to unleash something the world hasn't seen in ages. He shouts the name of the spell, Execution Prominence, and a pillar of fire incinerates everything in its path. The adventurers can only watch in sheer terror, as the landscape is literally rewritten by the blast. Silver stands tall amidst the heat, looking like a god of destruction in the middle of the inferno. When the smoke finally clears, there's nothing left but scorched earth and a very dead mother slime. The girl is speechless. She just saw a man vaporize a mountain like it was nothing. Abel tries to thank the hero of the day, but Silver just brushes it off and says he's got other places to be. Without another word, he disappears into a pillar of light, leaving the survivors to process what they just witnessed. Back at the Duke's estate, the mask finally comes off as Arnold lets out a long, exhausted sigh. He figures he played it perfectly. The Duke will be grateful to Prince Leonard, and their political position will be solid. He turns around to relax, only to find Finn standing right there, staring at the mask in his hand. She's frozen, dropping her tray as the realization hits her that the useless prince and the legendary Silver are the same person. Arnold curses his own carelessness. He's still in full costume, and there's no way he can talk his way out of this one. His mind starts racing through his options, but silencing the Emperor's favorite guest would just bring the whole palace down on him. She explained she only came by with some sweets because he didn't answer his door, and she got worried. She panics and starts swearing that she won't tell a soul, which kind of defeats the purpose of keeping a secret. He pins her against the wall, dropping the act to warn her that help isn't coming and he's more than capable of being dangerous. Instead of being scared, she just accepts it, telling him that if he has to hurt her, she understands. She smiles, telling him she trusts him because a kind person wouldn't go through all this trouble for his brother. Arnold is stunned. He didn't expect her to have that much faith in him after catching him like this. She even realizes he's been manipulating the situation for his own ends, but she still chooses to believe in his good intentions. Looking at her, he realizes that this is a level of trust he can't bring himself to betray. He gives her a final warning to keep her mouth shut, while she just beams at him, happy to be in on the secret. Finn is fascinated by Silver's mask, but Arnold is too busy panicking about his secret being out to care. She tries to cheer him up with some sweets, while he just face-plants onto the table, completely defeated by his own carelessness. Back at the Duke's office, Abel is turning in his report, making it clear that it was Silver who really saved the day. The leader is humble enough to admit his team couldn't have done it alone, asking that Silver gets the credit he deserves. Duke Elmer is impressed by the honesty and promises to keep the A-class team in mind for future contracts. Arnold joins the conversation as the prince, reminding everyone that everything Silver did was for the sake of his brother, Leonard. The Duke is fully on board now, shaking Arnold's hand and swearing to put his full weight behind Leonard's bid for the throne. Arnold feels a weight lift off his shoulders. They finally reach the starting line of the real battle. The Duke is worried they don't have enough manpower, but Arnold explains he's still looking for allies he can actually trust. To show how much he believes in them, the Duke decides to send his daughter, Finn, to help out in the capital. Elmer gets a little emotional, touched that his once quiet daughter is stepping up to help the Empire. Arnold realizes this is a double-edged sword. Finn is useful and connected, but she also knows way too much. He just nods along while the Duke begs him to make good use of her, probably already regretting this decision. Finn is all smiles as she waves goodbye to her family, officially joining Arnold's inner circle. Inside the carriage, she looks like she's on top of the world, ready to take on the capital. Arnold has to ground her, warning that this isn't a game and people are going to start dying for the crown soon. She doesn't flinch, telling him she knows exactly what she's getting into and still wants to help. He just stares at her, trying to figure out what's going on in her head. She jokes that it's better for her to stay close so he can keep an eye on her, which is the last thing he wants. He wonders if he's made a massive mistake letting a girl like this in on his biggest secret. They make it back and meet up with Leonard, who is shocked to hear his brother has connections with someone like Silver. Arnold lies through his teeth, saying Silver reached out first, and Leonard is just happy to have the help. He's carefully framing the narrative, so it looks like Silver is the one pulling the strings, not him. Finn brings in some tea, and Leonard is glad to see her again, completely unaware of the drama that went down earlier. Leonard's impressed by how quickly she's made herself at home, noting she has a real talent for getting people to open up. Leonard asks about the plan, and Arnold explains that Finn will be their primary negotiator in the capital. The bad news is that all the big-shot nobles have already picked their sides with the three main frontrunners. Arnold's attempt to talk serious politics is immediately derailed when Finn starts peppering him with questions about food. He eventually gives up and just lets her talk, realizing some battles just aren't worth fighting. He sets the scene for their next move, laying out exactly who they're going up against. There are three major players standing between Leonard and the throne: Eric, Gordon, and Xandra. Each one has a massive, loyal base of supporters, from civil officials to the entire Imperial military. Leonard can't help but think of their eldest brother, the one who should have been the next emperor. He was the perfect leader, but his sudden death on the battlefield left a power vacuum that everyone is now fighting to fill. Arnold tells him there's no use dwelling on the past, especially when their remaining siblings are sharks. He gives Leonard a rough slap on the back, telling him to man up because he's going to make sure he wins. Leonard's complaining about the pain while Finn giggles in the corner, just as a new face enters the room. Meet Marie Wilka, a stoic and talented commoner that Leonard scouted to be his personal aide. She's as cold and professional as they come, introducing herself to Finn without breaking her poker face. Arnold tries to give her a compliment, but it's like talking to a brick wall. He admits to himself that she's hard to read, and he has no idea how to actually talk to someone so expressionless. Marie hands over a stack of reports, and whatever is inside has Leonard looking like he's just seen a ghost. Leonard is reeling from the news and the reports. Their rivals are already making massive moves, buying up influence with sums of money they can't match. Arnold analyzes the situation with cold precision, knowing that if Gordon secures the Minister of Military Affairs, their fight for the throne is effectively over before it begins. Leonard feels the weight of the failure to recruit Baron Bormann, apologizing for the setback while his loyal aide, Marie Wilka, remains stoically by his side. But it's not all doom and gloom. Leonard reminds him they have a powerful ally in Finn, who is more than eager to prove her worth to their cause. The tension breaks for a moment as Arnold complains about his aching back from a long ride, proving that even a secret mastermind isn't immune to the physical toll of travel. A few days later, Finn is like a child in a candy store, beaming as she explores the bustling streets of the imperial capital for the first time. She's practically vibrating with excitement, dragging Arnold toward every side road and shop that catches her eye. She eventually feels a bit guilty for her impulsiveness, but Arnold doesn't mind the distraction. It's a rare moment of peace for him. However, their little outings are already starting a firestorm of rumors, with people whispering that the Duke's daughter is the key to Prince Leonard's sudden rise in popularity. To keep a low profile, they've both donned hooded cloaks, moving through the crowds as commoners while Finn points out every interesting building. Arnold insists they use nicknames to keep his identity a secret, suggesting Arn to keep things simple and safe. Finn is absolutely delighted by the idea, chirping out, "Master Arn," with a smile that has him wondering why she's so easily pleased. The atmosphere reminds Arnold of his younger days, when he used to sneak out of the palace just to be a normal kid playing in the dirt with everyone else. Finn admits she's always been lonely, and the idea of making real friends who don't care about her status is something she's only ever dreamed of. Their walk is cut short when a couple of kids playing nearby lose control of their water magic, sending a splash right toward them. Finn gets the brunt of it, letting out a surprised shriek as she's soaked, but she's quick to forgive the terrified children with a gentle laugh. Arnold grabs Finn and pulls her away from the fountain, telling her he's completely unharmed. He bluntly points out that her dress has become transparent from the water, leaving the poor girl mortified. Not wanting her to stay like that, Arnold offers to take her to a clothing shop owned by a friend of his. They meet the shopkeeper, who starts teasing them about being on a date, while Arnold tries to keep things strictly professional. Finn eventually comes out in a new, flowing dress and asks him how she looks. Arnold offers a rare, soft compliment, admitting the dress suits her well. As they leave the shop, the shopkeeper's parting comment about their date sends Finn into a blushing panic. They decide to stay in town for a while, grabbing some snacks as they walk through the marketplace. The two take a break by a quiet canal, watching the swans drift past. Finn's good mood returns as she plays with the water from a nearby fountain, enjoying the simple city life. Their peaceful afternoon is ruined when Arnold spots Guido von Holzwart, a noble he's had trouble with since they were kids. Guido immediately starts mocking Arnold, calling him a shady fellow who doesn't even look like royalty. The arrogant noble continues his rant, sneering at Arnold's lackluster attitude and reputation. He gets in Arnold's face, threatening to strike him and claiming that nobody would care if the insipid prince got a beating. Guido prepares to swing his cane, mocking Arnold for having a royal face but none of the status. Finn suddenly steps between them, announcing her full name and title to shut the noble down. Guido freezes, realizing he's just tried to pick a fight with someone accompanied by a high-ranking noblewoman. He tries to save face by doubling down on Arnold's bad reputation, hoping the crowd won't side with the prince. As the onlookers start whispering, Guido begins to panic, realizing he's made a huge social blunder. Finn smiles and points out that she wouldn't be out with Arnold if he was as useless as the rumors claim. Arnold watches her take charge, realizing he needs to settle this before her meddling makes things worse. He adjusts his collar and decides to perfectly mimic his brother Leonard's noble and authoritative persona. His entire demeanor shifts as he addresses Guido with a cold, piercing gaze that leaves the noble speechless. By flawlessly adopting Leonard's charisma, Arnold completely terrifies the bully, who now thinks he's facing the future emperor. He demands that Guido leave at once, making it clear that further insults to the royal family won't be tolerated. Guido flees in a panic, and Arnold finally drops the act with a long, tired sigh. He tells Finn they need to get out of the area before more people notice them. Once they're safe, Arnold lectures her, explaining that her rash interference just made them more enemies than before. Finn's eyes start to well up with tears as she realizes she might have actually messed things up for him. Arnold sees her reaction and decides it's not worth scolding her anymore, telling her to just learn from the mistake. He softens his tone and thanks her for trying to look out for him, even if it was dangerous. Finn quickly regains her composure and swears to be more careful next time. She shyly asks if he'd ever consider showing her around the town again in the future. Arnold gives her a small smile and agrees, thinking to himself that seeing her happy made the whole ordeal worth it. The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace the next morning as a new day begins. Arnold and Leonard discuss a rare, formal summons from their father, the Emperor. Arnold fumbles with his mantle as they approach the grand throne room, ignoring Leonard's reminders to look sharp. They step into the massive hall where the rest of the royal family has already assembled. Their primary rivals for the throne, Eric, Gordon, and Xandra, all watch them with various looks of disdain. Emperor Johannes stands before them all, acknowledging that every prince and princess is finally present. He announces that he's bringing back a certain competition that hasn't been held in decades. The Emperor officially declares the start of the Knights' Festival of the Hunt, signaling a massive escalation in the battle for succession. Arnold and Leonard watch carefully as their father, Emperor Johannes, continues his grand announcement. The Emperor declares that the winner of this hunt will receive a massive reward, effectively placing them first in line for the throne. Arnold processes the weight of this reward, realizing just how high the stakes for the succession have suddenly become. Prince Gordon, the Empire's most powerful warrior, slams his fist into his palm and demands a simple contest of raw strength. Emperor Johannes laughs off the suggestion, while young Prince Rupert watches the intense exchange between his older siblings. Princess Xandra sneers at Gordon, calling him a meathead and mocking the idea of a physical contest. Gordon and Xandra exchange sharp glares, each clearly ready to take the other down to claim the throne. Prince Eric adjusts his glasses and calmly apologizes for his siblings' lack of manners in the presence of the Emperor. Arnold observes Eric, noting that the intellectual genius is currently the closest to being named the next emperor. The Emperor silences the room, stating that a bit of healthy competition is exactly how he earned the throne himself. Johannes explains that while they haven't needed this festival recently, the sudden surge in monsters has changed things. Eric questions if the Adventurers Guild has actually given permission for the royals to interfere in their work. A messenger recalls the guild's desperate situation, where they were essentially forced to accept help to save the Empire's crops. The memory shows the guild administration relenting, realizing they couldn't possibly handle the monster swarms alone. Arnold realizes that using the elite Imperial Guard to hunt monsters is actually a clever way for his father to protect the people. The Emperor confirms he will divide the knights among the royals, challenging them to lead the charge. Gordon and Xandra listen intently as the Emperor prepares to reveal the final, most crucial details of the reward. Johannes announces that the victor will be officially appointed as the Empire's ambassador extraordinary. Arnold's eyes go wide as he realizes the sheer political power that title carries. Back at his residence, Arnold admits that they've found themselves in a real nightmare of a situation. Finn tries to stay positive, but Arnold just sighs, clearly exhausted by the turn of events. Arnold explains that if Leonard becomes the ambassador, they have a chance, but their rivals gaining the title would be a disaster. Finn panics as she learns the knights were only informed yesterday, meaning the whole thing was kept a total secret. Seabass looks over a map, confirming that pure luck will play a huge role in who encounters the rarest monsters first. Finn questions why the festival is being held in the east of all places. Arnold points out that despite the massive monster damage, no knights have been sent to that region yet. Seabass explains the general rules of the hunt, while Arnold realizes the Emperor himself will be the one judging the winner. Finn suddenly brightens up, proudly announcing that she's come up with a brilliant strategy. She suggests that the easiest way to win would be to just let Arnold use his true strength and win the whole thing. Arnold and Seabass exchange a long, flat look at the absurdity of the suggestion. Arnold facepalms, reminding her that he has to maintain his useless reputation to stay under the radar. He explains that a sudden victory would be suspicious and would only divide their support, making things harder for Leonard. Finn quickly apologizes, realizing that her brilliant plan was actually a terrible idea. Seabass chuckles, noting that in moments like this, her expressive nature really does resemble Prince Leonard's. Arnold looks out the window, realizing that any attempt to cheat would only bring more suffering to the people in the East. Finn is relieved to hear that Arnold would never do something so heartless, apologizing again for her suggestion. Seabass gently tells Finn that Arnold actually likes her just the way she is. The comment sends Finn into a complete, blushing meltdown as she tries to hide her face. Arnold immediately tries to backpedal, though he doesn't outright deny it, which only makes things more awkward. Leonard enters the room with his new aide, Marie, and asks if he's interrupting anything important. Leonard admits that Arnold would be much better suited for the title, even if he's the one who has to officially take it. Leonard looks down, admitting that the thought of fighting against his own family for the throne is genuinely depressing. Leonard acknowledges the weight of the burden he carries, knowing that if he fails to win the succession, a bleak future awaits everyone who follows him. Arnold reflects on the ruthlessness of his elder siblings, Gordon, Xandra, and Eric, who have already proven they are willing to commit murder for the throne. Arnold worries that Leonard's idealism and emotional nature might be a fatal weakness in the cutthroat battle ahead. Determined to see his path through, Leonard officially asks Arnold, Finn, and Seabass to lend him their strength. Arnold gives a confident grin and readily agrees, joined by his companions in their pledge to support Leonard. The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland where a lone, caped figure stands before a massive, looming silhouette. Arnold, disguised as the legendary adventurer Silver, confronts a massive mutated monster that has been terrorizing the borderlands. A terrifying, three-headed Cerberus snarls at Silver, its presence alone marking it as a high-level AAA-class threat. The beast lets out a devastating roar as it attacks, but Silver remains unfazed by the creature's immense power. With a simple gesture, Silver unleashes a series of magical bursts that completely overwhelm and destroy the monster. Silver stands over the smoking remains, realizing the rumors of sudden surge and dangerous monsters are indeed true. He turns his head as he hears the sound of approaching horses, realizing someone has come to investigate the battle. A knight on horseback calls out to him from the ridge, demanding to know if he was the one responsible for the recent explosion. The knight is taken aback as she gets a closer look at the mysterious masked man standing amidst the destruction. The woman begins to introduce herself, her silver armor and flowing platinum hair marking her as a high-ranking official. She declares her prestigious title as the leader of the Empire's elite guard units. The formidable knight reveals her name as Elna von Amsberg, the commanding officer of the Imperial Guard's 3rd Unit. Arnold, hidden behind his silver mask, watches as Elna von Amsberg arrives on horseback. She mentions she's there because she heard a Cerberus appeared. She looks at him and asks if he's the one who defeated it. Arnold immediately recognizes her as an Amsberg, a name that makes surrounding countries shake with fear. That name comes from a hero 500 years ago who killed a demon king and turned down every title and reward offered to him. To keep him around, the emperor created the rank of Supreme Archduke just for his family, making them higher than even the princes. The woman standing in front of him now is the current heir to that legendary house, Elna von Amsberg. Arnold remembers her as his childhood tormentor. She used to call him a weakling and a crybaby during their brutal training sessions. He's sweating under the mask, but then he realizes he's in his silver persona. He doesn't have to be scared of her right now. He decides to get some petty revenge and tells her that for an archduke's daughter, her eyesight is surprisingly bad. Arnold panics internally, wondering if he just messed everything up by being too aggressive. Elna is silent for a moment before asking if he's the SS-class adventurer, Silver. She flashes a terrifying, angry smile and remarks that having a little bit of power has clearly given him a huge ego. Arnold realizes getting involved with her only brings bad news. He knows he needs to find a way to trick her and get out of there. He tries to play it cool, saying he doesn't care about titles and that the commoners just call him the protector of the capital. Elna takes this as a direct challenge to her family's honor. Elna asks if he's just obsessed with a nickname or if he really doesn't care about the Amsbergs at all. Silver clenches his fist. He decides that since a friendly relationship is impossible, he's just going to stay on the offensive. He laughs at her, saying it's small-minded that her family can't stand anyone else being praised. Elna is absolutely fuming. He adds that he only beat the monster because he accepted a request from the guild and calls her the insolent one. One of Elna's subordinates suggests they pull back since the guild is involved. She tells Silver he'd better remember this moment. She insists that the knights are the ones who protect the Empire, not some random adventurer. Silver just shrugs and says he'll probably forget. Elna glares at him one last time before turning to leave. The group of knights rides away, leaving Arnold alone in the wasteland. Arnold feels refreshed. He finally got to talk down to the person who spent years bullying him. Then he realizes he just made an enemy of the most powerful knight in the Empire for no actual reason. A few days later back at the palace, Seabass is busy getting things ready. Arnold waits by the door. Today is the day a new commander from the Imperial Guard is supposed to start working for him. Seabass mentions it'll likely be a high-rank commander to match the prince's own status. Arnold is terrified, praying it won't be Elna. He explains that she's a child prodigy who became a commander at 14. He admits her skills are incredible, but he just can't stand her as a person. He remembers her dragging him around as a kid and calls her a demon in human clothing. The door opens and Elna is standing there with a smile. She asks exactly who he was calling a demon. Arnold and Seabass are both completely frozen in shock. Arnold starts shouting for Seabass to call the guards, but Seabass just calmly welcomes her. She introduces herself formally as the commanding officer of the 3rd Regiment. She notes that even though it's been years, Arnold hasn't changed at all. She mocks his reputation as the insipid prince. Arnold tries to brush it off with a bit of sarcasm. They lock eyes in a silent standoff. Arnold knows her personality too well. She's a childhood friend he never wanted to see again. He asks why she's even here, and she reveals that she had to beg the Emperor to assign her to him. Arnold is horrified. He tells her he doesn't want the throne and that his siblings are already watching his every move. He's frustrated because he knows she thinks she's doing him a favor, but they definitely aren't on the same page. Having someone as famous as Elna by his side makes him look like a top candidate for the throne, which messes up all his plans to stay hidden. Elna just stares at him, unimpressed by his complaints. She yells at him, saying she won't let him keep acting like a loser. She told his father she was going to put him on the straight and narrow path. She decides they're starting training right now to see how his horseback riding is. Arnold can only let out a defeated sigh. He tries to fake a headache, but Seabass and Elna just call him out for lying. She grabs his arm and drags him off to the practice grounds. Arnold is practically begging for the nightmare to stop, but Elna isn't having any of it. She insists they're moving out right now. A little later, Arnold is slumped over on ground. He lets out a painful groan after the session. Back in his room, Arnold lies face down as Finn gently applies some medicine to his sore back. He complains that his back won't stop cracking because of the intense workout. Finn mentions that Elna said practice wouldn't even start until the afternoon today. Arnold is shocked, wondering if the concept of a day off even exists for that woman. Seabass chimes in, noting that Arnold usually skips out on subjects like horseback riding and swordsmanship, so he doesn't have much stamina. Finn is surprised, having assumed all adventurers were physically blessed. Arnold explains that he uses ancient magic to disguise his weaknesses and doesn't actually do anything to build real stamina. He's just naturally a weakling without his spells. Finn comments that if he doesn't use magic, he really is as weak as Elna says. Arnold just sighs, not even having the energy to argue with her. Seabass points out that this is actually a great opportunity for Prince Leonard. If Arnold keeps looking like a slacker, it makes Leo look even better by comparison. He explains that even if Arnold were to win, no one would believe he did it on his own because Elna is known as the strongest knight. Everyone would just assume she carried him. Arnold adds that it would look suspicious if he suddenly emerged victorious, but he's essentially been given the most powerful card in the game with Elna as his guard. Finn starts to understand the strategy. Arnold figures as long as he doesn't hold Elna back, their victory is basically guaranteed. Seabass chuckles, thinking about how the Emperor probably assumed Arnold would just be a burden to her. Finn asks why it wouldn't be better for Leo to just win in the first place. She thinks if Arnold became the ambassador, he could at least build some valuable connections for his brother. Seabass sees right through him, asking if the real reason is just because becoming an ambassador would be a huge hassle. Arnold flinches, clearly caught in a lie. Finn asks if he really needs to give absolutely everything to Leonard. Arnold is silent for a moment. She says she understands he wants to hand everything over for Leo's sake, but Seabass cuts in, calling the prince a simple slacker. Finn is confused by the sudden shift. Arnold admits he just can't help himself and wants his brother to have it all, including the throne and the key positions. Finn notes there's really no hiding anything from her. Seabass warns him that his deception isn't exactly praiseworthy and that he's eventually going to make Elna angry. Arnold claims he isn't deceiving her, she just misunderstood the situation. A pair of boots clicks on the floor. Seabass comments that it's nice to have a longtime friend who treats you with such sincerity. Arnold just thinks of her as a constant headache. Elna stands there with a sweet smile, asking Arnold what exactly he finds so burdensome. He's instantly on edge. She explains she brought some topical medicine for someone who claimed they were too sore to move. Finn politely introduces herself, and Elna recognizes her as the Blaumau. Arnold watches Elna's friendly demeanor, noting that the smile she shows Finn is completely different from the ones he gets. He's convinced it's all just pure information manipulation. Elna senses his attitude and asks if he was just mocking her behind her back. Arnold tries to play it off, but she's already grabbing him to leave. Elna tells him that if he's fine enough to talk, it's time for practice. Arnold screams as he's manhandled, but Elna just tells him to move his body to feel better. Arnold is dragged down the hallway, leaving Finn and Seabass watching from the room. He's clearly miserable. Later that night, the city skyline is dark. Arnold is back in his room, complaining about being sore from head to toe. He stands before a brick wall and places his hand on it, activating a glowing magical circle. A hidden passage begins to open with a loud creak. Arnold steps into the secret room and heads down a set of stone stairs. The door closes behind him with a final click. Inside, he finds himself in a massive library. A voice calls out, saying his continuous research into magic is always impressive. Arnold smiles at the compliment. He addresses the figure as great-grandfather. An image of an old man is glowing from the pages of a large, ancient book on the desk. This is Gustav Lakes Adler, the emperor from 2 generations ago. He comments that Arnold must be something special to stay holed up in here without getting bored. Gustav is the one who taught Arnold everything he knows about ancient magic. He mentions that no matter how much time passes, the mysteries of sorcery never really get solved. Arnold reminds him that he's known as the rebellious emperor. Gustav just laughs it off, saying his only real mistake was letting a demon steal his body. Arnold points out that Gustav is the reason he has to keep his use of ancient magic a secret. It's a taboo in the royal family because everyone thinks it leads to insanity. Gustav counters that if he weren't locked away like this, Arnold never would have learned it. He notes that the special silver mask must be helping him out quite a bit. Gustav grumbles about the lack of gratitude from the younger generation. He tells Arnold to just spit it out and say what he came here to discuss. Arnold looks serious, saying his younger brother has been dragged into the fight for the throne. Gustav just notes that exceptional people always get pulled in eventually. Arnold wonders if his brother's involvement was intentional. He remembers an old general who was assassinated early on, forcing everyone to make a choice. He suspects the real goal was to drag Leo into the fight, so they'd have an excuse to take him out. He asks Gustav what he would do if he were one of the other princes. Gustav simply says he'd assassinate the crown prince. Gustav points out that even though his father's investigation said the crown prince died on the battlefield, it's his brother's own fault for getting killed. Arnold hasn't even asked his main question yet. Arnold realizes that many people likely felt the same way. He suggests that someone very close to the emperor must have been involved in a conspiracy. Gustav agrees that battle history is full of such traces. Arnold concludes that if the old man is right, he should assume everything from now on is part of a larger plot. He's especially worried about the upcoming festival. He asks if there's a spell that can control monsters. Gustav is immediately excited by the topic, yelling that it's time to talk about real magic. Arnold looks a bit overwhelmed by the sudden energy. Arnold notes the unusual spike in monster activity across the Empire and voices his suspicion that someone is pulling the strings. He initially suspects the second Imperial Princess, Xandra Lakes Adler, but Gustav explains that no magic spell is capable of controlling such a vast range, though a specific tool could do the job. Gustav elaborates on an ancient magical tool that lures monsters by emitting a sound they find irresistible. Arnold is skeptical, wondering if such a powerful relic truly exists outside of legends. Gustav identifies the artifact as the Hamelin flute, a relic from a more magically advanced era. Arnold explains that the upcoming Knights Festival of the Hunt, where royals command knights to compete for the title of Ambassador Extraordinary, would be the perfect place for someone to use such a tool. Arnold worries that if an enemy has the flute, victory would be impossible, as they could summon monsters at will. Gustav agrees, noting that whoever holds the flute will likely win unless they make a grave error, while Arnold quietly resolves to ensure their victory. In the quiet of the library, Arnold and the old sage go over the throne candidates. It's a dangerous game, but none of the frontrunners would be stupid enough to risk the entire empire just to win. The sage suspects someone else is pulling the strings from the shadows, and Arnold has a feeling the old man is right on the money. Arnold lets out a heavy sigh. If he doesn't figure out who this mystery player is, the upcoming festival is going to be a disaster. The sage explains that stopping the Hamelin flute is nearly impossible, since it makes a sound that only monsters can hear. As Arnold gets ready to head out, the old man gives him one last warning to stay on high alert. But the trouble starts sooner than expected. Back at the palace, Arnold is suddenly cornered in a dark hallway. A cloaked assassin steps out, thinking he's caught the useless prince off guard. Arnold doesn't even look worried. The guy says he's just there to put him to sleep for a bit, but he clearly doesn't know who he's dealing with. A flash of magic later, and the tables are completely turned. The assassin is slammed into a cage of magical chains before he can even blink. Arnold calmly explains that he's always got a detection barrier up. Getting close to him is basically impossible. He gets right to the point and asks who sent the hit squad. Someone had to pull some serious strings to get an assassin into a guarded castle. The assassin tries to stay silent, but Arnold has already narrowed it down to the 3 main candidates for the throne. Just then, another threat tries to jump in, but a heavy footstep echoes down the corridor. It's Seabass. He reports that the other 3 members of the team have already been dealt with. The butler is disappointed that they underestimated his master, while Arnold prepares to crack the captive's resolve. Arnold casts a high-level fear spell, surrounding the assassin with terrifying ancient runes. The guy breaks instantly, screaming Princess Xandra's name in pure terror. Arnold realizes his sister is the one behind the hit. It's clear Xandra didn't hold back on the training for her agents, but there's still no match for Arnold's magic. Instead of killing him, Arnold decides to stash the assassin away. He could be a useful ace to play against Xandra later. A few days later, Arnold is traveling in a royal carriage, still trying to piece together the larger plot. Finn snaps him out of his thoughts, excited that they can finally see the city where the festival is being held. Arnold watches as they pull into the destination, ready to put his next plan into motion. The city of Kiel is bustling with energy as everyone prepares for the night's festival. Arnold watches the crowd from a distance, keeping the sage's warning in mind. Something is definitely happening behind the scenes. He waits on a bench until Finn finally shows up to meet him. She's wearing the magical glasses he gave her, which seem to be working perfectly as a disguise. He asks if she was recognized on the way, but she didn't have any trouble at all. The glasses carry a slight magic effect that makes a high-profile beauty like Finn look like just another average girl in the crowd. It won't fool a master mage, but it's more than enough for a casual stroll through town. Finn is thrilled. She's determined to enjoy the festival to the fullest now that she can walk around unnoticed. They head straight for the food stalls, and Finn is ready to conquer every single one of them. A little while later, she's already reached her limit and is clutching her stomach in defeat. Arnold hands her some water, amused that she actually tried to eat everything in sight. He suggests they take a break from the eating and just enjoy the sights for a while. As they're walking, they spot Arnold's brother, Prince Leonard, along with his attendant Marie. Leonard spots them and comes over to say hello, teasing them about being out on a date. Arnold tries to act casual, but Leonard and Marie seem pretty convinced they've walked in on a romantic moment. But Leonard isn't just here for fun. He explains that there's been a string of thievery reported in the city. He warns Finn to be extra careful, as the thieves are specifically targeting precious metals and jewelry. Finn instinctively touches her hair, making sure her precious bird ornament is still in place. Arnold suggests heading back early, but he suddenly feels a strange presence bypass his detection barrier. A small, white creature called a blet pops out from the shadows, and it looks like it's looking for its next target. Finn is absolutely smitten with the little white creature, but Arnold can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong. The creature is acting way too friendly, and Arnold realizes he's seen something like this before. It's too suspicious to be just a wild animal. Arnold racks his brain, trying to remember what these things are called, while Finn continues to play with it. It hits him. It's a blet, a small animal from the western part of the continent. They aren't supposed to be anywhere near the city. Suddenly, the bullet starts burrowing into Finn's clothes, tickling her as it scurries around. Finn panics as the creature starts jumping around under her dress, while Arnold realizes there's another one lurking nearby. It's absolute chaos. Marie and Finn are both struggling with the pests, and Arnold is left wondering how to help without getting his hands dirty. The little thieves finally make their getaway, leaving Finn and Marie completely exhausted from struggle. Finn realizes her precious hair ornament is gone. Arnold knows this wasn't just a random act. Someone has trained these creatures to steal. Prince Leonard and Marie head off to start a formal search, while Arnold decides to take a more direct approach. Finn is on the verge of tears, blaming herself for causing more trouble for Arnold. Arnold gently reassures her. He tells her not to worry and promises they'll find it before she knows it. He explains that while the animals are clever, they're still just animals. He's already figured out the trick they're using. He's not going to search for the blood itself. He's looking for whoever is calling it. Training animals like this takes a very specific setup. He points out that the crowd is too thick for a thief to risk being nearby. There has to be a safer way they're guiding the creatures. Arnold knows there's a trick to it, and he's already one step ahead of the thieves. He shows Finn a phonostone, an item often used to lure monsters by emitting specific sounds. The thieves must be using them like a trail of breadcrumbs. The male bullets are drawn toward the sound, carrying their stolen goods right back to a specific location. It's a clever setup, but not clever enough. Finn is fired up and ready to stop them, while Arnold tracks the sound through the city's narrow back alleys. The walls are closing in as they go deeper into the slums. Arnold tells her to stay close and keep moving. Finn spots another phonostone and rushes ahead, but she loses her footing on the uneven ground. Arnold catches her just in time. For a brief second, the two are flustered by how close they are in the cramped alleyway. They quickly regain their composure, while another bullet watches them from a distance. They eventually find a bullet that seems lost. Arnold promises the little creature they'll get its stolen treasure back soon. They've reached the end of the trail. The thieves' hideout is right in front of them. Arnold stares at the building with a sharp look in his eye. It's time to wrap this up. Arnold tightens his tie, ready to move in, but he knows exactly how to make this work in his favor. He calls out to Prince Leonard, who has just arrived with a squad of knights. He tells his brother that he's already located the base. Finn is a little annoyed that Arnold is giving all the credit to Leonard, even though he was the one who did all the hard work. Arnold explains his reasoning. If the knights thought the info came from him, they wouldn't take it seriously. But if Leonard leads the charge, his reputation will soar. Finn watches as the knights prepare to breach the hideout. She's starting to realize just how deep Arnold's strategy goes. The knights storm in, caught in a flurry of movement as they corner the thieves. "Nobody move," echoes through the hideout. The lead thief is shocked they found his base so quickly. He demands to know how they tracked them down. But Arnold and Finn just watch from the sidelines as the knights finish the job. The little bloods are safely back in their cages. Amidst all the stolen goods, Finn spots her hair ornament sitting on the table. It's a huge relief. Leonard returns the ornament to Finn, but he strictly warns her that she can't just take back stolen items. There's a process for this. Finn takes off her magical glasses, revealing her true identity to the stunned knights. Arnold just smiles, knowing what's coming next. Leonard introduces her as the Blau Mao, and the knights are immediately falling over themselves to apologize. Only those close to him know her true worth. Arnold steps in with a stern warning. If news got out that a gift from the Emperor was stolen under their watch, they'd be in serious trouble. The knights quickly agree to keep the whole incident a secret, grateful to avoid a massive scandal. Leonard and Arnold have them right where they want them. Later, Finn thanks Arnold for everything. He brushes it off as luck, but she knows he was the one who really saved the day. She tells him that even if the rest of the world doesn't see his good deeds, she always will. Arnold is left speechless as she expresses her unwavering support. Arnold is touched by Finn's sincerity as she promises to always remember the kindness he's shown her. With a light-hearted chuckle, Arnold tells her he'll be counting on that, and Finn beams with happiness as they continue their walk. As they stroll through the lively festival, Finn vows to one day write a book about everything Arnold has done. Arnold, however, would much prefer he stays out of the history books. The city is buzzing as the festival finally kicks into high gear. Arnold and Leonard are just chilling on a roof, watching the main event get started. Down in the streets, the commoners are having a blast thanks to the Emperor's idea of handing out cash beforehand. Elna shows up looking absolutely wiped, but Arnold just gives her a casual greeting. She's been busy dealing with festival chaos like pickpockets and brawls while the princes have been relaxing. Leonard explains that he's been out visiting villages hit by monsters to try and lift their spirits. Arnold isn't exactly impressed. He's way more interested in his grilled lizard on a stick. He's perfectly fine with everyone thinking he's a slacker, since it makes his hidden work a lot easier to pull off. He even made Leonard promise to keep quiet about who actually handled the recent thief incident. Since Elna isn't in on the secret, Arnold just offers her a bite of his food as a reward for her hard work. Before things can get too relaxed, Emperor Johannes takes the stage to address the massive crowd. Arnold and Finn are waiting behind the scenes, realizing they have to wait a bit longer before making their entrance. Suddenly, his little sister Krista appears, looking completely terrified and clutching her rabbit plushie. Arnold can tell right away that something's wrong and asks her what's on her mind. She's shaken up because she just saw a vision of the city being surrounded by monsters. See, Krista was born with a very rare and powerful form of innate magic. She has the power of precognition, seeing flashes of a future that hasn't happened yet. Arnold's always told her to keep it between them, so the other royals wouldn't try to use her for their own gain. He asks if she saw anyone specific die, but she tells him it was just the city itself in danger. He comforts her and tells her she's a good girl for coming to him first. Just then, Finn walks in with some snacks, totally oblivious to the heavy conversation. Arnold uses the chance to introduce her to Krista, hoping Finn can keep the kid distracted. Krista is immediately starstruck because Finn is known as the most beautiful lady in the Empire. Arnold leaves the two of them together, glad that his sister is in safe hands while he gets ready. He tells Krista not to be upset, explaining that they have to do this because of their royal duty. On his way out, he runs into Princess Xandra, who's always ready with an insult. She mocks him for playing nanny, but Arnold just hits back at her foul mood. That's when Prince Gordon steps in, and he's clearly looking to start some trouble. He tells Arnold to hand over his knight Elna, since a useless prince doesn't need someone so talented. Arnold just plays it off, saying he's too scared of their father to go against his orders and change knights. Gordon is visibly annoyed by the lack of backbone and promises to beat Arnold into submission. Leonard shows up to help Krista, promising that he'll come to her rescue if anything happens. That's all the little princess needed to hear to finally cheer up and feel better. With the festival starting, the brothers discuss their routes, and Arnold decides to head south. Leonard wants to go where the monsters are thickest, so he can prove his worth as a prince. Arnold suggests a plan where they take out a high-tier monster to scare the smaller ones away. He tells Leonard to keep up the pace and win, or Elna is going to be absolutely furious with him. While everyone else is hungry for glory, Arnold is just happy he can stay out of the spotlight. Back at the ceremony, the Emperor calls for the knights to swear their allegiance to his children. The atmosphere gets heavy as the royal family prepares to lead their forces into the hunt. Johannes raises a fist and lets out a roar that echoes across the entire stadium. And with that, the Knights' Festival of the Hunt is officially underway. Arnold knows there's a plot brewing in the shadows, but he couldn't care less right now. Elna asks if he's ready, and he's more than prepared. He gives her a confident look, confirming that of course he is. Meanwhile, Leonard is already on the move, leading his unit out with high spirits. Arnold's plan is simple, just outsmart everyone else. Elna doesn't hold back either, charging into battle with a war cry as she plunges her blade into a monster. The fighting is fast and brutal, but it's over before it really began. Arnold sits atop his horse, casually noting that they've cleared out the area. Elna checks their progress on a magic tool, 30 bloodhounds down. They were already crushing the midday rankings. But there's a catch to this festival. Every royal child is fitted with a magic bracelet that monitors their position. The knights assigned to them were 1-2. If they stray more than a kilometer apart, the bracelet breaks and they're disqualified. Arnold notices the knights look half dead from exhaustion and suggests they head to a nearby city to rest. Elna's confused by the sudden change in pace, but Arnold reminds her that he's the one in charge of the unit's orders. She reluctantly agrees to follow his lead, and they start making their way toward town. Night falls, and they find a local tavern to unwind after a long day of hunting. Elna realizes that this was exactly what the Emperor wanted, The festival is bringing life and coin back to the local towns. But as the drinks flow, the mood shifts. Elna slams the table, demanding to know where Arnold really stands in all this. Arnold's more upset about his spilled wine than the political interrogation. He's definitely not acting like a typical royal. He makes a comment about how much of a refined lady she's grown into, which just earns him an insult about being a spoiled brat. Things get a bit awkward when Elna notices where his eyes are wandering, and she quickly reminds him they're up higher. She gets flustered, claiming she's just a late bloomer and will be amazing before he even realizes it. Arnold makes a jab about her chances being low, which almost gets him a fist to the face. Elna is ready for some after-dinner exercise. After the chaos dies down, Elna sighs, realizing that Arnold really hasn't changed a bit over the years. Arnold just shrugs it off. He's perfectly content being known as the useless, insipid prince while Leonard takes the spotlight. But for Elna, seeing him act this way is just plain frustrating. She knows he's capable of so much more. She tells him straight up, it's his silence and lack of ambition that give the other nobles an excuse to mock him. Arnold leans back, curious about what she's actually hoping to achieve by pushing him so hard. Elna looks out the window, her voice serious as she tells him she thinks he should be the one gunning for the throne, not Leonard. Arnold's expression shifts. He recalls an assassination attempt from not too long ago that would have ended him if Seabass wasn't there. He knows his older siblings have become merciless. In their eyes, the only thing waiting for the loser of this succession war is death. That's exactly why he's pushing Leonard. If his brother doesn't become emperor, both of them are as good as dead. But there's another reason he stays distant. He knows the political sharks will eventually target Elna just to get to him. Elna apologizes for pushing, but Arnold just tells her to relax. He's going to do his best for the rest of the festival. By the time day 3 of the hunt rolls around, things have taken a weird turn. The group is riding through the plains, but there isn't a single monster in sight. Arnold figures the monsters have just sensed Elna's threatening aura and are staying as far away as possible. He knows Leonard and Gordon are right on their heels in the rankings, so the best-case scenario is still a win for Leo. Suddenly, a panicked soldier rushes over, begging Arnold to check the latest updates on the magic orb. Elna's jaw drops as she sees the results. Prince Carlos has somehow jumped into first place out of nowhere. It's impossible for someone with the skill to take down 2 AAA-class monsters that fast unless they're a legendary adventurer. Arnold realizes the truth instantly. Carlos is the one luring the monsters in to manufacture a win. He decides to drop the rankings game. Something much bigger is happening, and they need to move before time runs out. He remembers Krista's vision of the city being completely overrun by a monster horde. A curse slips under his breath as the gravity of the situation finally hits him. A massive rumbling shakes the ground beneath their horses, and Arnold looks back in horror as the vision starts to become a reality. The ground shakes with a terrifying rumble, and Arnold's unit is thrown into a panic. He realizes with a start that the threat he feared is actually happening. Elna looks back, her expression tightening with concern as she tries to make sense of the sudden chaos. Arnold explains that a massive herd of monsters is charging their way. It's not just a coincidence. He suspects Carlos is using some kind of flute to lead them. The monsters are headed straight for Kiel. If they reach the city, the local guards won't stand a chance, and the Imperial Knights are already spread too thin to help. The worst-case scenario isn't just a massacre, it's a full-on revolt. If the Emperor flees while the people are trampled, the resulting public fury could tear the Empire apart. Arnold clenches his fist in silent rage. Carlos's plan is beyond malicious. He's perfectly willing to let innocent people die just to secure his own victory. Arnold turns to Elna, his voice heavy with command as he asks if she can save Kiel. Elna doesn't hesitate, declaring that her duty is to protect both the people and the Emperor. The knights standing behind her echo her sentiment, swearing on their lives that they will defend the town until the bitter end. Arnold looks each of them in the eye. He demands they swear not just to fight, but to survive. He won't let a single one of them throw their lives away needlessly. Elna grips her sword, her resolve unwavering as she prepares to lead the charge into the oncoming storm. She drops to one knee, swearing on her blade and her name that she will fulfill Arnold's command. The other knights follow her lead, their voices rising in a solemn vow to return home alive. Arnold watches them with a faint, knowing smile. Their conviction is exactly what he needed to see. With a quick click, Arnold unfastens his magic bracelet and tosses it aside. Elna stares in shock, unable to believe what he's just done. Arnold plays it off as an accident, casually telling her he'll just go grab a drink in town while they handle the monsters. He knows he'd only be a hindrance on the battlefield. He tells Elna to make sure his father knows he's the one who broke it. He's disqualifying himself so she can move freely without him weighing her down. Arnold's voice rings out with authority as he gives his final order. Prioritize saving lives, even if it means the city falls. He tells them to save the Emperor, but more importantly, save every last person in Kiel. He knows Krista and Finn are still there and in danger. Elna reluctantly accepts the order, though she's clearly worried about leaving him behind without protection. Sebastian steps forward, assuring Elna that he will take full responsibility for the prince's safety. Elna is surprised to see the butler so calm, but she takes comfort in his presence. She knows Sebastian is more than capable. Arnold watches them go, his expression unreadable as he places the burden of the city's survival on their shoulders. Elna takes a deep breath, steeling herself for the fight ahead. She knows there's no turning back now. With a final, defiant shout, she raises her sword and spurs her horse toward Kiel, ready to tear through anyone who stands in her way. Arnold watches his unit disappear into the distance, a cold smirk finally touching his lips. The mask is about to come off. He calls Sebastian over, his voice sharp and focused. It's time for them to make their move. Arnold dons his silver mask, his entire aura shifting from a lazy prince to a calculated warrior. It's time to start operating behind the scenes. Meanwhile, in Kiel, the nightmare has begun. Monsters are already breaching the city walls, and the defenders are struggling to hold the line. Panicked civilians flee through the streets while the guards fight a losing battle against the winged creatures circling above. The city is on the brink of total collapse. A monster bird dives toward a little girl, its claws ready to strike. Emperor Johannes slices the beast down midair, telling the kid to run for cover. A knight frantically begs the emperor to leave the danger zone immediately. But Johannes isn't budging. He rallies his men to stand their ground and protect the town. Watching from a distance, two hooded figures find the emperor's heroics hilarious. Johannes isn't one to be watched. He glares in their direction, demanding to know who's there. They introduce themselves as Sam and Dean, sounding way too casual for the chaos around them. The emperor catches a glimpse of their fangs. They're vampires, and they aren't here for a friendly visit. They explain that they've moved past simple revenge. Now, they want the whole empire to suffer. Sam mocks him, saying they'll drain every drop of his blood before tossing his corpse in the capital. Johannes doesn't flinch, telling them the empire will stand strong even if he's killed. Mon. Dean admits the old man's got spirit, though it won't change his fate. The vampire charges up a sphere of dark energy, the air crackling around his hand. He tells the emperor to regret the day his family ever made enemies of their kind. He lets the blast fly, a beam of pure malice aimed straight for the emperor. Suddenly, Elna von Amsberg arrives and blocks the magic with a flash of her blade. The vampires are annoyed by the interruption and tell her to get out of the way. Elna ignores them and bows to Johannes, asking for his forgiveness for being late. Johannes is just glad to see her, noting how much she's matured as a knight. He realizes Arnold was the one who sent her and gives her a proud nod. Elna prepares her stance, ready to show them the true power of her house. Sam just laughs, remembering she's the one stuck babysitting the insipid prince. He mocks her, saying she only got this far because Arnold is too incompetent to notice she's gone. Dean warns his brother not to get cocky, since the Amsberg family is famous for being heroes. Magical energy starts swirling around Elna as she focuses her power. Furious at the insults, she warns them to prepare for the certain deaths they deserve. She lunges forward with incredible speed, her blade clashing with the vampire's power. Dean admits she's fast, but tells her she'll soon regret raising her sword against them. The city walls have become a war zone, with defenders struggling to hold the line. Johannes watches the struggle, realizing they're still outmatched, even with Elna's help. Suddenly, Prince Carlos rides in, announcing himself like he's the star of the show. He claims he's broken through the monsters to save everyone, calling himself the embodiment of a hero. In his head, he's already picturing the glory and the crown that will surely follow. That fantasy lasts about 2 seconds before a massive dark blast hits him square in the chest. Carlos and his horse are sent flying as the explosion rocks the battlefield. Sam can't stop giggling at the idiot prince while Elma glares, her patience wearing thin. Johannes is stunned by the reckless display. Far away, another group is on the move. Prince Leonard urges his knights to ride faster, desperate to reach Kiel as soon as humanly possible. A masked figure suddenly drops from the sky, landing right in the middle of the path. Leonard barely manages to stop his horse, staring at the mysterious intruder in shock. He asks if the man before him is the legendary SS-class adventurer, Silver. The masked man introduces himself with a polite bow to Prince Leonard. Leonard tries to be polite, but Silver doesn't have time for pleasantries. He's got business to attend to. The masked adventurer bluntly tells the prince that charging in a Kiel at this rate is basically a suicide mission. Leonard is taken aback, asking exactly why he'd say such a thing. Silver explains that against a literal horde of monsters, Leonard's small group is just a drop in the bucket. But Leonard is determined. Even if he can only save one life, he's going. Silver can see the knights behind the prince are touched by his resolve, but feelings alone won't kill monsters. He tells Leonard he needs a real army to stop a stampede. Leonard is desperate. He wants to save his family and his people, but he has no idea where he's supposed to find an army on such short notice. Silver clarifies that he's not saying they should give up. He just thinks they need to be smarter and gather more forces first. Leonard is confused. Is he supposed to call on the local lords? He knows the Imperial Knights won't just follow him blindly. Silver points out that there are plenty of knights in the eastern region nearby. Leonard worries that mobilizing them without proper orders would be a massive abuse of power and take too much time anyway. The adventurer says the how doesn't matter as much as the will. He warns Leonard that he might get a serious earful from the higher-ups once this is all over. Silver asks him straight up, how serious is he about saving everyone? Leonard doesn't hesitate. He doesn't care about his royal status or the consequences. He just wants to save them. He's ready for whatever Silver has planned. Impressed by the kid's guts, Silver explains the plan. He's going to use high-level transfer magic to open portals right near the action. The plan is for Leonard to give a speech through these magical gates, acting as a guide for the knights who are currently in the dark about the situation. Silver knows this is a huge gamble. If it fails, he's wasted his mana and their time. But if it works, Leonard becomes the hero who saved the city. Leonard smiles, thinking about his brother Arnold. He's sure the insipid prince would tell him to go for it. Silver scoffs at the idea of Arnold being that decisive, but Leonard stands by his brother's judgment. The adventurer tells him to prove it then. He clasps his hands together, and the air starts to hum with power. A massive, glowing magic circle erupts from the ground, looking like a gateway to another world. Without a second thought, Leonard spurs his horse forward and vanishes into the light. They land on a hill overlooking the chaos. The scale of the magic is incredible. Silver spreads his arms, declaring that the real show is about to begin. He's opened 7 portals near the surrounding villages and cast a spell to make Leonard's voice boom across the region. Leonard takes a deep breath and starts his plea, addressing every knight who can hear him. He introduces himself as the 8th prince and lays out the grim reality. Kiel is about to be overrun by a monster stampede. He tells the knights not to wait for their lords to make a decision. He asks them to follow their own hearts and join him, promising to take all the responsibility for their actions. Near a distant castle, the magical portal pulses, waiting for anyone brave enough to step through. Silver watches intently, wondering if his gamble is actually going to pay off while Leonard waits in tense silence. Suddenly, a knight named Hans pops out of the portal, looking completely dazed that the teleportation actually worked. He's a knight from Hessen, and he's ecstatic. He tells Leonard he's been wanting to fight under his command ever since the prince visited his village. Then come the big guns. Lord Foka of Ulm arrives with 500 knights in tow. Leonard can barely believe his eyes. Foka just shrugs it off, saying he's got the heart and courage to fight if the prince will have him. Silver watches the numbers swell, the morale of this motley crew skyrocketing. He estimates they'll reach 3,000 men soon. Leonard is overflowing with gratitude, but Silver brushes it off. He says he just did what any adventurer would do and tells the prince to save the thing for after the city is safe. Leonard gives a firm nod, more determined than ever to get the job done. With that, Silver bids him farewell and vanishes in a swirl of magical energy, heading off to his next task. Back at the Lord of Keel's manor, the situation is getting ugly as desperate refugees try to force their way inside. A guard draws his sword on the crowd, but a voice cuts through the tension. It's Lady Finn. She steps forward with total authority, introducing herself and using her other title, Blaumau, to get their attention. The crowd is stunned. They recognize her as the woman the Emperor treats like his own daughter. A man named Guido tries to push through, but Finn isn't letting the chaos escalate. She takes charge immediately, ordering the guards to prioritize the weak and the sick. She even recruits the healthy men in the crowd to help guard the manor, turning a potential riot into an organized defense. Finn addresses the restless crowd at the gate. She explains that a monster stampede is a lethal force, but if they follow her instructions, they might just buy enough time to survive. Lord Guido, the son of Duke Holsworth, is relieved to be let in, but Finn isn't going to let him off easy. She glares at him, saying he should be utterly ashamed of himself for running away. Guido is furious, his face contorting as he demands to know who she thinks she is to insult a noble of his stand-in. Finn doesn't flinch. She informs him that the current orders come directly from Princess Krista, who is left in charge of the residence while the Lord of Keel is away. She tells the fuming lord that he can complain to the Emperor later if he wants, but it's obvious who's really in the wrong here. Guido storms off, swearing he won't forget this slight. High above the city, the clock tower looms in the fading light. Inside, a little girl with silver hair and a rabbit plushie is frantically running up the stone steps. This is Princess Krista Lakes Adler, a small girl with silver-white waves and gray-blue eyes. She's clutching her rabbit plushie in a mess of tears and panic as she tells Finn that they absolutely have to get the flute. Krista is nearly hysterical, explaining that the flute is attracting a massive wave of monsters to the city. She desperately remembers being told to stay safe and take care of others, and she can't let them down. Seeing the child's distress, Finn pulls her into a comforting hug. She promises to retrieve the flute and asks Krista exactly where it is. Krista is terrified that Finn might die if she goes, but the older girl just gives her a reassuring smile. She says she's lucky and is certain that Prince Arnold will come to save her if things go wrong. Finn gently asks for the location one more time so she can put an end to this nightmare. Krista says she saw it fall from the clock tower. With a determined look, Finn heads off to find it, leaving the panting princess behind. Finn is exhausted as she nears the top, her heart racing. She thinks back to a conversation she overheard where Arnold spoke about the impending monster threat. She knows she isn't a warrior like Lady Elna, but she's determined to contribute however she can. She reaches the door leading out to the tower's summit. On the narrow stone ledge, Elna von Amsberg is locked in a high-stakes duel with a menacing vampire noble. They clash as the city sits vulnerable far below. This is Reiner, an arrogant vampire with silver-white hair and glowing yellow eyes. He's annoyed that Elna won't just stay out of his way so he can finish his dark work. The vampire prepares to use the magic flute to draw even more monsters into the city. Elna lunges forward, shouting that she won't let him succeed. Reiner is caught off guard by her fierce speed, cursing as he tries to maintain his footing on the precarious ledge. His expression turns even more sinister as he mentions a pact with a co-conspirator. His plan is to destroy the flute once it's served its purpose. Just as he moves to act, Finn's hand darts out from a window and snatches the flute away. She sighs with relief, having successfully retrieved the dangerous artifact. Reiner is livid, screaming at her to return his property. Behind her, Elna notices the wall is about to give way and screams for Finn to get out of there. The side of the tower explodes outward in a cloud of debris. Finn is knocked off her feet and begins a terrifying fall through the open air. Even as the ground rushes up to meet her, Finn holds onto the flute with everything she's got. She looks surprisingly calm, as if she's made peace with the situation. Reiner isn't about to let her go that easily. He gathers a mass of dark magical energy in his hand, intending to strike her down mid-fall. Finn closes her eyes and thinks of Arnold, feeling a sense of fulfillment that she could finally do something to help him. A blinding flash of light erupts as a powerful magic circle appears, intercepting Reiner's lethal blast with ease. Finn is stunned to find herself safely caught, looking up in wonder as her fall is broken. Reiner is absolutely baffled that his magic was blocked so easily. He glares at the intruder, demanding to know their identity. A man in a dark cloak and a silver mask stands tall, holding the falling Finn protectively. He identifies himself as the SS-class adventurer, Silver, and tells the vampire he's here to take him down. Silver stands on the rooftop with Finn in his arms, revealing himself as an SS-class adventurer. The female vampire is completely caught off guard, while Finn just looks relieved to be safe. Realizing they're outmatched, the female vampire tries to make a break for it. Elna isn't about to let her prey escape that easily and shouts for her to stay put. Elna blocks the path, ready for a fight. Behind her, Finn apologizes to Silver for acting on her own, knowing she put herself in a tight spot. Silver gives Finn a gentle pat on the head, telling her she did a great job. He tells her he'll handle everything from here, leaving her blushing as he takes charge. Silver directs Finn to head back to the safety of the manor. As she walks away, she can't take her eyes off the mysterious adventurer who just saved her life. Finn wishes him luck before she goes, and Silver gives her a confident nod. He's got this under control. Sam, the male vampire, is visibly annoyed. He can't believe another powerful fighter has shown up to mess with his brother's plans. Silver mocks the duo, asking if they weren't worried about an SS-class adventurer tracking them down. The female vampire snaps back, claiming they were just waiting for the right moment to strike. The masked adventurer points out that their window of opportunity is slammed shut now that he's been summoned. Sam isn't intimidated, believing that if they can just take down Silver and the hero, victory is still theirs. The vampires claim they haven't even shown their true power yet. Elna just smiles, more than happy to see what they've actually got. Elna swears to wipe them out, but Silver immediately interrupts her. He insists that he's the one who's going to finish this. The two starts bickering over who gets the kill. Silver jabs at her, suggesting she's lost her edge if she thinks she can steal his prey. Elna refuses to back down, citing her direct orders from the Emperor. Silver doesn't seem impressed, noting that the Emperor looks pretty vulnerable from where he's standing. Sam finds the whole thing hilarious. He laughs at how both a hero and a top-tier adventurer are dropping their guard to argue with each other. The vampire tries to goad them, pointing out that the Emperor might get killed while they're wasting time. Silver's response is cold. He says he couldn't care less about the royal family's fate. Silver explains that his job is to protect the people, not the upper class. He has zero interest in helping nobles who can't even fulfill their own duties. Sam is confused by this guy's logic. He doesn't understand what Silver means by refusing to take the nobles' work from them. Elna suggests they just split the targets and get it over with. Sam shouts for them to stay out of the way, frustrated by their casual attitude. Silver agrees to the deal, his eyes glowing through his mask as he begins to gather mana. He's ready to show them why he's at the top of the adventure ranks. Sam tells them to bring it on, confident that their vampire strength will be enough to hold out. Silver just charges up a dark orb, ready for impact. The battle kicks off with explosions rocking the area. Finn stops for a moment as she runs, her thoughts turning to Arnold back at the manor. Silver lunges forward with a shout, his speed leaving streaks of light behind him. He's not holding anything back. The masked adventurer gets right in Sam's face, clashing with him in close quarters. The vampire is furious at being confronted by a lowly human. Sam thinks he's found an opening as Silver closes in, but he's mistaken. Silver is already preparing his next move. Silver lands a massive blow, sending Sam reeling. The vampire can't believe how much faster the human is compared to before. Elna is confused by the fight, yelling at Silver for not being more effective. She doesn't think the vampire should be this hard to take down. Silver takes a hit and ends up on the ground, seemingly frustrated. He mutters about how being an adventurer is starting to feel like a total chore. Seeing Silver on the ground, Sam starts laughing. He mocks them for being so afraid of a mortal who can't even hold his own. Silver stands back up, his voice dropping to a low growl. He's done playing around, and his anger is finally hitting its limit. Sam is suddenly on edge as the atmosphere shifts. He doesn't understand why his attacks are no longer working on the man in the silver mask. A knight's severed arm is miraculously restored as a healing light washes over the battlefield. The soldiers are stunned by the sudden recovery. Sam realizes that while they were fighting, Silver was actually setting up a massive healing barrier for the troops. The vampire is speechless at the sheer amount of mana required for such a stunt. A huge magic circle expands across the entire city, signaling the completion of Silver's plan. The whole area is glowing with his power. Suddenly, black chains burst from the ground, binding both Sam and the female vampire. They're caught completely off guard by the sudden trap. The vampires struggle to break free, but Silver tells them it's useless. He asks if they're finally ready for what's coming. The image of Arnold's face appears behind the mask as he declares it's time for their punishment. The lazy prince persona is completely gone. The ancient magic curse chain barrier is now fully active. These chains don't just bind, they actively curse and weaken anyone caught in them. Silver explains that while vampires are physically strong, their true power is magical. By sealing their mana with these chains, he's effectively turned them into weaklings. More chains lash out, this time targeting Elna as she's running. She's annoyed, wondering why the hell she's getting caught up in his magic too. Silver jokingly explains that the chains only target those who see him as an enemy. He tells Elna that the fact she's bound means she secretly has a grudge against him. Elna is fuming, insisting she was only worried about him getting himself killed. Silver just laughs it off, saying her way of worrying is pretty rough on the people around her. Chibi Arnold in the corner seems to be having the time of his life. Elna is left shouting in rage as Silver continues to tease her. The battle might be won, but the bickering between these two is far from over. Silver mocks them, saying vampires are nothing once their magic is sealed. Sam vows to break free and kill them all. Silver charges a dark orb, telling them their time is up and asking for last words. Desperate, the vampires offer rewards for their release. Silver isn't interested in a bribe. Sam asks why he's doing this. Silver explains he's not here for a guild request, just fulfilling his responsibility as an adventurer. The female vampire screams they aren't monsters, but Silver doesn't care. He says the guild labeled them as monsters, and their actions prove it. Silver asks if they have anything else to say while they struggle in his chains. Elna draws her blade, threatening to kill them if they don't talk. The vampires refuse to yield to humans. Silver says he's ready. Elna realizes he's planning something massive and warns him not to blow up the city. Elna declares she's a von Amsberg, and her duty is to wipe out the Empire's enemies. She reaches up, calling for the legendary Sword of the Stars to appear. A massive pillar of light shoots into the sky. Narrative explains this blade defeated the Demon King 5 centuries ago. The blinding light catches the vampires off guard as Elna prepares her strike. It's a sword made from a meteor that can cut through existence. Silver is impressed by the power. Elna claims the prey as hers. Silver sighs and lets her have that one, though they're still bickering. Silver starts his own move, calling himself the Usurper and drawing power from the underworld. He unleashes infinity darkness, a void that starts swallowing the area. Silver tells the monsters he's sending them to oblivion and warns everyone to run. Up on the walls, the Emperor and his men see the massive light from the combined attack. Johannes orders everyone to pull back to the castle walls. Leonard watches, stunned. Silver and Elna tell the vampires to repent as their attacks collide. The vampires scream in terror. A huge explosion wipes out the monster horde outside the city. The blast is so intense, it clears the entire battlefield in seconds. A massive shockwave and light cover the plains where the monsters were. Johannes and Leonard look out at the now empty battlefield. Every monster has been purged. Silver and Elna land as the light fades away. Johannes breathes a sigh of relief. Silver thinks they might have overdone it with that blast. Silver formally takes his leave, asking the Emperor not to blame the guild for his personal choices. Johannes thanks him for the help. As Silver walks off, Elna has a lot to say, but decides to keep it to herself for once. She thanks him for saving Finn, her childhood friend. Silver apologizes for mocking the insipid prince earlier, but adds that the guy must have a hard life with a friend like her. Elna is left shouting in rage as Silver disappears into thin air. At a local inn, the stable hand notices a royal-looking horse. People inside wonder if a member of the royal family is actually staying there. Arnold is back in his room, unmasked and exhausted. Sebastian has tea ready and praises his work. Arnold admits he used way too much mana. Sebastian tells him to rest while he handles the rest. Arnold's eyes are closing. He's totally beat and ready for sleep. Sebastian watches him sleep, noting he was magnificent. 3 days later, a carriage rattles through the streets of Kiel. Arnold is half awake in the carriage. Sebastian says they'll be mocked for being late, but Arnold doesn't mind. They arrive at the manor, and Princess Krista runs out to greet her big brother. Krista hugs Arnold tight, admitting she was terrified while he was away. He's just relieved she's okay. Arnold greets the rest of the household, glad to see everyone survive the crisis. He praises Master Silver for helping out, calling him a good guy, even if nobody knows who he really is. One of the girls isn't convinced, asking what could possibly make that masked man seem like a decent person. Arnold points out that Silver saved the Empire, and getting Princess Krista to agree with him only makes the others more annoyed. A quiet smile from one of the attendants shows she's just happy to have the prince back home. The mood turns cold when Eric appears, demanding to know why Arnold is so late returning. Arnold offers a sarcastic apology, but Eric knows his brother doesn't feel a shred of remorse. Eric scolds him for his attitude, but Arnold maintains his carefree mask, insisting he isn't trying to cause any drama. Eric commends him for sending Elna ahead, but warns him to stay in line. Arnold notes that Eric is already talking like he's the emperor. Eric doubles down, declaring that neither Gordon, Xandra, nor anyone else can stop him from taking the throne. He gives Arnold a final warning not to get cocky, and Arnold casually promises to keep that in mind. Krista is still shaken up by the vision she had earlier. Arnold pats her on the head, telling her she's safe now and nothing bad is going to happen to her. Once Krista and the fluffy Blet head off, Arnold pulls Leonard aside. He's got something important to discuss before they meet with their father. Inside the palace, Emperor Johannes gathers the family for a heavy update. Apparently, Prince Carlos has finally woken up and started talking. It turns out Carlos was working with those vampires all along. He used a magic flute to lure monsters just to look like a hero during the festival. Hearing the news, Prince Eric slams his fist down in a rage. He can't believe how incredibly stupid their brother was to pull a stunt like that. To Eric, it's unforgivable. Carlos didn't just mess with the festival. He put the entire empire in danger just for his own ego. Princess Xandra and Gordon drop to their knees, begging the emperor for mercy. Even if he's a fool, he's still their little brother. Then there's Leonard. Johannes acknowledges his success in the festival and asks for his honest take on the situation. Leonard doesn't hold back, shouting that such an atrocity can't be forgiven. He actually suggests that Carlos should be beheaded for his crimes. The entire room goes silent with shock. Nobody expected the soft-spoken prince to drop a death sentence on his own blood. Even Johannes looks a bit taken aback, asking Leonard if he really remembers that he's talking about his own brother. Leonard doubles down, arguing that Carlos is a traitor before he's a brother. If they spare him, it'll send a terrible message to the people and the soldiers who bled. He insists they need to take his head to reassure the lands that justice is fair for everyone. Behind him, Arnold is hiding a little smirk. This was all part of Arnold's plan. He whispered to Leonard earlier that by taking the hardline stance, he actually gives the emperor a chance to be merciful without looking weak. Johannes shoots a suspicious look at Arnold, wondering if he's the one who coached his brother. Arnold just plays it cool, pretending he has no idea what he's talking about. In the end, the emperor decides to respect the other's wishes and spare Carlos's life. Leonard looks genuinely surprised it worked. With that settled, Johannes officially declares Leonard the winner of the festival. Leonard bows deeply as he accepts the honor. Since the other princes were disqualified, Leonard's popularity in the East and his leadership during the crisis made him the obvious choice. Johannes tells Gordon to suck it up and accept the result. Gordon isn't happy about it, but you don't exactly argue with the emperor. Suddenly, Elna von Amsberg steps forward with a request of her own. She wants the emperor to reverse Arnold's disqualification from the hunt. She argues that Arnold breaking his bracelet was a heroic sacrifice to save the city, and it shouldn't be held against him. Johannes turns to Arnold to confirm, and he admits he did on purpose. But the emperor says rules are rules, the disqualification stays. Arnold is secretly relieved, since he'd much rather keep his reputation as the useless prince than actually win something. But Johannes has a different idea. He says since Arnold's mistake saved the day, he's going to reward him for it. Arnold gets a very bad feeling about this. The emperor announces he's appointing Arnold as the official aide to the new ambassador, Leonard. Arnold's jaw practically hits the floor. He tries to stutter out an excuse about having zero talent, but Johannes just tells him he can leave all the actual work to Leonard. Arnold is panicking inside. He thought he was being clever, but he never imagined he'd end up tied to Leonard's official duties. As they're dismissed, Eric and Xandra look on with smug expressions. They're clearly enjoying seeing Arnold get dragged into the political spotlight. Elna thinks it's great that Arnold finally has a job, but he's so depressed he tells her he doesn't even want her near him right now. He realizes his sarcastic attitude probably backfired and annoyed his father into giving him this promotion. Elma just watches him mope, totally confused. Later, Arnold visits Finn for some tea to clear his head. He takes a sip and notices it's a lot more bitter and aromatic than the usual stuff. Finn explains that she learned a unique steeping method from her mother using special leaves she got from someone at the manor. She can tell Arnold is completely drained, so she made this tea specifically to help him recover. Arnold tries to play it off like he's fine. She insists he drink the whole thing. Arnold thanks her for the help, but Finn says she's the one who owes him everything. She's still incredibly grateful to him for saving her life during the monster attack, even if she feels bad about causing him trouble. Arnold tells her to stop it. If she hadn't been there to get the flute, things would have been way worse for the whole city. Finn admits she really thought she was going to die back there. She begs him not to pull any more dangerous stunts like that in the future. She gives him a warm smile, admitting she's just happy it was him who showed up to save her. Arnold actually looks a little embarrassed. He tries to choke down the rest of the tea, but the bitterness is really kicking his butt. Finn playfully tells him he needs at least 2 more cups. As she watches him drink, Finn thinks about how Arnold hasn't changed a bit since the very first day they met. She remembers being a nervous little girl, terrified of meeting the Emperor. It was Arnold who stepped in and cheered her up back then. Ever since that day, she's always looked up to him, no matter what kind of mask he tries to wear. Finn watches Arnold sleep, thinking about how he's still the same kind person she met all those years ago. She admits that back then his kindness made her want to become someone who could support him. She leans in close, wondering if he even remembers the promise she made to herself. Even if she ends up being a burden, she still wants to be by his side. She keeps staring at his sleeping face, her heart racing as she gets closer and closer. She knows she might be bothering him, but she can't help it. Arnold's out cold, snoring softly while Finn prepares a blanket. She's got a mischievous little smile as she covers him up, happy to take care of him for once. She whispers to him that he probably won't remember this, but she doesn't care. Seeing him this peaceful is enough for her. She's so close now that she can feel his breath, her face turning bright red. It's a quiet, intimate moment that she never wants to end. Suddenly, her brain catches up to what she's doing, and she freezes. The reality of the situation hits her like a ton of bricks. Finn panics, her face practically glowing from the embarrassment. She can't believe she almost did something so bold while he was sleeping. She starts chugging water like her life depends on it, trying to cool down her burning cheeks. She's a total mess, and Arnold's still just dreaming away. She slumps back in her seat, letting out a long sigh as she tries to compose herself. One glance at him is enough to make her heart skip another beat. While the romance is heating up elsewhere, Princess Xandra is enjoying a quiet drink in her room. She's interrupted by a report that the time has finally come to move. She gets news that the madam has made contact and everything is falling into place. Xandra's eyes sharpen as she hears the details. She doesn't care about getting support from other countries. Her only goal is total control over the imperial capital. Influence is the only currency she respects. She laughs, knowing she's finally secured the support she needs to become a minister. It's taken years, but she's ready to snatch the power Eric has been hoarding. She asks about the assassins she sent after Arnold, only to find out they've all been wiped out. Her expression turns dark as she realizes someone's protecting him. It turns out Arnold's steward, Sebastian, is actually the Grim Reaper, a legendary assassin everyone thought was long gone. Xandra realizes she's been underestimating the old man. She's baffled that such a powerhouse would waste his time serving a useless prince, but she's certain she'll eventually take everything for herself. Xandra stands tall, declaring that she will be the one to ascend the throne. To her, everyone else is just an obstacle to be cleared away. She's going to make everything go her way, and she doesn't care whose heads have to roll to make it happen. Her ambition is as cold as it is terrifying. A flush creeps across her face as she thinks about her upcoming victory. She simply cannot wait to stand above all her detestable rivals. Later, Arnold and Leonard head deeper into the palace to visit their mother. They come to give her a proper greeting and catch up. Their mother, Mitsuba, welcomes them with a warm smile. She's just finished baking some sweets and insists they help themselves. She teases Arnold about how long it's been since his last visit. She wonders if he's been having too much fun or if he's finally found a lover. Mitsuba was once a legendary dancer from the Far East, and it said the Emperor fell for her beauty instantly. You can tell where the twins got their good looks. Arnold gives a bland response, which just makes his mother sigh. She'd much rather hear an interesting story about what he's been up to. Leonard takes over, reporting that he's been appointed as ambassador and Arnold will be his aide. They're likely going to be leaving the kingdom soon. Arnold's busy eating, but he's still thinking about the internal palace politics. He knows his mother is right in the crosshairs of the battle for influence. Leonard asks if she's concerned about any of this, but Mitsuba just laughs it off. She tells them they're 18 now, and she won't tell them what to do. She has total faith in the Emperor's decision, believing both her sons are more than capable of handling the task. Her confidence is unwavering. Leonard promises to do his best, but Arnold just says he'll do things as he pleases. He gets a knock on the head from his brother for being so casual. Mitsuba mentions that Elna came by to apologize for what happened to Arnold. She asks him what he thinks she meant by that. Arnold grumbles that Elna's meddling is exactly why he got stuck with this nightmare of a job. His little sister, Krista, just pokes him and calls him a slacker. The room is full of laughter as they tease Arnold. Even his mother seems to be enjoying seeing him squirm a bit. Then Mitsuba drops a bombshell. She asks which one of them is going to take Finn as a consort. The suggestion comes out of nowhere. Arnold spits out his tea in shock, and even Leonard is caught off guard. They try to explain that they don't see Finn in that light at all. Arnold's certain Leonard is the one in the lead, but his brother just looks betrayed by the sudden accusation. The sibling rivalry is real. Krista chimes in, saying that Finn and Arnold actually make a wonderful match. Arnold's face tells you everything you need to know about that ambush. He insists there's nothing going on between them, and she's just a friend. But his mother points out that Finn is still the most beautiful girl in the Empire. Krista thinks her mother is the prettiest, which gets her a big hug. Mitsuba happily agrees, telling her she thinks Krista is the prettiest too. Arnold just smirks at the wholesome scene. It's a rare moment of peace for the family before things get messy again. Leonard tries to get them to stay a bit longer, but Arnold says they've been there long enough and have other plans. He's already headed for the door. Mitsuba tells them to take care of themselves, noting that Arnold always pushes himself too hard. He just gives her a warm smile and says goodbye. Arnold maintains his lazy persona until the very end, claiming he's never pushed himself a day in his life. Mitsuba just smiles knowingly, giving him her blessing to do his best in his own way. As he steps away from the peaceful garden and out of his family's sight, Arnold takes a deep, steadying breath. The carefree mask begins to fall away, replaced by something much sharper. His eyes lose their dullness, sparking with a cold and calculating intensity. The insipid prince is gone, and a dangerous strategist has taken his place. He immediately turns to Sebastian with a series of cold commands. He wants his steward to dig up every bit of leverage they have on the neutral nobles before they leave the Empire. Arnold looks back one last time at the memory of his mother and siblings laughing together. This peace is exactly what he's fighting for, and he won't allow himself a moment's rest until it's secured. With a determined smirk, Arnold sets off into the shadows of the capital. The real game for the throne has begun, and he's ready to do the dirty work necessary to win. Look at the capital. Everything looks peaceful from up here, but there's a lot of mess happening behind those walls. Arnold pulls up to a minor noble's estate. He's here to do some persuading for the cause. He meets Count Bales, the Vice Minister of Engineering. The guy already looks like he's on edge. Arnold doesn't waste time and brings up some juicy rumors he's been hearing lately. He mentions how the Count's wife has been living like royalty every single night. That's a lot of expensive outings. Bales tries to play it off as a simple hobby, but Arnold points out it's weird how all that money suddenly appeared. He knows the Count has been venting to his friends about how much his wife is blowing through. The frustration is obvious. Then Arnold leans in for the kill. He's heard another rumor that's much more serious. He asks Bales straight up if he's embezzling funds from the Empire to pay for his wife's lifestyle. The Count panics, swearing he's a professional who would never do something so unprofessional. Arnold warns him that if his father, the Emperor, catches wind of this, it's going to be a grave issue. Bales begs for help, but Arnold just points out that his salary shouldn't be able to cover his wife's antics. The guy finally cracks and admits he's broke and buried in debt to every merchant in town. Right on cue, Bettina Bales bursts in, already complaining that her allowance for the month is too small. Bales tells her to leave immediately, but she doesn't care about their important conversation. Arnold introduces himself as the third prince. He's just watching the disaster unfold. She mocks him immediately, calling him the insipid prince, who's a total disappointment to the family. Bales is literally shaking as he tries to order her to leave, but she just stares him down like he's nothing. He finally finds his backbone and yells at her to get out of the room this instant. She leaves in a huff. Arnold just sits there, noting how incredibly abrasive she is. Bales explains he spoiled her because she was pretty, and now she thinks she's a member of the royal family. Arnold doesn't offer much sympathy. He tells the guy it's his own fault for letting her become so arrogant. The problem is Bales can't even get a divorce because the Emperor originally gave the marriage his blessing. Arnold admits he's here because Bales is actually good at his job, and his wife is his only real weakness. He offers a deal: support Leonard's bid for the throne, and they'll handle the divorce and the imperial backlash. He tells the Count to write the letter now. Bettina's tears aren't going to help her after all she's done. Arnold knows Leonard is too soft-hearted, so he needs the Count to officially ask for mediation first. As Bale starts writing, Arnold reflects on the fact that he really needs to pick a better wife for himself. He has a quick vision of Finn and Elna as potential brides and immediately regrets the thought. Yet just thinking about those two as a wife is giving him a massive headache. He finishes looking over the Count's letter. It's so harsh, it almost reads like a curse. Bales is all in now, pledging his wholehearted devotion to both Arnold and Leonard. Arnold takes the letter and tells the guy to wait a few days for the results of their cooperation. He heads back to the carriage, another important piece of the political puzzle falling into place. Bettina watches him leave from the window, still looking as arrogant as ever. She has no idea what's coming. Later, Arnold hands the letter to Leonard and explains the whole situation with a smirk. Everything goes exactly to plan. The Emperor orders the divorce, and Leonard's influence in the court grows. Back in the study, Finn asks if Arnold is really sure that destroying a marriage was the right thing to do. She admits the Count brought it on himself, but as a woman, she finds the whole thing hard to accept. Arnold explains the political reality. Bettina was actually a link to Princess Xandra's side of the family. He keeps writing, explaining that while the bond isn't deep, he's not taking any chances with Xandra's influence. Finn remembers where the siblings' support lies: Prince Eric in civil service, Prince Gordon in the military, and Xandra with the mages. Finn is ecstatic that she correctly identified Prince Gordon as having the weakest support base in the capital, since most of his military backers are stationed at the borders. She thinks it's a piece of cake now, but Arnold reminds her that not every military officer is out in the field. Some are right here in the palace. The correct answer is actually Princess Xandra. Finn is crushed, wondering how the powerful princess could possibly be considered the weakest link. Arnold decides to break it down using a plate of cookies, much to Finn's horror as he snaps one of her favorites in half. He explains that while civil and military officials are tied directly to the capital's infrastructure, mages like Xandra don't have those same deep-rooted connections to the day-to-day operations of the Empire. Because she lacks those local connections, she doesn't have enough voices near the Emperor to whisper her desires into his ear. That's why she's been desperately trying to maneuver her own supporters into ministerial positions to gain a foothold. Using the cookie crumbs, Arnold shows how she'd try to replace a sitting minister with one of her own puppets. Finn finally connects the dots. To get her own person in, Xandra first has to kick the current person out. She realizes that the current Vice Minister of Engineering, Count Bales, is the one being targeted. It turns out Xandra was using Bettina to control her own family and further her own agenda. She even ordered Bettina to start an affair with the current Minister of Engineering to create a scandal. Arnold explains the Emperor likely set up the minister's marriage himself, which makes any infidelity a direct insult to the throne. Xandra's plan was to let the affair go public, ruin the minister's reputation, and then slide her own supporter into the vacant seat. Finn is stunned by the amount of long-term effort Xandra put into this single move. Arnold just laughs, noting that despite years of planning, Xandra completely blew it at the very last step. He's proud of the fact that he snatched her plan away and used it to bring her down instead. Finn is worried about making Xandra an enemy, but Arnold knows they had to act now while the power balance was shifting. He's counting on the other princes, Eric and Gordon, to jump on the chance to chip away at Xandra's influence while she's vulnerable. Most of this vital intel came from Seabass, who Arnold casually reveals is a former high-level assassin known as the Grim Reaper. Finn is baffled that a legendary killer is working as a butler, but Arnold just wants to know if she has any more complaints about helping the Count. Finn still feels a bit bad for Bales, who was basically a puppet for his wife for years. Arnold finishes the final document detailing the minister's affair. He's ready to present it to his father. He knows this is going to turn his secret feud with Xandra into an all-out war for the throne. He leans back, predicting that Gordon and Xandra will go for each other's throats while Eric stays on the sidelines. He pops another piece of cookie into his mouth, satisfied to let them exhaust each other's resources. Back in the throne room, the Emperor is absolutely livid as he reads the report. The Minister of Engineering is on his knees, begging for forgiveness and claiming he was seduced. Johannes isn't buying it. He's disgusted that one of his ministers would lay hands on another man's wife. He asks the guy if he'd try to seduce one of the Emperor's own wives if they tempted him. The silence is deafening. He fires the minister on the spot and orders him to stay confined to his home until his punishment is decided. Then, Johannes calls Count Bales forward. The Count is terrified, taking the blame for failing to watch his wife. But the Emperor surprises everyone by telling Bales he's no longer responsible for Bettina, as the marriage is officially dissolved. Instead of a punishment, Johannes offers him the position of Minister of Engineering, having seen his dedication to his work. Count Bales is overwhelmed with gratitude, swearing on his family name to serve the Empire faithfully. The Imperial Chancellor, Franz Seebeck, watches the scene and notes that the battle for the throne is finally heating up. Franz wonders if installing Bales was the right call, while the Emperor just stares off, indifferent to the strings being pulled in the dark. Johannes reminds the Chancellor that he saw through Franz's own talents years ago, which is how they both ended up where they are. Franz just chuckles, knowing the Emperor would have claimed the throne even without his help. Johannes brings up his eldest son, Wilhelm, who was known as a prince of debauchery before his untimely death. He's convinced that Wilhelm didn't just die of natural causes. He was assassinated. The Emperor laments that Wilhelm was too kind for the throne and lacked someone strong by his side to cover his weaknesses. Johannes notes that while Prince Leonard seems to have gathered influence through sheer charisma, someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. He wonders if that someone is Prince Arnold, suspecting that his son is merely feigning ineptitude to hide his true potential. Johannes admits to an emotional motive for testing Arnold, while Franz smirks, eager to see the Dark Horse twin princes prove their worth in the coming struggle. Leonard walks the path of righteousness like his late brother, supported by Arnold from the shadows. Together, the twins represent a new and unpredictable power in the race for the throne. Chancellor Seebeck stands before the Emperor, discussing the fierce competition for the throne. It seems like any of the candidates could actually pull it off. But a wise leader is usually forged in the fires of conflict. If they play their cards right, the Empire might finally see some real peace. Emperor Johannes looks on, hoping his children won't have to spill too much blood to decide the winner. Meanwhile, Leonard is already feeling the pressure. Reports are coming in that spies are closing in on their potential allies, and they need to move fast. It's not just spies, either. Key military commanders are starting to flip and join Princess Xandra's side. Leonard turns to his brother for help, reminding Arnold that he was the one who suggested rescuing Count Bales in the first place. Arnold just plays it off like he can't do much, even if Leonard asks nicely. He tells Leonard to go handle the supporters personally to stop them from defecting. He's fine just sticking to his role as the unreliable assistant. Once they're alone, Arnold asks Seabass what he thinks Xandra's next move will be now that she's pissed off. Seabass doesn't hesitate. He's certain she's going to target Lady Finn. Arnold knows Finn is a prime target since she's basically becoming their faction's mascot. He grabs a cookie and decides he can't leave her in the castle. She needs to be somewhere much safer. He figures Xandra wants his head most of all, so staying close to him is actually the most dangerous place for her. Seabass wonders if their recent political gains were worth the risk. Arnold points out that Finn is a duke's daughter. If anything happened to her, the political fallout would be irrecoverable. He's choosing a solid defense over a counterattack for once. Arnold tries to act like it's purely a tactical move, but Seabass is giving him a very skeptical look. The butler wonders if there's a bit more to his master's concern than just cold politics. Arnold just sighs and prepares to head out. Seabass mentions that Arnold's mother, Mitsuba, would probably be happy to see him actually caring about someone. Seabass suggests Arnold should tell Finn he was worried about her, which immediately gets him a sharp retort. Seabass asks where he's planning to hide her. Arnold says it's a place with the Empire's strongest warrior. a spot Seabass knows all too well. They arrive at the massive residence of Supreme Archduke Amsberg. Arnold is confident that no one will dare come after her here. The guards recognize him and welcome the prince back. That's when Anna von Amsberg, Elna's mother, appears with a warm smile for Arn. It's been a while since they last saw each other, and Anna notes that Arnold has certainly grown up. She mentions her husband is out, then drops a casual bombshell. Elna and Finn are in the middle of a bath and asks if he wants to join them. Arnold politely declines. Anna laughs it off, remembering how they used to bathe together as kids. Arnold hasn't forgotten the time Elna almost drowned him. Apparently, they both used to come home crying, Arnold from the training and Elna from frustration that he wasn't getting any better. Arnold thinks the whole story is absurd. He realizes Anna is basically his natural enemy. She tells him to wait in the guest room at the end of the hall while Seabass helps with the tea. Arnold walks down the hall, stops at a door, and figures this must be the place. He opens the door without a second thought and walks right in on Elna, who's currently in her underwear trying on clothes. It's not just her. Finn is right there too, and Anna is having a grand old time playing dress-up with him. Arnold just stands there, frozen like a deer in headlights. The girls are absolutely mortified, their faces turning bright red the second they notice him. A realization hits Arnold like a truck. This was a total setup by Anna. Elna doesn't waste any time. She winds up a punch, screaming his name at the top of her lungs. A massive crash echoes through the entire manor as Elna's fury is unleashed. A little while later, Anna offers a very insincere-looking apology for the mistake. Arnold is sitting there with a massive, throbbing red handprint on his face, looking completely defeated. Elna is still fuming, while a blushing Finn tries to apologize for getting so carried away with the dress-up game. It turns out Finn got a little too excited about trying on different outfits, which is what led to the tragedy. Arnold knows exactly what happened, but there's no winning against Anna. Elna is still yelling, wondering how her mother can just forgive him so easily. Anna just gives a sly smile and suggests that if he takes responsibility by marrying Elna, everything will be perfectly fine. Elna is absolutely losing it, her face turning bright red as she screams at the ridiculous suggestion. Finn is just as shocked, but Anna just keeps on smiling, mentioning that Finn's father probably wouldn't mind either. Elna tries to protest, pointing out that she's a knight, and this is all very improper. Anna eventually shifts gears, noting they'll need to get in touch with Finn's family soon. Finn is still flustered, while Arnold just lets out a long, tired sigh. He makes it very clear that he has zero plans to marry anyone right now. Anna just teases him, asking if he really doesn't plan on taking responsibility for what he saw. "I don't," Arnold replies flatly. Anna just chuckles, calling a real shame. Elna is still steaming and looking away, while Finn tries to hide her blushing face. Finally, Anna decides it's time to get down to business and asks why they're really there. Her expression sharpens. She knows Arnold wouldn't travel all this way just for a prank or a chat. Arnold just gives her a knowing smirk. He knows she's sharp. He officially makes his request. He wants to leave Finn in her care for a while, and he specifically asks that she stays close to Elna. But Anna's response is immediate. She flat out refuses. She points out that the House of Amsberg stays out of the messy power struggle for the throne. It's a neutral ground they don't intend to break. Arnold expected this and plays his trump card. He explains that Finn is a personal favorite of the Emperor. If anything happened to her, it would bring down the Emperor's full wrath, so it's actually in the Archduke's best interest to keep her safe. Anna sees right through him, laughing at how he's trying to frame a favor as a strategic deal. She tells him he's still got a lot to learn about actually appealing to people's emotions. Still, she agrees to take his advice to heart. Arnold thanks her, promising he'll find a way to repay the kindness eventually. As she looks at him, Anna can't help but see the small, crying kid she used to know. But Arnold's gaze is steady. He tells her he can't stay a crybaby forever. Things are moving too fast. With the deal done, Arnold turns to Finn and tells her she'll be staying here for a bit. Finn looks worried, asking if things won't be just as dangerous for him. He reassures her that he'll have everything wrapped up in just a few days. He explains the plan. Xander's faction is about to be under heavy pressure from Gordon's followers, so laying low here is her best bet. Finn wonders if he shouldn't be hiding too. But Arnold knows he can't hide. He needs to stay out in the open to act as a decoy. If he vanishes, Xandra will just redirect all her killers toward Leonard instead. He gives a casual wave as he leaves, reminding her that he's got Seabass and plenty of other supporters to back him up. Finn just watches him go, her expression filled with worry. 2 days pass. A lone carriage makes its way through a dark, foggy forest in the dead of night. Deep in the shadows of the trees, figures are watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Inside the carriage, Arnold senses the eyes on them. There they are, he mutters, sensing the inevitable ambush. Outside, Seabass is handling the reins. Arnold sighs, thinking about how short-sighted Xandra is. Getting rid of him now would only clear the path for their other rivals, Eric and Gordon. Arnold tells Seabass to keep heading for the castle. Seabass warns him that there are likely troops waiting to pounce, but Arnold isn't worried. He'll deal with that bridge when he gets to it. Seabass starts tightening his gloves, ready for a fight. Without another word, the butler leaps from a moving carriage to intercept the hidden assassins in the woods. Arnold stays inside, thinking about how smug his enemies must feel right now, thinking they've successfully separated him from his best bodyguard. He's already planning how to make them regret it. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen. He knows it's starting. The coachman sees a dark figure blocking the road ahead and panics, pulling the horses to a sudden, frantic stop. Arnold tells him to just ignore it and keep driving. But the terrified man has seen enough. He bails out of the carriage and runs for his life, leaving Arnold alone. Arnold actually finds this more convenient. The assassin stands in the middle of the road, telling Arnold he doesn't want to have to drag him out by force. The masked killer mocks him, saying it's pathetic that even his own servant would abandon him like this. Arnold steps out into the night, looking bored. He notes that being unpopular isn't exactly a new experience for him. He quickly sizes up the guy, judging him to be around an A-class adventurer's level of strength. The assassin is surprised by the prince's calm demeanor. Arnold just casually tells him that Seabass will be back to finish him off shortly. The masked man just laughs. He's convinced Seabass is too busy dealing with a dozen other assassins to come back in time. He clenches his fist, and suddenly his clawed hand erupts into a mass of dark, flickering flames. He tells Arnold that while he has orders to assassinate him, he's decided to just knock him out and deliver him to Xandra instead. Arnold scoffs, not at all interested in meeting his torture-obsessed sister. The assassin lunges forward, aiming that flaming claw right at Arnold's chest. Arnold doesn't even flinch as the dark flames close in on him. Suddenly, a loud metallic clang rings out. A mysterious adventurer drops out of nowhere, parrying the lethal strike with a simple dagger. Arnold's eyes widen in genuine surprise as he stares at the unexpected protector who just appeared out of thin air. The assassin recoils, his eyes filled with shock and rage as he demands to know who just dared to interfere with his mission. The mysterious girl casually adjusts the brim of her cap, keeping her gaze steady and unfazed by the killer's presence. She simply identifies herself as a passing adventurer, standing her ground with a cool confidence that even Arnold finds impressive. Arnold looks at the girl who just stepped in. Something about her feels very familiar. It clicks. She's that A-class adventurer he ran into before. The hooded assassin isn't happy about the interference, telling her this isn't her fight. She doesn't seem to care who Arnold is, but she draws her dagger anyway. Standing her ground, she says she just can't stand by and watch someone get murdered. The guy warns her she's making a powerful enemy, but she'd rather have no regrets. He doesn't wait for a second warning and goes for the kill. Arnold realizes if she dodges the attack, he's the one taking the hit. Suddenly, there's a blinding flash from her weapon. In an instant, that little dagger transforms into a solid shield. Arnold's surprised to see such specialized gear in action. She doesn't stop there, shifting the shield into a massive spear. She releases a sound wave, claiming even the strongest monsters would fall asleep to this frequency. The assassin can barely keep it together as Arnold just gives a casual wave. Seabass finally shows up to see what all the noise is about. Arnold officially introduces himself as the 7th Prince of the Empire. The name hits her hard, and she realizes exactly who she just saved. Lynthia immediately drops to one knee and begs the prince to hear her out. They move to a more private spot where she explains she's from a village on the Empire's southern border. Arnold listens as he puts the pieces together. She's a refugee from the border wars. It's one of those countless villages the Empire doesn't even bother to acknowledge. She explains that the women and children in her village are being targeted for abduction. Arnold asks the obvious question, why them specifically? She looks him dead in the eye and tells him it's because of their heterochromia. Having different colored eyes makes them rare and highly prized for their magical potential. Arnold asks why she didn't go to a local lord, but her clenched fist tells the story. No one would help her, so she came looking for the legendary adventurer Silver. Arnold weighs his options. If powerful people are involved, this could get complicated. Seabass chimes in, reminding them that the prince is about to head out on a long mission. She admits they just don't have the money to keep paying for protection. Arnold thinks it over, realizing she's been carrying this whole burden herself. He offers a deal. He'll provide all the support they need once he returns. On top of that, he'll personally cover the cost of the adventurers. She can hardly believe he's actually willing to do that much. She warns him that taking this on might put a target on his back for even more attacks. She slides her weapon back into its sheath. If he's willing to protect her village, she swears she'll protect him in return. Arnold asks if her people will be okay, and she's confident A-class adventurers can handle it. He decides to push her a little just to see where her head is at. He asks her straight up what she'd do if he just decided to break his promise. Without missing a beat, she says she'd take everything she knows to another faction. Arnold's impressed by her calm resolve and asks Seabass for his take on their new ally. Arnold decides to take the deal, but Linfy is still a bit confused about why he feels like he's stuck without any other choices. He knows that if he ignores her, both his brother and their powerful ally, Elna, would probably end up going out of their way to help her anyway. To be honest, this wasn't what Linfia was expecting from the infamous prince. She tells him straight up, most people in the Empire think he's just a lazy, useless guy while his brother got all the talent. But after actually talking to him, she's realizing the rumors couldn't be further from the truth. She starts wondering if she's actually talking to Prince Leonard instead, while Arnold tries to play off his sudden moment of competence. With the deal struck, Arnold reaches out his hand, ready to start their formal agreement. They shake on it, sealing their new partnership. Later, Arnold meets up with Elna von Amsberg, who's surprised he's not busy with his upcoming travel plans. He admits he's just letting Leonard handle all the boring logistics, then asks Elna if she's free to hang out. Elna immediately gets flustered, wondering if he's actually trying to ask her out on a date. She's completely caught off guard by the suggestion. As they walk through the capital, Elna wears a magical beret to hide her identity, though she's still lecturing him about neglecting his duties. She claims she's perfectly fine, but she's clearly still thinking about how misleading he can be. They end up at a spot that brings back some memories for Arnold. It's where he used to get bullied back in the day. Elna reminds him that he was the one picking on the other kids, and she had a hell of a time trying to stop him. She says she just couldn't stand by and let him cause trouble, even if he ended up crying too. She says she only wanted him to learn how to defend himself, but he jokes that he only needed to protect himself from her. Elna's fuming now, annoyed that he's completely ruined the nostalgic mood they were having. Arnold starts wondering how she manages to track him down every single time he tries to sneak out. He realizes Seabass has been playing both sides and feeding her all the info she needs. Elna just gives him a smug look, confirming that the butler told her everything. She reaches out her hand, ready to lead him to their next stop. She tells him she'll explain it all later, but for now, they've got a destination to reach. By the age of 11, Elna was already a knight of the Imperial Guard, serving as the Emperor's eyes and ears across the land. She was a true prodigy, summoning the Holy Sword at 12 and becoming a deterrent for any foreign enemies at the border. Because of her duties, she's lucky if she gets to come back to the capital even once a year. Arnold figures this is a rare chance for her to actually enjoy the city like a normal person. He thinks keeping her company for a while is the least he can do to thank her. They keep walking together, trying to decide where to go next. Arnold looks at the sky and realizes his timing couldn't have been worse. The clouds break and it starts pouring, so he suggests they duck into the nearest building. He's not thrilled about getting soaked while they're out on the town. Elna follows him, asking where exactly he's planning to seek shelter. He points right at an inn nearby, saying they used to go there all the time. Elna tries to warn him that it's not the kind of place he thinks it is, but Arnold's already made up his mind. They get to the door, and the sign makes it very clear. This place has been turned into a lover's inn. Elna is absolutely mortified, her face turning bright red as she stares at the sign. Arnold explains that the new owner changed the place, and it's better than causing a scene by revealing his identity somewhere else. To his surprise, Elna doesn't back down and decides they're going in anyway. Arnold's the one who's shocked now, not expecting her to actually go through with it. Drenched from the rain, and with her clothes clinging to her, she tells him not to make a night repeat herself. Drenched from the rain, Elna tries to play it cool, insisting they're only there to wait out the storm. Once they're inside the room, however, the reality of the situation starts to sink in, leaving her completely flustered as she huddles by herself. Arnold finishes up in the bath first and tells her the room is all hers. Try to keep things as normal as possible. He's barely out of the bath before Elna is ready to swap, warning him with a death glare not to even think about turning around while she changes. He does exactly as he's told, keeping his eyes fixed forward while the sound of rustling fabric fills the small room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Arnold can't help but wonder how his life ended up in such a complicated mess. In the reflection of the mirror, he catches a brief, unintended glimpse of the legendary night as she strips out of her wet clothes. They duck into a room to get out of the downpour and start drying off. Lynthia wastes no time stripping out of her soaked gear. Arnold keeps his back turned while she gets ready, doing his best to stay composed. He sits down, sweating because the situation is way more dangerous than a monster attack. While she hits the shower, he just stares at the wall, trying to keep his head straight. He bundles up in a towel, praying for the awkwardness to end already. Lynthia finally emerges in a robe, looking like she's about to die of embarrassment. Arnold tells her it's her own fault for being so flustered after picking this place. He brushes it off as a minor thing, but Lynthia looks like she's on the verge of tears. She sniffs, asking how he knows his way around a love hotel and if he's brought other girls here. Arnold drops the joking tone and tells her to quit changing the subject. He explains that he visits brothels for the girls who were sold there when they were kids. People assume the worst, but he actually pays for their time just to give them a normal day out. He knows it's a drop in the bucket, but he'd rather be a hypocrite than do nothing at all. Lynthia is stunned, realizing a secret like that could cause a massive scandal for him. He doesn't care about his reputation as long as he's helping people who have nothing. She looks at him with a completely new sense of respect. He tells her he isn't lonely because there are people who accept him for who he really is. He gives her a genuine smile, a far cry from his usual lazy persona. Lynthia turns away, blushing hard and gripping her robe as her heart starts racing. Departure day finally arrives, and Arnold is making his final preparations with Marie. He tells his maid he's leaving the estate to her and trusts her to look after Finn while he's gone. Marie looks a bit skeptical, worried that the prince won't be able to handle himself. He laughs it off, reminding her that he'll have his brother Leonard with him. Marie thinks he puts his brother on too high of a pedestal, but Arnold knows the truth. He's certain that if Leonard actually tried, he'd be better at everything than anyone else. He tells her there's no need to worry as long as he has his brother by his side. Marie stops arguing and simply prays that they come back in one piece. With the goodbyes finished, it's time for the delegation to finally move out. The imperial carriages and troops assemble to begin their long journey south. Elna stands ready with the guards, looking as professional and stoic as always. Leonard takes his place at the front, greeting everyone with his signature gentle smile. Arnold finally settles into his seat as they leave the capital behind. The mission takes them across the ocean toward the southern tip of the continent. They're heading into a region that's been a constant battlefield for years. Their destination is the Grand Duchy of Rondine, which means sailing right past some hostile territory. While they're on the move, Arnold keeps himself busy catching up on local reports. He looks up to see Elna looking absolutely green from a severe case of seasickness. From her cabin, she's screaming threats and cursing Arnold for dragging her onto a ship. The legendary knight is face down on her bed, completely defeated by the rocking of the waves. Arnold notes that Holy Sword users rarely leave the Empire, and now the reason is pretty obvious. He laughs at her, calling it karma for the time she teased him for being afraid of the water. Elna is convinced the ship is sinking, but Arnold just jokes about a sea dragon showing up to finish them off. She's already at her limit, weeping and certain she's going to perish at sea. Outside, the Imperial vessel is suddenly approached by a fleet of Albatronian warships. The vice commander of the guard steps in, looking for Prince Leonard to handle the situation. He reports that the local navy is demanding a parley, while Elna is still suffering in the background. Arnold finds it suspicious since they already cleared their travel papers with Albatro weeks ago. Since Leonard is too sick to move, Arnold decides he'll have to be the one to head over. He pulls back the curtain to check on his twin, who is currently losing his battle with motion sickness. Leonard looks like a ghost, barely able to mutter an apology for being so useless. Arnold tells him to get it together, reminding him that he's not supposed to be the weak one here. He messes up his brother's hair, already forming a plan to handle the diplomacy himself. He tells Leonard to just stay put and rest while he goes over and pretends to be him. He orders the officer to tell everyone else on the other ship that Arnold is the one feeling sick. The vice commander warns him that this will ruin his reputation, but Arnold doesn't care. He gets fully dressed in the ambassador's formal uniform, looking exactly like his brother. Across the water, the Albatro warships close in, showing off their state-of-the-art magical cannons. Arnold takes a look through the telescope, checking on his brother's transport while the officer stays close. He knows he has to give the performance of a lifetime to keep the mission on track. He makes the long walk across the bridge to board the enemy vessel alone. He is immediately greeted by a noble woman who seems to be running the show. She introduces herself as Princess Evangelina, though she tells him to just call her Eva. Her timid younger brother, Julio, lags behind, looking clearly intimidated by the situation. Arnold plays his part perfectly, introducing himself as Leonard Lakes Adler with a gentle smile. Eva mentions she's heard rumors of Leonard's military genius during the monster wave. He keeps up the nice guy act, humbly giving all the credit for the victory to his knights. Eva stares him down, trying to see if the rumors about the 8th Prince's virtue are actually true. Arnold can tell right away that they didn't come all this way just for a friendly chat. There's a tense silence as Eva gathers her thoughts for her real request. She scolds her brother for looking so nervous, telling him he's making them look bad. She finally drops the bomb, demanding that the Imperial delegation change course and take the long way around. Arnold asks for a reason, but she refuses to give one, stating they simply can't trust the Empire. He realizes that for a small country like theirs to be this bold, they must be hiding something huge. To everyone's surprise, Leonard dramatically agrees to the detour without putting up a fight. The crew is shocked by the massive delay, but Arnold insists his mind is made up. He asks Eva if she's satisfied, carefully noting her reaction to his overly compliant behavior. She thanks him for being so open-minded and takes her leave with her entourage. With the meeting over, Arnold orders the crew to raise the anchors and start moving again. He tells the officer that if they wanted to fight, they wouldn't have sent the royal siblings to the front lines. He tries to piece together what they were really after. Maybe it was just a test of the prince's character. Suddenly, the entire ship lurches violently to the side, nearly knocking them off their feet. A massive sound echoes through the hull, and the officer draws his sword in a panic. A guard comes running with news that a freak storm has erupted out of nowhere. Arnold is stunned by the sudden change in weather, noting that the ocean was perfectly calm only a few moments ago. The captain struggles with the wheel, shouting that they're being pulled away from the other ship and could capsize at any second. Arnold realizes that this isn't just bad weather. There is definitely a sea monster behind this massive storm. He starts to suspect that the Albatro siblings knew about the sea dragon in these waters and came out to warn him. He understands why they kept it secret, as news of a monster would completely destroy their country's vital sea trade. Using his magic, he senses that the epicenter is deep within Albatro territory and is dragging their fleet toward the center. He grit his teeth, refusing to spend the rest of his trip stuck out here fighting a legendary beast. With a defiant shout, he prepares to take action as the ship is swallowed by the torrential rain and crashing waves. The Imperial flag fluttered at the masthead. The ship was plowing through violently rough seas. Arnold, now playing Leonard, asked the captain where they were. The captain reported that the strange storm had pushed them far off course, into the territorial waters of the Grand Duchy of Albatro. Arnold listened alongside Sir Seabass and Mark Tiber. The captain broke into a sweat as he spoke of the legend of the fire dragon. It was the mightiest sea monster, ruler of these waters, and to those who saw it, death was almost certain. Arnold considered the political implications. If the fire dragon truly prowled here, Albatro's trade would be halted, and that would be bad for everyone. Arnold suggested departing immediately for Rondine because he worried about his brother. Suddenly, a loud cry demanded everyone's attention. Ahead lay the wreckage of an Albatro ship. Sir Seabass sighed with regret, while Mark Tiber reminded him that someone like Leonard would never abandon those in distress. Mark Tiber stressed that Arnold must continue to play his role properly, because Leonard represented the Empire. If the swap were exposed, it would be a catastrophe. Arnold thought to himself that the crew's panic meant likely no one would notice his slip-ups. Mark Tiber continued arguing that a rescue now was too risky, especially since Albatro was not a friendly nation. Arnold stared down at the sea. He worried about keeping his identity secret. Even if the real Leonard had arrived, he still had to play the useless prince to divert attention. Enough when Alim Esbeuk stood nearby, plainly anxious. Arnold hesitated. Would Albatro let a prince who knew their secrets depart so easily? He told himself he couldn't take the risk. His gaze hardened, full of calculation. But at that moment, a sailor shouted that survivors were clinging to the wreckage. Sir Seabass asked Arnold if he intended to leave them. Immediately in character, Arnold ordered lines to be thrown and the people rescued as quickly as possible. He cursed inwardly. Why did trouble always seem to find him? The crew hurriedly hauled the first survivors onto the deck. Mark Tiber leaned in and told Arnold to endure it, because this would boost Leonard's reputation. Arnold looked thoroughly fed up with the moral performance. Mark added that Rondine would surely appreciate this chivalrous act. Mark reminded them of the enmity between Rondine and Albatro. Arnold fell silent, watching as the victims were moved to safety. Arnold rubbed his temples wearily. Mark Tiber told him to harden himself for what lay ahead. He sighed in exasperation. He knew full well the real Leonard would save people without a second thought. Arnold turned and ordered the captain to commence a wide-area search. The captain, surprised, asked for confirmation, since this area held many monsters besides the fire dragon. Arnold affirmed it was an official order. They would do everything to rescue any survivors. The captain looked at Arnold with respect. He promised not to leave a single person behind. Arnold thought that although the captain seemed to dislike the order because of the danger, he complied for the sake of the benevolent prince's image. He knew it was a foolish, risky action, but that was exactly Leonard's style. From above, the little ship threaded its way among drifting debris on the sea. Beneath the cold water, Eva was trying to encourage the others not to give up. A rescue boat approached. A sailor urged Eva to go first, but she refused, saying she could still hold on and letting others go ahead. Eva looked up at the ship, her face showing exhaustion, but her eyes still resolute. At last she was brought aboard, huddled among the other survivors. Eva glanced at the sister beside her, worried about her condition. The two clasped each other's hands tightly. Eva said they needed to use magic to check whether the fire dragon had awakened. Eva and her companions stood in the center of the magic circle, preparing to perform the ritual. A powerful beam of light radiated from the magic circle, enveloping the ship amid the night sea. Deep on the seabed, a huge dark shape moved among the rising bubbles. Suddenly, an immense pressure wave generated a violent swell. Everyone on board was terrified by this strange phenomenon. The ship pitched violently as a storm, and massive waves struck unexpectedly. Eva cried out in alarm, reaching out and calling Julio's name. The sea heaved and churned, sweeping away everything around. Eva tried to steady herself. She told herself she had to be stronger to protect the others. Eva clung to a piece of wood in the open sea, silently trusting that reinforcements would arrive and Prince Leonard would save them. Those around her were not so optimistic. They believed the Empire would never bother searching for survivors in these dangerous waters. Even allies might give up when it came to the Fire Dragon's waters. But Eva remained steadfast in her belief. People were growing exhausted. Eva watched friends fading, and a thought of an end flickered through her mind. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she spotted a faint shape in the distance. There's a ship on the horizon. The shout shattered the atmosphere of despair. It was an Imperial ship. Arnold's voice rang out through amplified magic, introducing himself as Prince Leonard and declaring he would save everyone. Eva wept with joy. Help had finally arrived. The first survivors were brought onto the deck. They repeatedly thanked the young prince for his chivalrous act. A soldier reported that the number of victims reached 50. Arnold, acting as Leonard, feigned surprise at the ship's lack of capacity. Mark Tiber asked about the next plan. Arnold acted as if he had anticipated this, prompting Mark's quiet admiration for his preparedness. Arnold gave a bold order. Jettison everything unnecessary from the ship, even valuable cargo, except for provisions. Mark Tiber was stunned, because those were important offerings for Rondine. But Arnold did not waver. Mark tried to persuade him, noting they were behind schedule and sea monsters still lurked, and they needed supplies to hold out. But Arnold insisted that Leonard's reputation and the lives of the people were more important. He told Mark to focus on saving lives. Arnold's resolute look completely convinced Mark Tiber. He realized this prince was not as ordinary as rumored. Mark smiled to himself, thinking an eagle hiding its talons. His respect for Arnold grew. Arnold shouted for everyone to continue the rescue work as urgently as possible. He stood watching the lifeboats, declaring he would accept full responsibility for this action. Arnold quietly calculated that rescuing Princess Eva and Prince Julio of Albatro would be an extremely valuable diplomatic card later on. A rope ladder was lowered into the stormy sea. A soldier called out Prince Julio's name, urging him to climb aboard quickly. Eva watched anxiously from below. Julio refused to go first. He asked the soldiers to rescue the more severely wounded before him. One by one, people were brought up safely. The situation was gradually coming under control. A soldier reached out toward Eva, the last person still in the water. Eva gave a relieved smile. Arnold suddenly realized something was wrong when he saw Eva unexpectedly let go. Exhausted, Eva muttered that now that everyone was safe, she no longer had the strength to hold on. She plunged into the water and slowly sank into the cold depths. Without hesitation, Arnold dove straight into the water to save her. Beneath the deep blue water, Arnold reached out, striving to grasp the fading Eva. He held her tight and broke the surface, shouting for everyone to lower lines to assist. Those on the rescue boat were astonished. The Gilded Prince actually dared to jump into monster-infested waters to save someone. The rescue team moved quickly to help him bring Eva aboard. Arnold clung to the ship's rail, panting from exhaustion and fear. Playing the heroic Leonard was truly taxing. Mark Tiber hauled him up, not forgetting to praise his master's thrilling performance. Mark teased that he was used to carrying Arnold when he was soaking wet like this. Arnold only glared at him in silence. As Arnold wrung water from his clothes, Mark Tiber mentioned that he'd passed out earlier. He then recounted an old memory, pulling Arnold out of a bathtub when he nearly drowned. Arnold's face went blank. Elna von Amsberg stood to one side with a triumphant look. Mark added he never expected his life to involve rescuing the prince again. Arnold snapped back that the first time was an accident, and this time he was busy saving others. Mark could only chuckle. Seeing that this man seemed to know too much about him, Arnold asked his name. He knelt and introduced himself as Mark Tiber, deputy commander of the Third Guard. Arnold smiled, feigning great satisfaction. Eva and the other survivors slept soundly after a horrific night. They had rescued 80 people before heading for Rondine. Mark Tiber addressed Arnold as Prince, then reported that the captain was asking whether they should search for Leonard's ship. Arnold stood by the window looking out and ordered them to continue on, saying Leonard would surely manage on his own. Mark obeyed and stepped outside. Arnold then groaned, holding his head, saying he didn't feel well at all. He irritably told Mark Tiber not to come in later with pointless questions. What a burden. Elna von Amsberg sat on the bed, saying Arnold usually left things to the captain and never took care of them himself. Arnold could only sigh in exasperation. Arnold worried about being exposed and wondered how his younger brother was doing. Elna von Amsberg laughed, saying the problem was Arnold himself. Just don't do anything Arnold-like. He curiously asked what she meant. Arnold looked at Elna von Amsberg with a skeptical expression. Elna sat with her knees up on the bed, too comfortable. Arnold told her not to sit like that, but she said his tone was nothing like Leonard's. Elna teased that Arnold would really tell her she forgot to wear protective shorts or insist on checking the color of her underwear. Arnold was left speechless. Elna's expression suddenly sobered. She found it strange that the two brothers, both princes, grew up so differently. Leonard had been free-spirited. As a child, he'd run off to play and then come home crying, leaving Elna von Amsberg to run after him and help. Arnold smiled, thinking that Leonard was actually very trusting and always wanted to rely on Elna von Amsberg. Elna then wondered why Arnold had hired an adventurer like Finn von Kleinert when she, who was better, was right there. Arnold explained that Finn von Kleinert took the job to save her own village, and he hadn't really intended to hire her. Elna remained sulky. Elna von Amsberg flung herself onto the bed with a pout. She was annoyed that Arnold had praised Finn von Kleinert as clever and docile. Arnold gently soothed her, saying Elna had strengths of her own that only she could accomplish. Seeing Elna von Amsberg still unsettled, Arnold smiled and told her she truly never backed down from anyone. Arnold asserted firmly that when the time came, his younger brother would rely only on Elna von Amsberg. He reverted to the saintly Leonard persona and clasped his hands, begging Elna von Amsberg to advise him on a matter. Seeing his sincerity, Elna finally sat up. Arnold asked what he should do if he met the Grand Duke of Rondine now. Elna von Amsberg closed her eyes and thought carefully for a moment. She said to greet him normally and don't offer any unnecessary flattery or praise. Arnold nodded and took note. Upon docking, the physician reported the victim's condition was dire. Far too many were critically injured. Arnold, in the role of Leonard, showed obvious anxiety and bowed his head to apologize for causing so much trouble. Mark Tybur, standing nearby, tried to advise, but Arnold brushed him off, saying, "Don't claim you can't do anything." He declared fiercely that if they couldn't save a few lives, then this world was as good as lost. Arnold's gaze hardened. He had sacrificed a fortune to save people and could not allow things to fail now. Rondine's warships blocked their path, demanding the Imperial ship declare its reason for entering their waters. Rondine kept warning them because they had received no notice that an Imperial ship would call. Arnold used a magical loudspeaker to loudly announce he was Leonard Lakes Adler, the 8th Prince of the Adrasia Empire. He reported they were carrying 80 survivors, including the Prince and Princess of Rondine. Rondine reacted with a stir, but still ordered the ship to anchor for a security inspection first. Arnold pleaded urgently to transfer the victims to their ship so they could be taken ashore for immediate treatment. But Rondine remained rigid, saying they were not allowed into the port without the Grand Duke's order and must wait. Arnold, still in Leonard's guise, inquired about the condition of their prince and princess. Martiber replied they had not regained consciousness. Arnold declared this was no longer a matter of possibility. Once brought here, the responsibility to protect them belonged to everyone on board. He continued using the magical loudspeaker to persuade Rondine, emphasizing that people on his ship teetered on death's door. Arnold begged them to allow the transfer ashore. But Rondine remained inflexible. Rules are rules. Wait for the Grand Duke's orders, even for royalty. Arnold said he had sacrificed much and faced many dangers to save them, simply because he could not bear to see anyone die. He implored them to make the right decision. The captain on the other side began to ponder. Arnold affirmed his greatest wish was for all of them to return alive. But the Rondine officer turned his back, saying he was military and absolutely could not disobey superior orders. Arnold's expression grew resolute. He murmured for forgiveness for what he was about to do. Mark Tybur and the others turned pale as the victim's conditions rapidly worsened. The captain reported the ship was heading straight for the port without permission. He was very worried about the consequences. Arnold said he knew that, but if they obeyed orders, everyone would die. Rondine threatened to sink the ship if they tried to force entry. People began whispering that gentle Leonard would never act so willfully. But Arnold held firm to his command. Into the port. Arnold thought to himself this was a perfect opportunity to build an impressive image for Leonard. He wanted the world to see that once Leonard decided, nothing could stop him. Mark Tybur worried this bad reputation would force Leonard to face even harder decisions later. Arnold thought differently. He believed his brother's reputation would only improve. Arnold's eyes were full of confidence. He said Leonard would surely be fine, because he was his younger brother. The captain warned that entering the port without permission could land them all in prison. Arnold replied coldly that he was well aware of that. He feared the act would be turned into a political tool and push Leonard away from the throne. Arnold said they'd deal with that later. Arnold reminded the captain this was his ship and the crew's lives were in his hands, so don't force him to take the helm himself. The captain looked at Arnold differently. He admitted he was beginning to like this prince a little more now. Arnold shouted orders for everyone to prepare everything to head straight into the port. Rondine was utterly shocked. They declared they would not stand down and were ready to sink the ship even if a prince or princess were aboard. Arnold smiled mysteriously and said he had just come up with a brilliant idea. A close-up of Arnold's sharp face. He ordered, "Hoist the white flag." Everyone looked puzzled, not understanding. The captain asked if Arnold knew the Imperial fleet had never hoisted a white flag. He said this very ship would set that precedent. Arnold explained it was to give the opposing captains a legitimate reason not to open fire. He understood their psychology well. The white flag fluttered in the wind. Arnold smiled slightly. Everything was going according to his plan. He picked up the loudspeaker again and declared in a firm voice that he was Leonard Lakes Adler, the 8th prince of the Adrasia Empire, and was carrying their survivors. Arnold announced their condition was critical, so they were forced to enter the port unlawfully, but emphasized they had no intent to engage in combat. He urgently pleaded with the admirals of Rondine to help save their compatriots. The soldiers on shore began to waver. Arnold prayed the royal admirals would make a wise decision as the ship slowly approached the harbor. Finally, everyone was safely brought ashore. The people of Rondine began assisting in caring for the victims. Mark Tiber and Arnold stood on the quay. Everything had finally calmed and settled. Mark said they were officially prisoners now. Arnold grinned triumphantly, confirming they had hoisted the white flag and surrendered. They were led away under the supervision of local soldiers. Arnold said, "Let's go. Now is the time to explain the Sea Dragon incident to the Grand Duke." Arnold strode confidently. He was certain that was exactly what the man most wanted to hear right now. Princess Lieselot was in a rage, thrashing a whip wildly to vent her anger in her chamber. The conscripted soldiers below could only kneel, painfully trembling and begging for mercy. She panted, looking at the wreckage she had caused with an impossibly furious expression. Not yet satisfied, she lashed the air with the whip a few more times. "What on earth is going on?" The advisor said Leonard's faction seemed to anticipate their every move. Lieselot grew even angrier, thinking she was being led by the blue seagull. "I will not let them be at peace." She gritted her teeth, her face full of murderous intent. The advisor advised temporarily avoiding confrontation with Leonard and waiting for an opportunity to retaliate over the theft of the Minister of Works. Lieselot coldly said one life was not enough to appease her. She ordered her subordinates to fetch another person here. The masked subordinate only obeyed, but inside he was surely trembling, fearful that tomorrow it might be his turn. Cut to Finn. Butler Franz praised her and Lynthia for having grasped the opponent's intentions despite very little information. Finn said she was just being cautious. Now that Princess Lieselot was on guard, she'll probably pause the attacks. She turned to commend Lynthia for a job well done. The young guard still looked very composed. Lynthia wondered why Finn trusted her so much. Finn smiled and said because Master Arnold, would never leave someone untrustworthy by her side. Then Lynthia asked bluntly, "Why would a lady like you involve yourself in this struggle for the throne? You don't seem the type for such power plays." The question froze Finn for a few seconds. She herself had been wondering the same thing. Finn only wished she could do more to help the two princes rather than rely solely on her title. Lynthia said they'd surely be glad to have her support. Lynthia looked at Finn and recalled Arnold's instruction, "Take care of Finn for me." The guard firmly asserted there were tasks only Finn could accomplish. "Now go help them, milady." Finn currently had considerable fame in the capital. Naturally, merchants were eager to exploit that popularity. Franz said many trade guilds wanted Finn to endorse them, but they were also courting other candidates behind the scenes. Lynthia came up with the idea to target a different guild, Demi-Humans Incorporated. She believed they should build ties with them before the princes returned. Other princes had their eyes on this place too, but dared not touch it, because the guild's leader was a female vampire. After the empire was attacked, the public held strong prejudice against vampires. Lynthia thought this was the perfect moment to bridge the two sides. Finn was determined to do her best for Master Arnold. She wanted to meet and assess that leader herself. A few days later, the clatter of horse-drawn wheels echoed down the street. Below, large wooden wheels were turning. They arrived at the headquarters of Demi-Humans Incorporated. It was a massive guild run by demi-human races. Lynthia explained the guild operated extremely professionally. Every position was filled by the most suitable person. They had expanded from the east, but due to scandals there, they still couldn't openly display a sign in the capital. Lynthia reminded her that their leader was a vampire, and the Empire was extremely sensitive to anything related to demi-humans. Finn thought simply that if they did nothing wrong, there was nothing to fear. Lynthia warned that humans were full of prejudice, and everyone had their own views. She urged Finn to be careful with her words if she truly wanted to help the princes. Finn realized she had been a bit careless and apologized. "We're here. Milady, be on your guard." The two stood before the elegant building. They entered the capital branch and walked down the wide corridor. A beautiful demi-human maid greeted them. Our leader is waiting for you. Please enter this room. Finn and Lynfia exchanged solemn looks as they prepared to step in. The wooden door creaked as they entered. Inside was a luxurious office with a large desk, but the chair at the head was empty. Finn timidly greeted, but saw no one. Lynfia wondered if the maid had shown them the wrong room. Lynfia realized this was a psychological tactic to make visitors wait. Finn decided to sit and see what would happen. Finn began sipping a cup of hot tea. Time passed in silence. 2 hours passed with no sign of the leader. Lynfia grew impatient and suggested they leave. But Finn insisted on waiting. She believed there had to be a reason they were invited here. Lynfia wondered whether Finn felt insulted having to wait so long. Finn remained very calm. She said she was the supplicant, so waiting was only natural. If they couldn't meet today, she'd come back tomorrow. Finn's patient attitude impressed Lynfia. She privately thought the young lady was truly strong. Creak. The sound of the door opening cut through their conversation. A beautiful woman entered wearing an extremely provocative outfit. Still waiting? You two are persistent. Finn stood, greeted her, and introduced herself as Finn von Kleinert, daughter of Duke Kleinert. The woman was Yulia, the guild leader. She sat down with an air of authority. Call me Yulia. Lynfia showed her displeasure openly. You made us wait all this time and not even an apology? Yulia sneered and said if they didn't want to wait, they could leave. She wasn't forcing them to stay. She admitted the guild needed help to enter the empire, but they weren't willing to ally with just anyone. Yulia suggested skipping formalities and called Finn by name familiarly. I find you quite interesting. Finn agreed at once. She disliked strict formalities. She took a measured sip of tea to soothe her throat. Yulia asked what Finn had been doing while waiting. She replied simply that she had been watching the people around her. Yulia revealed an important detail. Representatives of all 4 throne candidates had come today seeking her support. Because meeting all of them at once was troublesome, she made each wait in a different place. In the end, only Eric's and Leonard's people managed to hold out today. But after 2 hours, Eric's representative gave up as well, leaving only Finn patient. Lynfia realized this leader was more skilled than she'd thought. Yulia got straight to the point. The other candidates all have major guild backers. Leonard certainly couldn't when relying on his current finances alone. So, if we support your faction, what benefits will the guild gain from this? Finn fell silent to think for a moment. She knew she needed to make a truly weighty offer. She declared boldly, I am the collateral. I will give you the right to use me in any way you wish in exchange for the guild's power. Yulia warned, even if that would damage the honor of a duke's daughter? Finn nodded without hesitation. Yulia asked further, is Prince Leonard truly worthy of such a sacrifice from you? Lynfia anxiously watched her young lady. Finn affirmed firmly, I will help him ascend the throne, even if it costs my life. Yulia's expression subtly changed. She was seeing through the immense determination of the young woman before her. Yulia sighed and admitted she had been defeated by Finn's relentless resolve. You win. Tell me what you want. The condition she offered was that they would use Finn's name and image for the guild's commercial purposes, in exchange for providing abundant funding. Yulia praised Finn's courage. You are truly a remarkable woman, Finn. She even joked that she almost wanted to keep Finn as her lover. The young woman's charisma was too captivating. Finn smiled and declined gracefully. She said belonging to someone would diminish her value, and she couldn't allow that to happen. For Finn, supporting the person loved by the people and by herself was her foremost duty. Yulia asked curiously, I hear the prince is a twin. Who do you care for more? Finn put a finger to her lips and winked mischievously. That's a secret. When Finn left, Yulia remained impressed. She thought to herself that Finn needed to appreciate her own worth more. Lynfia vowed to fully support Finn. Yulia also promised she would not betray that trust. Farewell, Yulia. The two left the guild after a negotiation that exceeded expectations. Yulia looked at her sweaty hands. She was genuinely overwhelmed by the little girl's aura. She wondered which man could have made such a cute girl become so resolute. Yulia immediately ordered preparations to open a shop and focused all resources on supporting Prince Leonard's faction. She also mused that if that man proved interesting enough, she might even want to steal him from Finn. The scene shifted to Albatro Castle. Arnold, disguised as Leonard, was walking with his retinue. Arnold judged from the courteous reception that the Grand Duke bore them no ill will. A guide soldier bowed and said, "This way, please." Arnold followed with a pensive expression. Donato di Albatro, Grand Duke of Albatro, knelt before Arnold in greeting. "It is an honor to meet you, Prince Leonard." Arnold was stunned to see a nation's leader kneel before a foreign prince. Donato also apologized for his country's negligence that had entangled Leonard's party. Mark Tiber and the other knights also knelt, expressing boundless gratitude for Leonard saving the Duke's children and the survivors. Arnold looked down thoughtfully, as if feeling the heavy weight of their gratitude toward him. Arnold hurriedly reached out to help the Grand Duke to his feet. His humble gesture surprised Donato for a moment. "My name is Leonard Lake Sadler, the 8th Prince of the Empire. Pleased to meet you." Arnold also politely apologized for the unfortunate incident at the harbor. Arnold felt thanks were unnecessary. He had simply helped as a matter of course. His sincere eyes genuinely moved and earned Donato's respect. Leonard requested provisions and fresh water to replenish his ship. He also mentioned asking for a few treasures as a reward. Donato agreed immediately without hesitation. Afterwards, Leonard said he had one last important request to make. Arnold earnestly urged Donato to speak of the worries weighing on his heart instead of keeping them hidden. Donato realized he could no longer conceal it from the perceptive young prince. "I understand. It seems you already know about this." He revealed the secret of a sea dragon lurking in these waters. Its name is Leviatano. It has slept for over 200 years. Arnold was surprised it had slept so long. Donato explained they did not let it wake on its own, but used the power of a magical artifact to restrain it. A close-up of the ancient magical artifact, a staff bearing the power to seal sea monsters from long ago. 200 years ago, when Leviatano awoke and caused catastrophe, the regional nations joined to use the staff to seal it, causing that dynasty to decline. The Albatro family were entrusted with guarding the staff. However, the staff suddenly broke, forcing them to rush to sea to investigate the cause. Donato deeply regretted not contacting the Adventurers Guild immediately and felt guilty for dragging Leonard into this danger. Arnold calmly asked the Grand Duke about plans to cope with the impending sea dragon threat. Donato feared the Adventurers Guild would not respond quickly enough. Seeing this, Arnold put forward a proposal to resolve the situation. He suggested forming a dragon-slaying alliance with the Grand Duchy of Rondine. If Rondine learned Albatro was in distress, they might send troops to attack rather than help. Donato explained the two nations were at war, so an alliance request was impossible. Arnold proposed letting the Empire's ambassador mediate to remove the barrier. The Grand Duke asked Leonard for a little time to discuss this grave matter more thoroughly with his ministers. Arnold reminded him to decide quickly, because the enemy would certainly seize any opportunity to exploit the situation. Back in his private chamber, Arnold collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. "Phew, I'm completely drained." He wondered what Leo was actually doing. He decided to set aside his worries and trust Leo's ability to handle things. Now Arnold's mind was fully focused on how to kill Leviatano. Arnold knew only a few on the continent could fight a dragon. However, he had thought of two quickest ways to take down this S-rank monster. Either he would act himself under the name Silver, or the Empire would send a representative, meaning Elna would have to draw the Holy Sword. Arnold weighed the options, but there was no reason for Silver to appear in the south right now. He privately wished the old man on the throne would quickly ask the Adventurers Guild to deal with it and be rid of the problem. The current situation was Albatro trapped between Rondine and the Sea Dragon. To break free, they had to borrow supplies from neighboring countries, resulting in a heavy financial burden. In the private room, Arnold in Leonard's disguise sighed heavily. He was still puzzling over how to deal with Rondine when a knock sounded at the door. Opening the door, he put on the friendliest princely face he could see who had come. It turned out to be Princess Eva. She shyly apologized for dropping by so abruptly. Eva blushed and hesitated, saying she had come to thank her benefactor in person. Arnold smiled and said he was simply relieved to see the princess safe. He added a polite remark that if he had woken earlier, he wouldn't have had such a hard time. Eva grew even more bashful. She recounted that everyone she met praised Prince Leonard's bravery and kindness. Hearing that, Arnold hurriedly credited the crew, saying they were the ones who had worked hardest. Eva continued, saying she had heard how he dove into the sea to save his brother Julio. Eva looked at him with admiration, insisting only a true hero would dare jump into waters where a sea dragon lurked. This is over. Arnold broke into a cold sweat, realizing that if he kept playing this role, sooner or later she would fall head over heels for his twin. He fumbled, unsure how to make her dislike him a bit without revealing his identity. Meanwhile, Eva added, "It's awkward talking in the corridor. Shall we go inside?" Arnold was stunned by her forwardness. He wasn't good at dealing with girls like this at all. He quickly excused himself as in the middle of writing a report for the Empire, but still couldn't resist dropping a flirtatious line in true Leonard fashion that he was happy she called his name. Eva was so embarrassed she covered her face, while Arnold screamed internally at this unintended mishap. The princess apologized for the intrusion and suggested they dine together another time if their schedules allowed. He could only smile and nod farewell. No sooner had the door closed than Arnold collapsed from exhaustion. This situation had truly spiraled out of his control. He clutched his head in panic. This is really ruined, completely ruined. In his imagination, he saw himself frantically apologizing for making the princess fall in love with Leonard. He had to find a way to sever this messy emotional thread immediately. Arnold tried to calm himself, telling himself Eva was only overwhelmed by the image of the prince who saved her life. The feeling would fade if he did nothing more. Putting romance aside for now, he sat at the desk and began writing a letter to the Empire to update his father on the actual situation. If the sea dragon truly appears, the damage will spread to the Empire. To maintain good relations with Albatro, he planned to ask his father for permission to send El Nahir as a special envoy. The worst-case scenario was that this southern nation would vanish before the letter could reach the king. A truly terrifying prospect. The next day, Grand Duke Donato officially requested Leonard act as mediator to reconcile an alliance between Albatro and Rondine. He nodded and accepted immediately. The Grand Duke anxiously asked whether he really wanted to travel by sea, since Leviatano could be lurking out there. Arnold confidently explained that sea travel was much faster, and he also had the magical cannons Albatro had lent for protection. He guessed the monster was probably more worried about being resealed than hunting prey right now. He advised the Grand Duke to remain on high alert. The man bowed, gratefully for taking the burden off their shoulders. Arnold felt a little guilty about the excessive praise. As he was about to leave, a voice called from behind. It was Julio. The boy hurried after the Prince Messiah. Julio bowed his head and thanked Arnold again for saving so many people at the port. The boy still looked a bit shy. Arnold scoffed, saying it was Julio who cried for help, so he merely responded. He added, "Remember that praise. One day, I'll make you repay the debt." Julio was stunned by the arrogant yet impressive remark from the prince. The boy declared loudly that he wanted to become a respectable prince like Arnold. His eyes shone with belief. Arnold thought to himself that Leonard wasn't as perfect as people imagined. Some praised him as brave, but many also called him reckless and thoughtless. He turned his back and left Julio with sincere advice. If you believe what you're doing is right, never waver. He regarded that decisiveness as an admirable trait. Arnold used the rescue of the survivors as an example. He had made an immediate decision without caring about the outcome. A ruler sometimes must stand alone when making important choices. Julio listened intently, engraving every word of the young prince. Arnold's image now stood tall in the boy's eyes. Arnold smiled softly and concluded with one last line. To be a good prince, you must never waver from what you believe is right. Julio shouted with determination, promising he would never forget those words. The boy was completely convinced. Arnold silently evaluated his brother. Leonard was prone to be led by emotion, unlike their late eldest brother. Yet that unwavering quality was his strength. As long as he could make decisive choices, Leonard would become a good emperor for the Empire's sake. That's why Arnold was pushing him toward the throne. He smiled smugly, resolving to prevent selfish rivals from seizing the position. Though he knew Leonard would look at him and ask, "Why don't you do it yourself?" Arnold's great-grandfather used to say, "Those who find everything troublesome are unworthy to be emperor." Arnold thought to himself that, if so, he was certainly the least suitable person alive. After only a few days pretending to be the passionate younger brother, his spirit was already collapsing. Being a real hero was not easy at all. Now he just wanted to lie down and do nothing. But the harsh truth was he still had to stand on the deck and continue his charade. the ship bearing the Empire's eagle emblem proudly cut through the waves. Arnold told himself he'd endure a little longer for Leonard's future. Arnold's expression turned serious for a moment. He took a deep breath to prepare for the next step of his plan. The order to weigh anchor was given. Their next destination was the powerful Duchy of Rondine. At Rondine Castle, Arnold, dressed in royal attire, knelt on one knee and formally introduced himself as the first prince of the Empire of Adrasia before the king. The king, with his snowy white beard, welcomed him warmly. He praised him for not minding the long journey to come here. The king shared that he had heard Arnold's ship was caught in a storm and had been praying for their safety. Arnold calmly accepted the inquiry on his brother's behalf. With Leonard absent, Arnold naturally became the highest-ranking representative of the diplomatic delegation. He nodded to confirm that obvious fact to the king. Getting straight to the point, the king wanted to hear the emperor's answer regarding their request for military assistance. Arnold signaled for Elna to step forward to present the details. Elna von Amsberg boldly introduced herself as the commanding officer of the 3rd Royal Cavalry Regiment. Her imposing presence commanded the hall's attention. The King of Rondine was surprised to meet the prodigy of the Amsberg line, wielder of the legendary Holy Sword Aurora. Elna quickly clarified that she could not use that sword outside the Empire's territory. Elna calmly replied that her presence itself was the Emperor's answer. Her gaze was sharp, unmoved by the king's authority. She explained that the Empire's army was too powerful. If they intervened deeply on one side, rival nations would immediately support the other, leading to the region's exhaustion. Therefore, the Emperor could not approve full-scale support. However, to maintain friendship, the Empire would still provide limited assistance. Elna proposed demonstrating Adrasia's military strength as an initial guarantee. She tactfully asked the king whether he wished to witness the Amsberg family's power. The king of Rondine was very enthusiastic. He was curious whether Elna could face multiple soldiers at once. Elna confidently replied that 10 men would be no problem. Hearing that, 10 elite soldiers of Rondine immediately formed up. Arnold sat at a distance, watching with a face that showed no surprise. Elna smiled and nodded, ready to face 10 soldiers at once to prove her claim. No sooner had she finished than all 10 soldiers charged with resounding shouts. The exhibition match began amid the spectators' suspense. Elna effortlessly defeated them, loudly ordering the knights not to falter before their mistress if they still called themselves cavalry. Meanwhile, Arnold yawned repeatedly, finding sitting idle terribly boring. He privately wondered whether his brother was suffering the same way. Being idle left Arnold feeling oddly uncomfortable. A few days later, Arnold's ship entered Rondine's waters. He sighed, only wishing the swap with Leonard would be completed quickly. Suddenly, the whole ship trembled violently, accompanied by strange noises from beneath the sea. The commander panicked, not understanding what was happening. "Is the sea crying?" he exclaimed fearfully. Arnold immediately ordered all soldiers to prepare for combat. He barked for absolute silence at once, so as not to attract the attention of whatever was under the water. He realized he had been too complacent. Although they had set up concealment barriers, they hadn't expected to encounter the monster in these waters. It was too late to evade. They had to let it pass. A gigantic creature was gliding right beneath the ship's hull. The crew held their breath, only able to sense its movement through the undercurrents and swirling water sounds. Arnold stared thoughtfully at the black water. The giant sea serpent had passed, leaving an atmosphere thick with fear. The commander heaved a relieved sigh, drenched in sweat. He admitted he had thought the whole crew would die at the monster's hands. Arnold also admitted he had been careless not to anticipate the sea serpent appearing here. He thought to himself that Rondine was indeed a troublesome place. He analyzed that the monster was either heading to Rondine or had just returned from there. Either way, Rondine was about to face serious trouble. A soldier hurriedly ran up to report urgent news. It turned out Rondine was under sudden attack by the creature. Arnold jolted, realizing the ship he had left Leonard on was surely in danger. "I knew it," he muttered. The commander advised Arnold not to act on impulse, but he brushed it off. He ordered the ship to charge ahead at full speed to support his younger brother. Arnold smiled cryptically. Finally, the chance to swap places had come. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Determination gleamed in his eyes. A new performance was about to begin amid the smoke and fire of war. From afar, Explosions thundered, shaking the sea. Arnold's ship fired its magical cannons, beginning a dramatic rescue at Rondine's harbor. An AA-class Sea Serpent was viciously attacking warships around the port. Chaos reigned as sea monsters appeared everywhere. Arnold watched the battle with a cold gaze. He instructed Leonard's ship captain not to force a direct fight with it, but to distract it so it wouldn't reach land. The captain protested, calling it impossible. "If you're scared, go hide in your cabin." Arnold snapped. On his own ship, Arnold ordered the helmsman to turn left around the Sea Serpent. Despite objections about the risk, he remained firm. "Do it." The eagle-emblazoned sails billowed amid the blasts. Leonard's ship cheered as reinforcements arrived. "Leo's here," they cried hopefully. Arnold smiled confidently. The plan was in motion. Now was the time to show the world the true power of the Empire's prince. He ordered both ships to coordinate their attacks on the Sea Serpent. The captain obeyed at once, swiftly maneuvering the ship toward the target as the young prince planned. Arnold ordered all the starboard gun ports opened. "We'll make that beast taste magical cannon fire," he growled with authority. "Fire!" Arnold's roar drowned out the waves. Beams of magical light erupted from the barrels, tearing through the air. The magical projectiles struck the water, producing horrific explosions right beside the giant sea serpent. The creature howled in pain. Its ear-piercing scream echoed across Rondine's waters, signaling a turning point in the battle. Seeing the monster hit, Arnold ordered Captain Mark Tiber to bring his ship alongside Leonard's. He wanted to finish off the creatures clinging to that ship. Arnold stood on deck and loudly ordered the cavalry to prepare to board. "Eliminate the monsters clinging to my brother's ship in close combat," he shouted. Arnold called Mark close to give instructions. He needed the captain's absolute coordination to execute the final step of the plan. "I'll go help my brother. Please support me here," Arnold whispered. Mark froze for a moment, then smiled and nodded, understanding the implication. Mark replied with trust. "Your Highness, leave everything to me." Arnold nodded, pleased by the deputy commander's loyalty. Arnold drew his sword and lunged onto the besieged ship. "Attack!" His shout invigorated all the soldiers on board. Yet inwardly Arnold grumbled. "This sword is so heavy." Playing the hero was truly exhausting him. Amid the melee, he searched frantically for Leo's figure. Time was running out for the identity swap. "If we want to switch places, it's now or never," Arnold told himself as the situation stabilized. He needed to find Leonard immediately. "Now!" Arnold called out when he finally spotted his brother among the monsters. A decisive moment was about to occur. He swung his sword to fend off a monster attacking from behind. Arnold's reflexes remained razor-sharp despite his constant grumbling about the trouble. Arnold leapt into the air and unleashed a powerful slash to clear a path. His gaze was intensely focused on the target. "Grah!" Arnold screamed as he delivered the finishing blow, drawing all soldiers' attention to himself and giving Leonard room to move. After dropping into a secluded corner of the deck, the two brothers finally met. Leonard scolded Arnold for being late, while Arnold could only sigh at being dragged into this mess. Leonard said that playing the role of the incompetent Arnold was no less tiring than Arnold going into battle. Both brothers felt exhausted from their parts. Arnold asked if Leo had done anything odd while pretending to be him. Leonard proudly said he had performed the role of a heroic Prince Leonard on the ship to perfection. "If you felt tired playing me, then you definitely overdid it," Arnold teased his brother as they both gave wry smiles. Leonard nodded in agreement. He said he had truly been worn out forcing himself to act like Arnold's lazy persona. "I'll give everything back to you," he said. Arnold stretched with relief. "All right, I'll leave the rest to you." "I'm going to protect the harbor," Leonard said, then hurried off to carry out his task. Arnold smiled as he watched his brother's figure. He knew Elma would handle things on land, so he left the sea matters to Leonard. As for him, it was time to return to being himself. Arnold nonchalantly told Captain Mark that everything was in his hands and that he was going to take a nap. Mark gaped in astonishment at this 180-degree change. Ignoring everyone's shock, Arnold calmly shut the door. "Do whatever you want. After all, Leo will sort it out in the end," he muttered irresponsibly. Mark sighed in disappointment when he saw Arnold sprawled on the bed. He had hoped the prince would change without Leonard by his side, but old habits died hard. He was still the same lazy, incompetent prince as ever. The magical cannons finally go quiet. Arnold notes that the battle has finally come to an end. The captain lets out a sigh of relief, while Arnold yawns, wanting nothing more than to get back to the castle and sleep. The ships set sail, leaving the port behind as they head for home. Walking through the town, Arnold notices that the damage from the attack isn't as bad as he expected. Even the monsters that managed to reach the shore were kept at bay. He spots Elna on a roof and gives her a lazy shout-out for her hard work. She looks down at him, but the prince is already physically and mentally drained. Elna tells him that his lazy prince act won't work on her anymore. He catches her off guard by pointing out that her clothes are actually torn. He jokes that her pastel-colored panties are definitely going to be visible through the rip. She freezes up, her face turning a deep shade of red. As she panics and checks for the tear, he admits he was just messing with her. She screams at him to mind his own business while he walks away. Back at the palace, the Grand Duke is in a total panic over his sunken warships. Arnold's hope for a nap is ruined since he's forced to pose as his brother, Leonard, for another high-stakes meeting. Acting as Leonard, he formally requests an alliance to deal with the dragon emergency. The King of Rondine is hesitant, wondering if his lands are truly in danger. Arnold doubles down on a lie, claiming he saw the dragon heading this way on his journey. He explains that the monsters appearing on land are just a sign the dragon has moved into their waters. He shows them a map, explaining how their trade routes will be completely cut off. He warns that if the sea is blocked, the Empire won't be able to send any aid to save them. He drops the polite tone and tells the king they're finished if they refuse the deal. Terrified of being abandoned, the king folds immediately and agrees to the alliance. Arnold smirks. Now that the politics are handled, he can use the guild for the actual work. The following morning, a joint armada sets sail for the Grand Duchy of Albatro. Leonard and Elna head off to lead the charge, leaving the lazy prince behind. Arnold waves them goodbye, figuring that Albatro's peace is all that matters for now. He keeps up his act, trembling and pretending he's too scared to fight if he had to. Once the ships are out of sight, he drops the facade and hopes they wrap things up quickly. He slips away into an alley and activates a teleportation spell. He reappears at the Rondine branch of the Adventurers Guild. The guild receptionist opens the door to check on the lobby. She's confused to find every single person in the room has suddenly passed out. She freezes when she notices a dark, masked figure standing in the middle of the room. It's Silver, ready to start the real operation behind the scenes. He introduces himself as the SS-class adventurer and apologizes for knocking everyone out. The girl's eyes light up when she realizes the legendary mage is right in front of her. He ignores her excitement and asks to use their long-distance communication chamber. Sitting at the crystal, he demands that they put him through to the vice president. Clyde's face appears on the screen, looking incredibly annoyed by the unexpected call. Silver claims he's just visiting a friend, but Clyde has heard some rumors he wants to confirm. Clyde mentions that an official request to defeat the Sea Dragon has come in from the Grand Duchy of Albatro. He explains that things are a mess at the head office, as this is an ultra-high-level quest only a few top-tier adventurers can handle. Silver says he doesn't want to drag others into this, but he has to head back to the Empire immediately for personal business. He tells Clyde to deal with the request himself, but Clyde warns him that the info has already leaked and the Empire is starting to intervene. Silver realizes that if the Empire steps in, they'll use it to put the southern region in their debt, creating a whole new mess. He wants the guild to handle it fast, so he asks Clyde to stay on the line and alert him the moment the dragon shows up. As he walks through the streets, Silver suspects someone is trying to use the dragon crisis to make themselves look like a hero. He decides the best move is to return to the capital and check on Finn while keeping an eye on the Empire's plans. Using his magic, he prepares to teleport back into his life as the useless prince. He reappears right in his bedroom at the castle, where Seabass is already waiting to welcome him home. Arnold acts surprised, asking how his butler always knows exactly when he's going to show up. Seabass reports that everything is going smoothly and that Lady Lynfia has been doing a great job protecting Finn. He fills Arnold in on Finn's recent visit to Demi-Humans Incorporated, mentioning that she practically offered herself as part of the negotiation. Seabass sighs at her reckless dedication, while Arnold just listens, realizing how much of a handful she's become. The old man Arnold calls Gramps points out that Arnold and Finn are actually very similar in how they handle things. Arnold defends his bad reputation, saying it gives him the freedom to do whatever he wants without people noticing. Gramps laments that children are forced to grow up so fast in this power struggle for the throne. Arnold wishes things could have been different, but the lack of a strong ruler has turned the succession into a battlefield. Gramps reminds him not to be too hard on Finn, understanding the pressure she's under to prove herself. Arnold remains silent, taking in the old man's words as he considers his next move. He lets Seabass know he's got it from here and prepares to head toward Finn's room. Finn is stunned when a legendary Silver suddenly appears in her doorway. Silver greets her and politely asks for a moment of privacy, acknowledging Lynthia as well. Lynthia is visibly moved that such a famous adventurer actually remembers meeting her. Despite her respect for him, Lynthia stands her ground, reminding him that she's currently Finn's bodyguard. Silver doesn't back down, insisting that he needs to speak with Finn one-on-one. Arnold thinks to himself that while Lynthia's loyalty is great, it's making his current job a lot harder. Lynthia remains firm, ready to protect her charge even against the strongest adventurer in the guild. Seabass steps in, reassuring Lynthia that he'll keep an eye on things and she won't be in the way. Finn decides to trust him and asks Lynthia to wait in another room for a bit. Seeing that even Sir Seabass is on board, Lynthia reluctantly agrees to step out. Seabass leads the bodyguard out, finally leaving the room to the two of them. Finn welcomes him back and asks if something has happened to bring him here so suddenly. Silver cuts straight to the point, mentioning that he heard about her high-stakes meeting with the demi-humans. Finn excitedly tells him the negotiations went perfectly and that the representative was actually very kind. Silver's tone turns serious as he prepares to say something he knows he might not have the right to. He looks her in the eye and tells her that he wants her to start valuing herself a lot more. Finn stares back at him, completely caught off guard by his sudden sincerity. Silver admits it hurts to see her disregard her own safety just to prove she's useful to him. He tells her plainly that she is special, and she doesn't need to throw her life away for his sake. He explains that only Seabass and she know the truth about his double life, making her a vital part of his world. He finishes by telling her that the moment she learned his secret, she stopped being just an outsider to him. With his mask removed, Arnold smiles warmly at Finn, declaring that if Leo is his only brother, then she's his one and only co-conspirator, a partner who cannot be replaced. Finn's eyes well up with emotion and her cheeks flush as she listens to his confession, deeply moved by the trust he has placed in her and the comfort of sharing his greatest secret. Arnold and Finn are finally alone, but she's struggling with the weight of his secret. She starts comparing herself to the princes, feeling like she's just not special enough to be standing by his side. Tears start streaming down her face as she breaks down. Even if she isn't remarkable, she's determined to do whatever it takes to be useful to him. Arnold reaches out and gently pets her head, telling her he already knows how much she does. He thanks her, his voice sounding a bit softer than usual. He wipes a tear from her cheek, apologizing for taking so long to show his appreciation. Finn just looks up at him, hoping he can truly forgive her for feeling like a burden. Arnold gives her a small smile, saying they're both in the wrong here. He's not about to let her take all the blame for their messy situation. He reflects on how Finn was just a girl who'd never even left her father's land. Now, he's the one who's dragged her into the capital and exposed her to the deadly game for the throne. Finn takes a breath and pulls herself together, telling him she's fine now. She isn't going to let a few tears stop her. She looks at him with a determined smile, asking for the full rundown on what's happening in the south so she can start helping. Arnold watches her, realizing her resolve is the real deal. He doesn't need to baby her anymore. He takes her hands and tells her he's officially counting on her. The partnership is locked in. Switching back to his silver persona, Arnold meets up with Finn and her bodyguard, Lynn. Lynn looks pretty startled to see the legendary adventurer just sitting there. Lynn notices right away that Finn's eyes are red and puffy from her earlier crying session. Silver cuts straight to the chase. A sea dragon has appeared in the south, and the situation is getting critical. The news hits Lynn like a ton of bricks. A legendary monster like that is the last thing anyone wanted to hear about. Silver explains that he can't just jump in and fix things without a formal request from the Adventurers Guild. Everything has to be by the book. He breaks down the political mess, explaining that if he intervenes personally right now, it'll only complicate the alliance forming between the southern nations. Lynn isn't totally convinced and asks what his real goal is in coming all this way to tell them. Silver reveals that the bearer of the Holy Sword is already in the south. If the Emperor sends a proxy to grant permission, she can handle the beast on her own. He mentions that someone inside the guild has been leaking info to the Empire. He knows more than he should. The guild is already on high alert because they know the Empire is looking for any excuse to get involved in the south. The real problem is that the Empire is about to send a royal family member along with a massive army, which is exactly what Silver wants to avoid. He wants those forces out of the equation entirely. Lin asks what kind of trick he's planning to pull to stop an entire army. Silver explains his plan. He wants a capable royal proxy sent with just a small unit of elite guards. That way, he can teleport them in instantly. Lin realizes that Finn's job is to persuade a royal family member who isn't one of the top 3 contenders for the throne. Silver wants someone completely disconnected from the succession struggle, so they won't try to claim the victory for political points. He identifies the 4th prince, Troggett, as the perfect candidate. The guy has absolutely zero interest in the crown. Finn is all for it, smiling as she says she'll be the one to convince the bookish prince. They head over to meet him, but Troggett gives him a flat-out no. He's not interested in leaving his room. He's sitting at his desk, claiming he's in the middle of writing his masterpiece and can't be bothered with politics. Finn is caught off guard by his refusal, while Silver just stands there, knowing his brother actually has zero talent for writing. Troggett is well aware of his reputation. He knows he's the member of the royal family everyone looks down on and makes jokes about. He turns to Silver and asks if bringing Finn along was all part of a plan to manipulate him into helping. Silver ignores the jab and explains that the Sea Dragon situation is a nightmare that requires a royal proxy from the Empire immediately. Finn begs him to think about the people of the South, but Troggett plays it cold, saying he has no obligation to help anyone outside his room. He shrugs it off, saying Arnold and Leonard are adults who can handle their own problems. Finn stops writing, her expression suddenly sharpening. Troggett looks at her over his glasses, asking if she's really planning to try and threaten him using his younger siblings. Finn doesn't blink. She tells him straight up that she doesn't care what it takes to get him to accept the request. She starts talking about how much of a shining gem Lady Krista is, knowing Troggett is incredibly protective of her. He starts to panic, realizing his no could put her in danger. Troggett slumps at his desk, totally unsure of what to do now that his favorite siblings are part of the equation. Finn switches gears, telling him that the greatest writers were the ones who went on epic adventures themselves. It's the perfect way to finish his book. Troggett stops and asks why she's willing to go this far. Is it just for the throne, or is there another reason? Finn just gives him a bright, honest smile and asks if you really need a reason to help the people you care about. Troggett pushes up his glasses, suddenly feeling a surge of poetic inspiration. He declares that he couldn't possibly ignore Finn's beautiful, honest words without shaming the very name of literature. Finn's eyes light up with surprise. Against all odds, her appeal to his ego as a writer actually worked. Troggett tells her that her heartfelt words are more than enough reward for him. He's totally sold on being the hero of this story. He wastes no time, marching down the palace halls with a newfound and very uncharacteristic sense of purpose. He bursts right into the audience chamber, shouting for his father. He's usually the last person anyone would expect to see making a formal request. Emperor Johannes isn't exactly pleased. He roars at his son for interrupting a high-level meeting like an insolent brat. Silver steps forward to keep the momentum going, introducing himself formally to the emperor. Johannes narrows his eyes. He reminds Silver that trespassing into the throne room is usually a one-way trip to the executioner's block. Silver offers a polite apology, explaining that the emergency left him no time for protocol. He asks the emperor to consider an old debt from the Kiel incident as paid in full if he listens. That gets the emperor's attention. He agrees to hear them out, asking if this is about the looming crisis in the south. Silver explains the tension with the Adventurers Guild, mentioning that they're worried about the Empire overstepping its bounds and making a mess of things. He turns the floor over to Finn and Troggett. Johannes notes that Finn seems to be in surprisingly high spirits today. Troggett is sweating bullets, but he manages to choke out his request to be appointed as the Emperor's proxy for the Southern Mission. Princess Xandra doesn't miss a beat, calling him a pig and telling him to go back to sleep. She even threatens to turn him into pet food if he doesn't shut up. Finn stands her ground, admitting she was the one who convinced Troggett to step up. Troggett just cowers behind her, terrified of his sister's wrath. Finn lays out the hard truth. The Imperial army is way too slow. By the time they march south, the Sea Dragon would have already leveled everything. She explains that this isn't a battle they can win with raw numbers. They need precision and high-quality fighters. Johannes asks why on earth he should send Troggett of all people. Finn explains that as a royal proxy, he can grant the hero in the south permission to use the holy sword, Aurora. Silver adds that Troggett is the perfect choice because his only job is to transport the sword without getting in anyone's way. Prince Gordon is insulted, demanding to know if Silver is suggesting the Imperial army would lose even with Elna on their side. Finn stays calm, assuring him that victory is certain, but the time it would take to organize a full military campaign is a luxury they don't have. Silver points out that he can use transfer magic to get a small, elite team there instantly, which would do more for the Empire's reputation than a slow-moving invasion. Xandra scoffs at the sophistry, arguing that a full-scale rescue by the Empire's own forces would be a much better PR move. Eric pushes up his glasses and sides with Finn. He warns that Xandra's plan would just ruin their relationship with the Guild and make the Empire look desperate for territory. Gordon slams his fist, begging his father to let him lead a conquest and seize the South for themselves. Johannes lets out a dry laugh. He appreciates Gordon's honesty, but he's not looking to annex the South today. He officially decides to go with Finn's plan. Xandra is fuming, but there's nothing she can do once the Emperor has spoken. High-stakes politics is never pretty. Johannes orders everyone to cooperate with the Adventurers Guild and tells Troggett to step forward to receive his orders. He produces a royal signet, confirming Troggett's new authority for this mission. With a booming voice, Johannes officially appoints Troggett as his proxy to deliver the Holy Sword, Aurora, to the front lines. He looks at Silver and asks him to personally watch over his son. Silver gives his word that Troggett won't lose a single hair on his head. The other siblings can only watch in bitter silence as their useless brother gets a major assignment. The power balance in the palace is shifting. Down at the docks, Troggett is already complaining that he'd rather have a beautiful woman protecting him. Silver tells him he'll find exactly what he's looking for in the South. Finn sees them off, promising to wait for Silver's safe return. He gives her a final nod, promising to be back before she knows it. The scene shifts to the Grand Duchy of Albatro, where the naval blockade has the port at a total standstill. The tension is thick in the air. Grand Duke Albatro meets with Grand Duke Rondine, thanking him for making the journey despite the circumstances. They have to stick together. Arnold, back in his prince persona, stands with Elna on the pier. They've cleared the first political hurdle, but the real work is just beginning. Elna looks out at the water, noting that the only thing left to do is find a way to kill a legendary sea dragon. No big deal, right? Suddenly, Elna's instincts flare. She shouts for the troops to get on high alert and protect the dukes as the sea begins to churn. A massive pillar of water erupts from the bay with a deafening roar. Something big is coming up. The Grand Dukes can only watch in absolute horror as the waves crash over the docks. The monster has finally arrived. Elna and Arnold draw their weapons, facing down the massive shadow rising from the depths. The battle for the South starts now. Water streams off massive, jagged fangs as a monstrous maw opens wide, letting out a spray of mist that blankets the entire dock. Emerging from the depths in all its terrifying glory, the legendary sea dragon, Leviatano, finally reveals itself. The real nightmare has only just begun. A massive black maelstrom rips open the sky right above the duchy. The ancient sea dragon, Leviatano, descends through the whirlpool to lay waste to the port. The beast starts charging a massive blast, and Elna von Amsberg realizes the city is in serious trouble. She screams for the people to run while she prepares to take the hit. A beam of raw energy slams into the coast, triggering a massive explosion. The town erupts in chaos as buildings burn and citizens panic for their lives. Leonard Lakes Adler tells Elna to handle the ground while he boards a ship to fight on the water. She calls him reckless, but Leonard is determined to draw the dragon's fire away from the town. The surrounding fleets are in a complete panic and on the verge of turning on each other. Leonard refuses to sit by and let the alliance his brother built fall apart. Another lethal blast is fired directly at the fleeing civilians. The knight leaps forward, putting herself between the blast and the town. She manages to block the attack, but the sheer force nearly knocks her back. She yells at the stragglers to get out of the area before the next one hits. Her arm is already numb from just one blow, and she knows she can't stop everything. She desperately wishes she could unlock the true power of her sword, Aurora. Facing the godlike monster alone, the warrior begins to wonder how much longer she can hold out. On the deck of a ship, Leonard orders the captain to fire the cannons. The captain thinks it's a suicide mission, but the prince says they have to try. Leonard grabs a magic broadcaster and announces himself as the 8th prince to the entire fleet. He rallies any ships that aren't afraid of the depths to follow his lead. They just need to create enough of a distraction to pull the dragon away from the port. For a moment, there's only silence as Leonard waits to see if anyone will step up. Suddenly, the Albatro and Rondine ships signal their support, joining the assault. The crew recognizes the mysterious ship that helped them out during the previous battle. Leonard is surprised they're so eager to help, since Arnold didn't mention this in his plan. He's consistently amazed by how far ahead his brother was actually thinking. He thanks the brave crews and prepares for the clash of a lifetime. The order is given to begin firing and draw the dragon's focus. Over at the Adventurers Guild, the staff is scrambling to coordinate an evacuation. Chaos breaks out at the city gate as everyone tries to escape at once. Eva is running through the streets, searching for anyone who can help. She slams open the guild doors, begging for someone to save her people. She doesn't care who accepts the request. She just needs a hero for Albatro. The adventurers realize the request is basically a death sentence for most of them. A few guys start arguing over whether it's even possible to fight a sea dragon. The receptionist tries to calm things down, but Eva is on her knees, crying for help. Suddenly, a voice from the shadows tells her to just wait. A figure in a dark cloak and silver mask manifests in a swirl of magic. Arnold, in his silver persona, introduces himself as the SS-class adventurer. He stands over the sobbing girl and tells her he's accepting her request. He tells her she did well to make it this far, promising he'll handle the rest. Arnold, in his silver persona, tells the young woman to get to safety while he handles the monster. Traugott Lakes Adler marvels at the speed of transfer magic, officially stepping on his southern soil. Arnold tells Traugott to stop geeking out and issue the royal permission for Elna to use her sword's full power. Before he can do that, they need to get somewhere where they can draw the dragon's attention away from the port. Looking at the massive beast from the docks, Traugott starts to have some serious doubts about Elna winning this alone. Leviatano charges up a blast that would wipe Albatro off the map in a single hit. Arnold uses a magic amplifier to call out the dragon, acting as a massive target. He's got to protect the people, no matter how much mana it takes. The ancient dragon glares at the human pest, remembering the tool that once put it to sleep. Determined never to be sealed again, it prepares to settle the score once and for all. The beast fires a point-blank energy beam, promising its enemy a quick and painless death. Elna closes her eyes, apologizing to her parents and thinking of Arnold one last time. Suddenly, a massive divine barrier materializes between her and the blast. The dragon screams in frustration as it realizes its ultimate attack has been completely nullified. The barrier is Aegis, the impenetrable shield of the gods, and it's being held by the masked adventurer. Elna stares in awe at the sheer power required to stop a dragon's breath midair. Eva's brother Julio recognizes the prince, relieved that reinforcements finally arrived. Arnold introduces himself to the royal family of Albatro as the SS-class adventurer, Silver. Beside him, Traugott Lakes Adler makes his grand entrance, identifying himself as the 4th Imperial Prince. Arnold tells his brother to stop posing and get to work while the barrier is still holding. Traugott isn't exactly the combat type, but he's here to fulfill his duty as Imperial royalty. He praises Eva's bravery, noting it's a rare sight in these troubled lands. He takes a deep breath, preparing to use his authority for the sake of the duchy. Using a magic amplifier, he broadcasts his arrival to everyone within Albatro. He clarifies that he's here as the Emperor's proxy, not necessarily to save the city himself. He asks if any knights of the Empire are present and ready to follow his lead. If such a knight exists, he demands they step forward and state their name immediately. He promises to give that person the eternal honor of being the savior of the South. Elna von Amsberg doesn't hesitate for a second, stepping out into the open. She pledges her service to the prince, ready to carry out whatever command he has. She stands tall, a true imperial knight wishing to follow her orders to the end. Traugott demands she speak her name clearly for everyone to hear. She shouts her identity to the docks, officially accepting the burden of the battle. The prince is pleased, flashing a royal ring that grants her imperial authority. He commands his brave hero to take up the holy sword and end the dragon's rampage. Silver summons the legendary blade, handing it over to the knight with a simple nod. Elna is grateful, but Traugott brushes it off, saying he's just doing his job as a royal. He's actually more interested in using their battle as research for his next creative project. Arnold confirms with the royals of Albatro that he has their full permission to intervene. He checks one more time to make sure they're okay with him taking down their ancient guardian. They've already lost so much that they tell him to handle the dragon however he sees fit. With the formalities out of the way, Arnold and Elna prepare to engage the beast together. Elna von Amsberg, clutching her weapon, tells the masked adventurer that there's no way she's letting him hold her back in this fight. Arnold, as Silver, fires back with a smirk under his mask, telling her that he was about to say the exact same thing to her. High above the harbor, the ancient dragon Leviatano lets out a deafening roar, its massive form casting a shadow over the panicked citizens below. Arnold realizes that the first priority isn't the dragon, but the safety of the people still trapped on the docks. Arnold channels a massive amount of mana into his palms, his eyes glowing behind his mask as he prepares to cast a high-level protection spell. The air around him crackles with energy, vibrating with the sheer force of his magical output. A colossal, shimmering grid of light erupts from the docks, forming an impenetrable barrier that stretches across the entire coastline. This is Aegis, a divine shield designed to protect the Grand Duchy from the dragon's destructive breath. Arnold watches the citizens calm down, noting that Traugott's speech actually worked. If only his brother's personality wasn't such a mess, he'd be perfect for the throne. Elna snaps him out of his thoughts, demanding to know if he has a plan or if they're just going to wing it. Silver tells Elna he does have something in mind, but first, he wants her to show him what she's truly capable of. He asks her to draw the dragon's attention and keep it busy while he prepares his blade to finish the job. Silver realizes he's basically being used as bait in this fight. Leviatano is genuinely impressed that a mere human could withstand its water barrage. The dragon rants about its pride, claiming it needs to crush them to regain its lost honor. Silver doesn't buy the tough talk, asking if its ego is really worth more than its life. The beast's eye glows with a dangerous light as it prepares to unleash its true power. It summons dozens of water orbs, ready to saturate the entire area with magic. Silver stands firm, warning the dragon once more not to underestimate humanity. A massive array of magic circles flares up to intercept the incoming barrage. Under the mask, Arnold lets out a confident smirk. He unleashes a volley of magical energy that intercepts the dragon's water orbs mid-air. Bright flashes light up the sky over the city as the two powers collide. Enraged, the dragon gathers a massive amount of mana for a point-blank strike. Silver's hexagonal shield takes a heavy hit and starts to crack under the force. He's caught off guard by the sheer raw power behind the dragon's beam. The impact sends him skidding backward through the air. Arnold realizes the beast is mimicking the power of the Holy Sword. It's like a monstrous version of Aurora. Elna grips her blade, waiting for the perfect opening to strike. Silver urges her to stop stalling and just finish the job already. The massive dragon looms over the tiny warriors, casting a long shadow across the waves. Elna lunges forward with a war cry, her sword slicing through the air. The strike connects, drawing a pained scream from the ancient beast. Silver shouts for her to keep the pressure on while the monster is reeling. Elna hesitates for a second as she looks down at the churning sea. Her trauma kicks in, and she comes to a dead stop, hovering uselessly above the water. Arnold watches her struggle, wondering why she's suddenly freezing up in the middle of the fight. Silver suggests they swap roles, but Elna's pride makes her snap back at the idea. She glares at him, clearly frustrated by her own weakness. Silver lets a tease slip, mocking her for being helpless near the ocean. Elna freezes. Nobody but her closest friends should know about her phobia. Arnold's heart hammers against his ribs as he realizes he just made a massive mistake. He tells himself to stay calm and maintain his persona as the mysterious Silver. He dismisses her suspicion, claiming he has no obligation to explain his sources. Elna is furious, demanding to know where he heard that secret. The dragon begins to recover and move again, putting an end to their argument. Arnold realizes he's actually more terrified of Elna's temper right now than the giant beast. Leviatano sneers at them, finally feeling the weight of the wounds it's taken. The dragon looks at Elna and sees the shadow of the hero who once defeated the Demon King. It refuses to back down, declaring that a dragon will never retreat from humans. It vows to make them both pay for the insult of drawing its blood. Silver pulls Elna close, telling her he has a plan that requires her to trust him. He dodges a series of water blasts as the dragon tries to pick them off. Elna notes that since the dragon is focused on them, they won't be able to catch it off guard again. Silver leans in and tells Elna he has a plan to deal with the water once and for all. Elna is skeptical, wondering exactly what kind of scheme the masked adventurer is plotting. He casually announces that he's going to part the entire sea with a barrier so she can fight on solid ground. Elna's jaw nearly hits the floor as she tries to process the idea of creating a giant box of air on the ocean floor. She asks the obvious question, what happens to the person inside when the barrier is removed? Silver's blunt answer that the space will just fill with water again doesn't exactly put her at ease. Elna flatly refuses, pointing out that he could just drop the barrier the moment the monster is dead and drown her. Silver argues that it's a mutually beneficial proposal, and they don't have time to keep arguing while the city is being destroyed. He drops the bombshell that he knows she's terrified of water, so this is the only way she can actually fight. Elna is stunned and demands to know who told him about her secret phobia. Silver claims he heard it directly from Prince Arnold back when they were in Rondine. Elna is still suspicious, knowing that Arnold isn't the type of person to share such personal secrets with a stranger. She warns him that if he's lying, she won't show him any mercy. Silver doubles down, saying Arnold only shared it because he was deeply worried about her safety. The idea that her insipid friend cared enough to look out for her causes Elna to crack a small, knowing smile. She calls Arnold a dummy for being such a worrywart about her. She finally agrees to the plan, but only because she trusts Arnold's judgment in trusting Silver. Elna tells him she doesn't like the situation, but she'll give him a pass just this once. Silver wastes no time and activates his magic, ready to perform the impossible feat. A massive cubic barrier descends, slamming into the ocean and displacing millions of tons of water. The dragon is trapped inside the geometric air pocket, confused by the sudden change in its environment. Elna finds herself standing on the dry sea floor, finally free from the paralyzing fear of the open water. She realizes she has to fight now, so that her oldest friend never has to worry about her again. The dragon is outraged, screaming in confusion at the human's strange magic. Elna calls upon the holy sword of the stars, ordering it to unleash its full power. The dragon lunges, shouting for the human not to think so highly of herself. With a powerful war cry, Elna swings her glowing blade. She unleashes a blinding light burst that tears through the dragon's body. The ancient beast is shredded by the blast, its physical form finally giving way. As the dragon falls, Elna takes a breath, her energy completely spent. The barrier begins to crumble, and the ocean starts rushing back in with a roar. Panic sets in as Elna sees the wall of water descending upon her. Silver swoops in just in time, grabbing her before the sea can swallow her whole. Elna is embarrassed by the princess Carrie and shouts at him to let her go. She argues that he shouldn't expect to thank you since it was his flimsy barrier that failed in the first place. Silver uses his magic to lift the massive remains of the dragon out of the water. He points out that an S-class dragon's body will fetch a high price and can be used to fund the city's reconstruction. He notes that while the spoils usually go to the victor, this is a special case for the sake of the kingdom. Elna is surprised by his practical thinking and admits her opinion of him is changing. Silver just laughs it off, saying he's not just some hero who waves a sword around. As he prepares to leave, Elna stops him, asking one last time what his relationship with Arnold really is. Silver gives a cryptic answer, describing them both as co-conspirators in the same plot. Silver vanishes in a puff of smoke, leaving Elna alone on the beach with more questions than answers. Back at Albatro Castle, Silver transforms and lets out a long, exhausted sigh, glad that the ordeal is finally over. Arnold reflects on how close he came to being caught and decides that a very long nap is his top priority. However, he remembers he still needs to collect Troggett before he can officially call it a day. He finds Troggett in the middle of a creepy request, asking Eva to pretend he's her older brother for the sake of his creations. Watching the awkward scene, Arnold deadpans that they should probably just leave him there and go home without him. A few days after the showdown with the Leviathan, news hits that the beast is finally down and the fleet has left Rondine. Arnold's on the ship when a guard lets him know they're almost at Albatro. He plays it cool, but inside he's totally panicking. He just realized he screwed up big time. He completely forgot to tell his brother, Leo, that Princess Eva fell for him while he was pretending to be his twin. He's picturing Eva's face and realizing he's left Leo walking straight into a trap of his own making. He wants to believe Leo can handle a lovesick duke's daughter, but this isn't exactly his brother's strong suit. One wrong move, and the whole thing becomes a massive mess. He knows Eva. Given her personality, she's definitely going to make a move the second they dock. They finally arrive at Albatro, and even Arnold is impressed by how successful their sea trade has made the port. But then he spots someone waiting at the dock, and his heart drops. There she is. Eva is beaming at Leo, looking like she just won the lottery. Leo is standing there looking completely confused. Arnold's over here, wondering if Leo thinks it's just normal for women to start radiating hearts at him. He wonders if Leo thinks he's just some kind of natural-born lady killer now. Eva introduces herself properly, telling them her father was too busy to come himself. She even tells them to just call her Eva. Leo tries to be a gentleman, asking if she'd rather rest after their long journey, but he looks like he's barely holding it together. She tells them to head to the castle in the carriage while they finish up some business at the port. Arnold's just happy to escape the awkwardness. Mark comes over to lead them away, and Arnold's putting on a show of being heartbroken over his brother losing his innocence. But Mark drops some truth. Eva has been asking every night in sight about Leo's favorite things. The guy's reputation as a womanizer is officially public knowledge. Arnold's actually stoked. He's thrilled that Mark already talked to Leo about it, so he didn't have to. He sighs in relief, thinking that one problem is solved. Of course, Mark reminds him that there's always something else to worry about. Arnold looks at him, wondering what could possibly be worse than the Eva situation. The carriage door clicks shut, and the real trouble starts. Elna is sitting right there, and she looks like she's about to commit a crime. She's giving him a glare so sharp it could cut through stone. Arnold starts shaking like a leaf. He tells Mark, who's safely outside, that his life is legitimately on the line right now. Mark just tells him to handle it like he always does. Elna stays perfectly still, radiating enough killing intent to fill the whole carriage. Arnold knows exactly why she's mad. He told Silver about her weakness, and she's not the type to forgive and forget. She's even put up a soundproof barrier for their little talk. She finally snaps and asks if he's even hurt. Arnold just stays silent while she rants about how she'd never let herself get injured. Arnold tries to smooth things over. He explains he only told Silver about her phobia because he was worried she'd get hurt during the sea battle. He plays the important longtime friend card, hoping it'll make her back off. It works, and she starts blushing, though she's still clearly annoyed. She tells him it's not fair to word it like that, but she's willing to let the secret spilling slide for now. Then she gets serious. She wants to know what's really going on. She asks if he understands what she's getting at. She brings up the fact that Silver called them co-conspirators. She wants to know exactly what the two of them are plotting. Arnold realizes he can't lie his way out of this one. He comes clean. He and Silver have the same goal. They're making sure Leo becomes the next emperor. He explains the setup. He's using his status as a prince and Silver's reputation as a legendary adventurer to build an alliance. He mentions how they even manipulated Duke Kleinert into joining their side. It's all about making their cause look like pure coincidence. He tells her they've been working together since the vampire mess in the East. Everything Silver does is for Leo's benefit. Elna asks if Leo even knows about any of this. Arnold admits their dealings are way more cutthroat than his brother could ever imagine. He's even sent Silver toward the capital to start making moves there. He's doing whatever it takes to win the succession struggle. He confesses that he's left a lot of victims in his wake by prioritizing this fight for the throne above everything else. Elna looks at him, clearly skeptical. She asks if it's all just about staying alive, and if he really thinks his own siblings would murder them. Arnold thinks back to how things used to be. Eric was just a rival. Gordon was a simple military man, and Xandra focused on her magic. Back then, nobody was thinking about murder. But once the throne opened up, everything changed. The peaceful days were gone as soon as ambition took over. He knows his siblings have lost their kindness in the hunt for power. That's why he's going to make sure Leo wins, no matter what he has to do. Arnold explains that the von Amsberg family's involvement in politics is a double-edged sword. If they're seen openly backing them, they'll be branded as enemies by every other faction in the Empire. Elna listens silently as he lays out the stakes. She's been a warrior her whole life, taught to live and die by the blade, not by political maneuvering. But despite the risks, her mind was made up a long time ago. She's not about to back down now, even if she has to face the Emperor himself. She looks Arnold dead in the eye and makes a promise. If he's truly serious about putting Leo on the throne, then she'll lend him every bit of her strength. Arnold's taken aback by her resolve. She's even willing to abandon her title if her household gets in the way of her oath. He asks if she's really sure about this, considering she'd be failing her duties as an heir. She just laughs it off, reminding him that she's a stubborn woman. He of all people should know that by now. Arnold gives her a small smile, admitting he'd be grateful for that level of support. It's a huge weight off his shoulders to have her fully on board. For now, he needs her to keep up the act so no one figures out their real plan. If the other princes knew the von Amsbergs were on their side, they'd face a total assault from every side. Elna's eager to start, but Arnold is still a bit worried about how things will play out. Elna brings up a pearl necklace, asking if he remembers giving it to her when she became a knight. Arnold's caught off guard, trying to play it cool. She remembers him saying he searched all four corners of the Empire just to find the perfect pearls. It was a sentimental gift that meant a lot to her. But Arnold's a jerk. He admits he didn't actually go on some grand quest. He just made Leo go out and buy them. Elna's response is a swift, well-deserved whacking. Mark, outside the carriage, can hear the chaos and just hopes Arnold survives. Despite the headache, Arnold's relieved. He's glad the conversation ended without Elna figuring out that he and Silver are actually the same person. One secret at a time. As they head back to the capital, Arnold knows the pressure is only going to ramp up. Leo's going to get a hero's welcome, which means their siblings will be watching him even more closely. He's determined not to make any more sloppy mistakes. Back in Worth, someone is already waiting for him. A familiar face in the royal palace. Arnold stretches out, finally reaching his own quarters. He lets out a massive groan of relief as the tension of the trip starts to melt away. He's finally home, and he's not alone. He can finally drop the mask of the hero and the facade of the lazy prince. Finn is right there to welcome him back with a warm smile and a fresh cup of tea. She notices he's in an unusually good mood. Arnold agrees. This is the one place where he can actually be himself. Finn has become his sanctuary, the co-proprietor of his secrets. She tells him she knows she's not a powerhouse like Elna or a genius like Lynthia. She doesn't think she'll be able to help him much with the bigger struggles ahead. But she's determined to do what she can. She wants to support him in her own way, providing a space where he doesn't have to carry the weight of the world. She wants to be the person who welcomes him home when he's exhausted and sees him off with a smile when he has to go back into the fray. She promises to wish him the best on every departure and praise him for every job well done. It's a simple goal, but one that hits Arnold hard. He gives her a genuine smile, telling her he's counting on exactly that. Just knowing she's there is enough to keep him going. She calls herself just a bird, and Arnold is her perch. She begs him to always return to this place, no matter how bad things get outside. Arnold takes a sip of his tea, promising that as long as she's there, he'll always find his way home. She's the one person who needs Arnold, the person, not the hero or the prince. Finn wonders aloud if there will ever be a day where he can be his authentic self outside of these walls. Arnold just gives a vague answer, not really sure himself. He knows it won't happen until the conflict for the throne is over. Until then, it's safer for everyone if he keeps playing the part of the inept prince. It makes it much harder for his enemies to see him as a real threat. Finn takes his hand, silent for a moment as she processes how much he's actually carrying. She understands, but it's still a heavy realization. Arnold tells her not to worry. As long as he has her to share this secret with, he's at peace with his choices. He doesn't need public recognition from the people of the Empire. He's putting a lifetime's worth of effort into this conflict. But once it's over, he's planning to just live his life however he wants. He's faking a lot of things right now to make that future a reality. All he really wants is to go back to those peaceful, unchanging days before the succession war began. He wants to see his loved ones smiling again, and that's enough for him. He clenches his fist, determined to make that happen. He won't let anyone else die, no matter who he has to go up against to stop it. He knows he's not strong enough to handle losing anyone else. The more people he has to protect, the more he realizes that magic can't solve every problem in his way. He can't afford a single mistake. Finn tells him she believes in him. She's certain that Leo and Elna feel the same way. He's carrying a mountain of problems, but he's not doing it alone. She encourages him to keep doing his best. Arnold thanks her, admitting he still has a lot to learn about balancing all these different roles. He allows himself to relax, at least while he's in this room. He asks for another cup of tea, finally letting his guard down for just a moment. He tells her how mentally taxing it was to pretend to be Leo this time. He swears he'll never do it again, but then again he said that before. Finn just laughs at his dramatic vow. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the capital, the atmosphere is a lot less cozy. A heavy set of doors stands as a barrier between the peaceful living quarters and the brewing political storm. Prince Gordon is fuming. He's realized his plan to force a war was a complete waste of time and money. He's cursing his luck as he sits in his armor, looking like a caged beast. His advisors are equally frustrated. They paid a fortune to the guild for information, only for their own armada to fail in their mission. They missed their chance to dive headfirst into conflict. One of them rants about how the emperor has become weak since the passing of the first prince. Rumors are spreading that the military is declining, and any sign of weakness will be used against them. They believe the empire needs to project a much stronger image to the world. Gordon slams his hand down in agreement. He's convinced that he's the only one who can inherit the throne and guide the nation back to a position of dominance. He can't understand why his father can't see the obvious. Prince Gordon's advisors are in a panic. They feel that Leo and Silver are stealing all the glory, and it's making Gordon look weak. They can't believe that Leo is getting so much credit just for being there when the real work was done by others. Gordon himself is seething. He's convinced that Silver's support is the only reason Leo is gaining any influence at all. He knows Silver is a powerful user of ancient magic, but he thinks the man is ultimately a liability because he only acts after a problem has already started. Gordon is betting everything on the idea that Silver will never publicly side with Leo. He thinks that Silver is too aware of the fragile balance of power and won't risk a full-scale confrontation. To Gordon, that makes Silver a slow-moving target. He clenches his gauntlet hand, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He believes that once a real war begins, all the magic in the world won't save Leo or Silver. In the chaos of the battlefield, Gordon believes he's the ultimate master. One of his sycophants laughs, praising Gordon's military genius. He's sure that Gordon's past war service will easily outweigh whatever advantage Prince Eric currently has. They're already treating the throne as if it's already Gordon's. Gordon checks in on the progress of a secret weapon they've requested from a shadowy organization. His advisor assures him that things are moving along swimmingly, and it won't be much longer before it's ready. Gordon isn't in a hurry. He knows the Empire has plenty of enemies just waiting for a spark. He's counting on his father, the Emperor, needing his military might when the time inevitably comes. He's convinced that in times of crisis, people only respect strength. He thinks he's holding all the winning cards. His plan even involves using a suspect organization to bolster his forces. He doesn't care about the cost or the ethics of it, as long as it gets him closer to his goal. He tells his men to be especially careful of Prince Eric and the first Imperial Princess. One of his advisors warns him not to underestimate Liselot, the first princess and general of the Imperial armies. She's widely considered the most powerful commander in the royal family. Even with a war, there's a chance she's the one who would come out on top. Gordon just scoffs, thinking her time has passed since the first prince died. Gordon's temper flares as he grabs the man by the collar. He's insulted by the suggestion that he's somehow inferior to his sister. His glare is terrifying, and the advisor is left stuttering in fear. He orders the man to be thrown out immediately, having no use for anyone who lacks a discerning eye. He surrounded himself with yes-men, and anyone who offers a different opinion is swiftly silenced. He's convinced he's the only commander the Empire truly needs. Gordon's arrogance is on full display as he vows that once he's on the throne, his sister's head will be the first to fall. He doesn't fear her, seeing her as nothing more than a minor annoyance on the eastern border. He's determined to be the sole master of the Empire's military. Elsewhere, in a much quieter room, Prince Eric is watching the drama from afar. He's not surprised that Gordon is already purging his own followers for speaking the truth. It's exactly the kind of predictable behavior Eric expects from his brother. Eric just laughs it off, seeing Gordon as a fool who's only making things easier for him. By surrounding himself with blind sycophants, Gordon is creating his own downfall. Eric is much more interested in the bigger picture. He's content to let Leo and Xander deal with Gordon for now. He knows Gordon is plotting something, but he's not worried. He's waiting for the one person who can actually challenge him to emerge from the pack. Eric takes a long sip of his wine, a cold, calculating look in his eyes. He's a man who plays the long game, and he's eager to see who's going to be brave enough to stand against him. He's confident that in the end, they'll all be under his heel. He's already thinking about his next move, his mind a whirlwind of political schemes and power plays. He's not just aiming for the throne, he's aiming for total control. He's a master manipulator who's just waiting for the right moment to strike. The scene shifts to the inner palace of the castle of the Imperial Sword. A new day is beginning, and with it come new challenges and new secrets to uncover. A voice calls out, bringing someone named Krista into the fold. A young girl with long blonde hair and a crown of flowers looks up, her eyes wide with curiosity. She's the picture of innocence in a place full of shadows and intrigue. She wonders what they're going to talk about today. She points to a massive, glowing gemstone that's only half complete. She's curious as to why her mother chose to decorate the room with such an unusual object. It's a question that hints at a much deeper history. Her mother explains that it's a symbol of good luck, even if it is only half complete. She begins to recount a story from 11 years ago, a time of great upheaval and war for the Empire. It's a history lesson that's vital for understanding the current state of things. Back then, the Empire was caught in a brutal conflict between the Sakal Empire to the east and the Kingdom of Pellerin to the west. The Sakal Empire had invaded and destroyed the Dwarf Kingdom, forcing many of the survivors to flee into the Empire for protection. It was a chaotic time that shaped the future of the nation. The Sakal Empire was furious that the Empire was harboring the dwarves and their advanced technology. They sent countless threatening messages, demanding that the migrants be turned over. It was a diplomatic nightmare that the Emperor had to navigate with extreme caution. Imperial Chancellor Franz Seebeck was right in the thick of it. He knew that if they gave up the dwarves, they'd make an enemy of every demi-human on the continent. It was a choice between a war with a powerful neighbor or a total loss of trust from their allies. The pressure was immense. Emperor Johannes himself was the one who had to make the final call. He was a younger man then, but already possessed the piercing gaze that would define his reign. He was acutely aware that a wrong move could lead to a war much worse than anything they were already facing. He was looking for a third option. He suggested that if they could give the Sakal Empire something equally valuable as the Dwarven technology, they might be able to de-escalate the situation. It was a high-stakes gamble that required a very specific kind of resource. He was betting on human greed to solve a political crisis. The Sakal Empire was a nation of magic, but they lacked one critical item for their research: gemstones. These rare ores could store massive amounts of mana, making them incredibly valuable for any magic user. The larger the stone, the more power it could hold, and the harder it was to find. It was the perfect bargaining chip. Seebeck was hesitant, wondering if such a move would make the Empire look weak. But Johannes was firm. He knew that preventing a second war was a price well worth paying. He was willing to trade wealth for stability, a move that showed his pragmatic approach to leadership. Fortunately, the Empire had plenty of stones to spare. The plan worked. By offering a massive gemstone, they managed to achieve a ceasefire with the Sakal Empire. It was a major victory that brought a temporary peace to the region. Johannes was already looking ahead, hoping the Western Front would soon follow suit. He was a man who understood that sometimes the best way to win a war is to never fight it in the first place. A few days later, an ambassador from the Sakal Empire arrives to finalize the details of the agreement. Johannes is ready to meet him, his plan having played out exactly as he'd hoped. He's a man who's always 3 steps ahead of everyone else. He tells his staff to bring the visitor to his hall with the utmost care. The castle remains a hub of activity as the political gears continue to turn. Even in times of peace, there's always something brewing beneath the surface. It's a reminder that in the world of the imperial court, nothing is ever truly as it seems. The stage is set for the next chapter of this unfolding drama. Flashback to years ago. Elna's father, the Supreme Archduke, tells her to wait while he takes care of some official business. She gives him a cheerful nod and promises to stay put. But Kid's patience doesn't last long. She's bored out of her mind until a butterfly flutters past. Seeing something way more interesting than a brick wall, she decides to give chase. She follows the butterfly across the castle grounds, laughing as it leads her further away. It eventually slips through a tiny opening at the base of a wall. Curiosity gets the better of her, and she peers inside to see where it leads. She decides to crawl through the gap and see what's on the other side. She pops out into the Imperial Treasure Vault, surrounded by gold and glowing relics. She spots a cool-looking magic sword and can't resist picking it up. She starts swinging the blade around, playing hero in the middle of the vault. But one clumsy swing ends with a loud, sharp crack. She freezes, her heart dropping as she realizes what she's done. The sword sliced clean through a massive gemstone meant as a diplomatic peace offering. Panic sets in instantly. She breaks down into tears, knowing she's in massive trouble. That's when she hears footsteps nearby. Someone else is wandering in the dark. It's a young Arnold. He's just wandering through the treasure room on his own. He recognizes the broken gem, the present for the Sokol ambassador. Voices start echoing from the entrance. The ambassador and the emperor are coming. Elna is terrified, but Arnold tells her to stop crying and hide. He's got a plan. He shoves her toward the exit and tells her to run while he stays behind. When his father, Emperor Johannes, walks in, Arnold is standing right over the broken gem. He takes the blame immediately. Johannes stares down at his son, his expression hard and unreadable. He asks point-blank if Arnold is lying. The boy doesn't flinch and insists he did it. The emperor explodes in rage, delivering a heavy slap that sends the boy to the floor. He screams at him for being a fool and destroying a symbol of peace between their empires. He orders his son to be thrown in jail for a week. Elna watches it all from the shadows. Later, she finally reunites with her father, but she can't stop shaking. She's crying hysterically, trying to explain that the prince didn't do it. Her father brings her before the emperor, trying to take the responsibility for not watching her. But the room is filled with angry nobles and an offended Sokol ambassador. The problem is no longer about who broke it. A royal was caught, and that's what the other side is using as leverage. Elna tried to speak up, but the adults are already trapped in a diplomatic nightmare. Johannes sighs. He's sharp enough to know Arnold was covering for someone. He tells the Archduke the box was magically protected. There's no way a child like Arnold could have sliced through it. He even asked the boy a second time, but Arnold wouldn't change his story. He tells the Archduke there's no point in Elna coming forward now. The damage to Arnold's reputation is done. Elna stands small as the room is filled with cold, judging glares from the court. She's on the verge of breaking down again under the weight of all those eyes. That's when a woman steps forward. It's Lady Mitsuba, the emperor's wife. She walks over and gently asks if she's the Archduke's daughter. She pats her head and tells her she did a good job telling the truth, and that Arnold is happy to take the fall for her. Mitsuba Adler makes it clear she's not there to beg for her son's sake. She's only there because she was asked to come. Johannes Adler admits he's the one who summoned her. He knows Arnold chose to take the fall for Elna on his own. Mitsuba is fine with that. She plans to let her son do as he pleases, as long as he's ready to take responsibility for it. The Supreme Archduke is visibly sweating as Johannes wonders if there's a bigger problem brewing. Elna watches as the Emperor notes the ambassador won't be satisfied with just a replacement gem anymore. The Chancellor snaps at the minister for daring to speak so rudely to the Queen. Johannes claims to know nothing of governmental affairs, though Mitsuba isn't buying the act. She's sharp, telling them they can't blindly support a war without proper preparations in place. She puts the foreign minister on the spot, asking him how he plans to resolve the situation with his wise counsel. The man starts groveling and apologizing while Mitsuba reminds everyone that the gem was his idea to begin with. Johannes and the Chancellor discuss the Empire's reputation. A weak stance now could cause chaos. Mitsuba proposes sending the foreign minister to handle the whole mess at once to show a clear sign of strength. She argues that an armistice is necessary to protect the demi-humans, even if it looks like a sign of weakness. She points to Arnold's resolve as a young prince sticking to his principles, despite the punishment. Johannes looks at the memory of his son and has to admit the boy is cut from the same cloth. Later, the Chancellor admits he doesn't like Mitsuba much. Johannes just laughs. He chose her because she's clever. Now it's time for the Emperor to act. He orders the commanders of the Imperial Guard to be summoned immediately. He dismisses the Supreme Archduke, telling him to be ready for anything, and orders Arnold to be brought to him. He has a lesson to teach. He wants to show his son what a true emperor looks like. The Sokol ambassador is brought into the throne room, looking nervous about the sudden summons. Johannes starts off cool, offering a new gemstone as an apology for Arnold's disrespect. The ambassador gets greedy, asking for dwarven technology to process the stones they stole during their invasion. Johannes's expression goes cold. He tells the man to report back that the Empire is done playing nice. He stands his ground, stating they have no intention of handing over the people they've taken in. He reveals his trap. He's already sent messengers to their enemies for an armistice. The ambassador realizes he's been outplayed as Johannes prepares to drop the hammer. He declares that the Wanderers are now official citizens of the Empire, and he's obligated to protect them. He dares the ambassador to try and take them by force, telling him to prepare for the consequences. The Imperial Guard commanders stand ready. Johannes declares he'll lead the army himself. The ambassador tries one last bluff, saying the use of the Holy Sword will turn other nations against them. Johannes doesn't care. He says no one will dare say a word when the Holy Sword is used for justice. He's not afraid of war, and he definitely doesn't fear the fall of the Sokol Empire. He yells at the ambassador to get out and tell his nation that these negotiations were a failure. Once the room is cleared, Johannes calls Arnold over. He tells the boy that making the hard decisions is the only role an emperor truly fills. He wants his son to remember everything he just witnessed. He tells Arnold that if he ever tries to put someone on the throne, they better be just like him. Young Arnold nods, taking in the weight of his father's words and the reward of his resolve. The lesson ends with a firm reminder that Arnold still has to serve his full jail sentence. As they leave, the Supreme Archduke thanks Mitsuba for her help in smoothing things over. Mitsuba leans down to young Elna, asking her to promise to help Arnold if he's ever in trouble. With a determined look, Elna salutes and vows that she will never abandon him again. Mitsuba Adler smiles softly to herself, noting that Arnold has gained something far more precious than any gemstone from this ordeal. She thinks of the wonderful sword he's found, even if it seems like a burden that's almost too much for him to carry right now. In the present, Arnold and Leonard stand together. While Arnold remains unaware of the impact of his actions, Leonard looks at his brother with a mix of gratitude and concern. Arnold's goal is clear. He wants to see Leonard become a great emperor, because he believes an emperor is someone destined for the role, not someone who simply chooses it. In the Imperial Palace, Eva rushes in with news that both Prince Arnold and Prince Leonard are returning safely. Eva notices Mitsuba coughing and asks if she's fallen ill again, but the Queen dismisses it with a faint smile, promising she'll be better soon. The news of their success travels fast. Following the Beast's defeat, an alliance between the Grand Duchy of Albatro and Rondine is solidified. Leonard stands tall in the throne room, reporting that he expects the issues in the south to be settled for quite some time. Johannes Lakes Adler commends Leonard for his proficiency, noting that the prince has played a far greater role than anyone had anticipated. The emperor offers his son a reward, suggesting he could easily appoint Leonard to the position of a minister. While his siblings watch from the side, Leonard politely declines the offer, stating he doesn't feel ready for such a high office yet. Arnold watches with a sharp, knowing gaze. He knows that taking a minister's position now would only hinder Leonard's growth and make him an easy target. He's satisfied to see that Leonard is learning to think for himself, especially since they already have a strong foothold in the Ministry of Engineering. Leonard speaks up, asking for a different favor instead. He wants to address a problem faced by a young girl he met before he ever left for the South. Johannes's eyes narrow as Leonard mentions the word kidnapping. Leonard explains that the girl is from a village of wanderers, and her local lord has been ignoring her pleas for help for over 11 years. The emperor explodes in rage, his voice thundering through the hall. He cannot believe a lord would dare to ignore his direct orders. As Eric Adler tries to calm him down, Johannes yells that he cannot remain calm when his own commands are being mocked. He reminds everyone of his decree from 11 years ago. All people accepted within the Empire's borders are to be protected as full citizens. Eric tries to interject, warning that the kingdom's duties will suffer if the emperor intervenes personally, but Johannes isn't interested in excuses. Gordon Lake's Adler pipes up too, offering to take charge himself and bring down the hammer of the law on the lawless lords. Johannes isn't having it. He roars at them, calling them a foolish lot for trying to use a humanitarian crisis as a stepping stone for the throne. He turns his fury on Xandra Adler, reminding her that her own mother is from the south, and she should show a little more decency. The princes and princess bow their heads in fear, begging for their father's forgiveness as his aura fills the room. Johannes officially appoints Leonard to lead the investigation, ordering him to show no mercy to anyone involved in the kidnappings. Arnold watches Xandra's nervous reaction, certain that her family is involved. If they handle this right, it will be a crushing blow to her influence. He's pleased. After the victory in the south, Leonard's reputation is skyrocketing, and their foundation is growing stronger by the day. Arnold knows this is just the beginning. The real battle for the throne starts now. As the meeting is dismissed, Arnold thinks about sneaking off for a much-needed nap. But before he can make his escape, Johannes's voice rings out, ordering Arnold to stay behind. Arnold stops in his tracks, a bead of sweat running down his face. He's got a very bad feeling about what's coming next. Arnold's getting ready to leave, but his dad tells him to stay behind. He's already got a bad feeling about this. The Emperor's got that look on his face again, the "I'm about to give you more work" look. Johannes doesn't even want to do the talking. He just tells his official, Franz, to take it from here. Franz gets straight to the point. It's about Princess Xandra, Arnold's older sister out on the eastern border. Apparently, she just got a marriage proposal, and they want Arnold involved. He doesn't even let them finish. Absolutely not, he says, knowing exactly how much of a headache his sister can be. Franz explains that Xandra refuses to wed, and their other sister, Krista, is still way too young. Arnold counters that Xandra is basically a general out there, and only the Emperor has the rank to tell her what to do. Johannes starts losing his mind, ranting about how Xandra is already 25 and about to age out of the marriage market. He bangs the desk, calling her an ungrateful brat for threatening to quit being a royal just to avoid a wedding. The Emperor decides to use Arnold as bait, telling him to write her a letter since she apparently likes him. And here's the kicker. If the letter doesn't work, Arnold's being sent to the border to fetch her himself. Later, back at his quarters, Arnold vents to Finn about how his father is just scared of his own daughter's temper. Finn mentions the scary rumors about the princess being the Empire's most powerful living weapon. Arnold admits she's a genius who completely rebuilt the nation's defenses after being stationed there 5 years ago. If he had to sum her up in one word, militant. For her, the battlefield is her only lover. She doesn't care about honor or chivalry, just winning. She stays out of politics, thinking the military should stick to fighting. It's a nice sentiment, but she's terrifyingly dedicated to it. Arnold notes that despite being a war machine, she's got a weird charm that draws everyone's eyes. He casually tells Finn that she and Xandra are actually pretty similar, which causes a total short circuit. The butler chimes in, pointing out that Arnold basically just called Finn a top-tier beauty. Finn is completely red, hiding behind her tray as she tries to handle the sudden compliment. Arnold is totally clueless, not getting why she's so embarrassed about a simple fact. He shifts focus to the documents, noting Xandra is basically a clone of the second consort, her mother. He remembers the second consort as this gentle, blonde beauty who was kind to everyone she met. Arnold thinks Finn shares that same aura, which is probably why the Emperor is so fond of her. Finn is flattered, but Arnold jokes that people would probably pick her as the consort's daughter over Xandra any day. The real issue is Xandra uses her older sister as an excuse to keep dodging every marriage proposal that comes her way. The butler drops some dark rumors. Turns out, the Emperor never actually loved the fifth consort, Xandra's mother. He treats all his children fairly on the surface, but there's a nasty rumor following the fifth consort around. Word is she might have actually assassinated the second consort to clear the path. Finn is horrified. Consort-on-consort murder is some high-level palace drama. They were total rivals. One was a love match, the other was purely political, and they were always being compared. Finn asks if jealousy was the trigger, but there are no real answers. The fifth consort had a perfect alibi with the Empress at the time, and no proof of foul play was ever found. The real reason people are suspicious is because the fifth consort is the one who taught Xandra everything. Xandra's specialty is forbidden magic, the kind of taboo stuff that makes most people's skin crawl. She claims she's researching it for the Empire, but it's likely she learned some truly dark secrets from her mother. There are rumors of a curse that kills from a distance, though no one can prove it exists. It's the same weirdness as the Crown Prince's death 3 years ago, clean, but suspiciously convenient. Ever since then, the Emperor has looked at the fifth consort with nothing but suspicion. But without any hard evidence, his hands are tied, and Xandra is free to keep her dangerous research going. Arnold realizes he has to stay in the shadows for a bit, while Leonard heads south into Xandra's territory. He and Finn talk it over, with Arnold accepting his role as the behind-the-scenes support. Finn gives him a playful wink, reminding him that this is just business as usual for them. Arnold smirks and snacks on a biscuit, agreeing that she's right. Elsewhere, Marie is finishing up some business with Count Bales, the Minister of Engineering. They're moving forward with a plan to build a major highway connecting the capital to the east, all thanks to Marie's perfect documentation. Bales is impressed, praising Leonard for having such sharp aides as Marie takes her leave. Marie blends into the crowd in the capital, her work for the day seemingly done. But then, some street thug grabs her shoulder, thinking he's found an easy mark. 3 guys surround her, try to act tough, and looking for some fun. They suggest going to their secret hangout, and they clearly don't mean for tea. Marie gives them a sweet, dangerous smile, and says she was actually looking to have some fun with them, too. The leader thinks he's scored big, mocking her maid outfit as he reaches for her again. But in a split second, Marie moves with blinding speed. Before he can even react, Marie has a dagger driven straight through his hand, pinning it to the wall. Her eyes go stone cold as she demands to know exactly who sent them. The other 2 goons are absolutely terrified, realizing they just picked a fight with a professional killer. They spill everything instantly. A man in black paid them to kidnap her right after a meeting. Instead of finishing them off, Marie tosses a bag of gold coins at their feet, telling them to go get honest jobs. She gives them a new task: spread the word in the capital about Leonard's heroic deeds in other lands. The goons are confused about spreading rumors, but Marie corrects them. It's the absolute truth. She tells them to boost her master's reputation, and they realize they were messing with Leonard's own people. Marie stands tall, revealing she's a maid under Leonard, and warning them not to be so reckless next time. She even offers them a path to an honest life at the castle, proving Leonard won't turn away anyone trying to change. The thugs scramble away in gratitude, probably having the weirdest day of their lives. Elna steps out from the corner, impressed by how Marie just turned enemies into Leonard's new PR team. Elna's been out on patrol to keep an eye on things from the ground level, since castle life can be a bit blinding. They both know this is exactly the kind of move Arnold would pull, using every fun outing to observe the public. Elna jokes that Arnold probably just uses it as an excuse to goof off, but Marie knows there's always a plan. Marie asks Elna for a favor: to tail those goons and see if they lead back to whoever hired them. Marie suspects it's one of Xandra's assassins and is determined to clear this threat from Leonard's path. Back at the castle, Marie finishes giving her report to Leonard himself. Leonard, being the nice guy he is, asks if she can report the success to his brother Arnold, too. Marie doesn't see why he needs to know, but Leonard gives her his best pretty please look until she relents. Marie heads over to Arnold's quarters and gives the door a polite knock. Finn greets her at the door with a bright smile, happy to see her again. Finn whispers that Arnold is fast asleep on the sofa, but she's more than happy to help Marie with whatever she needs. Finn watches over Arnold while he sleeps, wondering exactly how long he's been out for. She looks over at her maid, Marie, who isn't quite sure of the time either. Marie hands over a scroll, explaining it's a proposal for the next ministerial meeting that Arnold needs to see. But as she looks at the sleeping prince, she asks Finn if she's being a little too soft on him. Marie points out that his constant napping and playing around is really starting to tank his reputation. She warns Finn that eventually his bad name is going to start dragging her down with him. Finn doesn't really care about her image, though, believing that Arnold is actually working way harder than he lets on. Marie just sighs, figuring that Finn sees the good in everyone before she heads out for the day. As she walks down the hall, she thinks to herself that while Arnold has improved a bit, he's still got a long way to go. She decides she might have to start being a lot stricter with him if he's going to keep causing trouble for his brother. Later, Arnold and Finn are heading out in a carriage, and he's talking up the head of Demi-Humans Incorporated as a great person. Finn is a bit sketched out by the praise, but Arnold explains that just being nice doesn't actually give him any useful info on her. They arrive at the company's headquarters, where an elven secretary is already waiting to lead them to the boss. Arnold is surprised to see an actual elf working there, since they're usually not the type to hang out with other races. The secretary admits she wanted to see the world, even though her own people saw that as a huge mistake. Life on her own was rough, and this company was the only place that would actually take her in. Arnold opens the door to the office, brushing off the elf's offer to let him doubt her story. Inside, a woman named Yulia introduces herself as the head of the company, welcoming the prince. Arnold immediately recognizes her as a vampire, just like the ones who caused all that chaos in Kiel. Yulia quickly apologizes for what her kind did in the past, begging for forgiveness for the danger they put everyone in. Arnold keeps his guard up, officially introducing himself while making sure not to ruin the connection Finn worked for. Yulia just smiles and asks what brought a prince all the way out here today. Arnold doesn't waste any time, asking her flat out how she plans to use Finn for her business. Yulia tells him to relax and drop the formalities since they're looking to be business partners, not customers. She gets comfortable and throws the question back at him, curious how he thinks she'll use her. Arnold plays into his insipid persona, telling her there's no point in lying if she already knows what people call him. Yulia isn't buying it, noting that Finn wouldn't trust him this much if he were actually as useless as he claims. Arnold leans in and lays out his plan. She'll use Finn as the face of her brand to boost her public relations. Yulia is impressed by how sharp he actually is, realizing he's been hiding his true talent this whole time. Arnold admits he only acted disinterested before, but now he's determined to get his brother on the throne. He makes it very clear that he'll absolutely crush anyone who tries to trick his brother or Finn. Yulia realizes they're on the same page and agrees to go along with how he wants to use Finn's image. Arnold wants to start by selling cosmetics, using Finn's popularity to clear the company's bad name and break into the market. Yulia is caught off guard when Arnold tells her to focus on destroying 3/4 of the merchant companies backing their rivals. She agrees to the deal and asks how much money he's going to need for his end. Arnold tells her he doesn't need anything yet, ordering her to get the products ready while he handles his own business. As they start to leave, Yulia's fangs show as she calls out to him one last time. She grabs him and offers her full support, promising that she could get almost every demi-human to help him for the right price. She pulls him close, asking him if he's interested in making that kind of deal right now. Arnold just casually moves her hand away, not falling for the trap. He tells her he'll pass for now, since he hasn't figured out what the catch is yet. Yulia watches them leave, thinking it's a real shame he didn't take the bait. Leonard kneels before Emperor Johannes, accepting his new role as an imperial inspector with a firm oath. He vows to be the emperor's eyes and ears, promising to expose any injustice he finds on his mission. As Leonard departs with his guard, Arnold watches him go, his expression unreadable. High above, the emperor remains silent, lost in his own thoughts as the young prince leaves. Later, out on a balcony, Johannes asks Arnold if he's worried about his brother going solo for the first time. Arnold isn't concerned about Leonard's skill, but the emperor warns that his lack of flexibility might be a problem without Arnold there to balance him out. Johannes notes that Leonard's real strength is his ability to inspire others to join his cause. Arnold agrees, knowing that even without him, someone will always step up to help a guy like Leo. Johannes warns him that they're dealing with Arnold's older sister, Xandra, and she isn't someone to take lightly. He looks tired, admitting that he's past 50 and doesn't have much time left to see his daughter married. Arnold looks at his father skeptically, noting that he hadn't heard anything about the emperor being ill. Johannes clarifies that it's not a sickness, just the weight of age and the knowledge that one day his successor will remove him from the throne. He talks about a comforting dream he had of his late wife and the former crown prince, sounding unusually sentimental. Arnold has heard enough of this weak talk and tells his father that if he's so tired, he should just call off the succession war now. He reminds the emperor that the throne is something that must be won, not just given away, and tells him to quit with the timid words. He slams his fist onto the stone railing, angry that Leonard has been dragged into this mess because the emperor won't just take control. Arnold tells him straight to his face that his sudden hesitation is a slap in the face to everyone currently fighting for their lives. He shouts that he won't allow his father to just back down and act like a victim after starting all of this. Arnold quickly composes himself and bows, asking the Emperor to forgive his outburst and forget what he just said. Johannes calls out to Arnold as he starts to leave, asking if he still remembers the face he showed him in the past. Arnold's eyes narrow as he admits he's never forgotten that terrifying sight, even after all these years. He keeps walking, telling his father that he still recalls the words he spoke to him that day as well. Johannes watches him go, feeling strangely reassured by the fire he just saw in his insipid son. As Arnold leaves the balcony, he clenches his fist again, his resolve harder than ever. He knows that in the end, this is a throne that must be taken by force, no matter what. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the air is filled with the sound of a whip and the screams of a terrified maid. Princess Xandra is in a blind rage, furious that Leonard is being sent south to the very region where her political support is strongest. She takes her anger out on her servants, screaming that they only exist to be punished by her. She realizes that if Leonard uncovers the incident she's been hiding in the south, her entire reputation will be ruined. Her mother, consort Susan, enters the room with a cold, calming presence, telling Xandra not to worry. Susan explains that her brother has the south under control, and if Leonard fails his mission, the blame will fall entirely on him. She tells Xandra to focus on her secret research instead, promising that success there will make the throne theirs. Susan looks on with a chilling gaze, knowing that most people will always bow to whoever holds the most power. Xandra is still nervous about the ban on forbidden magic, but Susan reminds her that she's the only one she can truly rely on. She praises Xandra as her most talented daughter, the one truly qualified to rule the empire. Then, she drops a horrifying detail. The slave merchants will soon be arriving with more children for Xandra to use as guinea pigs. Xandra's eyes go dark as she realizes this is the key to completing her ultimate curse. She hugs her mother, vowing to finish the curse and use it to kill every single person who stands in her way to the throne.